McClunky. McClunky.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier here on the East Coast of the United States. I'm Tower Number 9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant. Grumpy, how you doing today?
Hello, I'm here. I'm very grumpy, and I'm jazzed to commentate this PQ with you.
Yeah, I think it should be I think it should be a pretty exciting event. This is Red Seal Gaming in New Jersey, and the stakes are high for the McClunky Gaming team. Not in a literal sense, but in a bragging rights sense, because the McClunky team has won this PQ several times already in past sets, and they're looking to defend their title here.
I believe specifically they've won it 3 times out of the 4 sets that have had PQ so far. I don't know if Red Seal has had a PQ for each of those 4 sets, so it's possible that every Red Seal champion has come from McClunky Gaming.
Yeah. And there are several McClunky Gaming team members there now, hoping to repeat that feat. But we'll have to see what happens. It is a relatively big PQ. I think we have 92 players currently signed up, and they are completing some of the final registration and so on right now. And we should be moving to gameplay shortly.
And so Tower 92 players means we're going to be looking at 7 rounds of Swiss, followed by a top 8 cut. Is that right?
I believe so, and it is worth noting that this is going to be an event that has I believe they're calling it a lunch break. Is that right?
A lunch break, a lunch hour, perhaps for those who want a little more time. We're not quite sure how long it'll be.
Yeah. So that is worth noting. But yeah, I believe we're going to have 7 rounds Swiss into a top 8 cut. So should be some exciting rounds of Star Wars Unlimited today.
And there should be some exciting decks, right? We're just 1 month out from the Galactic Championships where Han to Blue was the name on everyone's lips. There ended up being a little bit more diversity, I think, than some folks expected. But looking at the breakdown today, we have everything from a Count Dooku Mono Green deck to a Kazuda Colossus deck to everything in between.
Yeah. I think that I think you're right on that one, Grumpy. Going into the Galactic Championships, I think there was widespread speculation that the Han Solo Force Blue was going to be just sort of a dominant presence in the meta, and largely on the strength of force throw. There were some people saying that force throw actually needed to be banned and so on. Ultimately, though, that didn't happen. And while the Han 2 blue force deck was popular, it did not achieve the level of dominance that we saw with some of the past decks like Boba Fett or Django. And we're in a what I consider a pretty diverse meta right now.
Absolutely. And to your point about force throw, of course, we saw the Galactic Championship finals was a force throw mirror, 2 different leaders, but both of them blue red villainy, both of them running the full set of 3 force throws. But the meta we're seeing now, decks are learning to do powerful things that don't rely on that card. So we see Cad Tarkin Towns coming in playing red, right? A color that could play force throw off aspect or in aspect, but no force users to enable it. So CAD Red tends to not run that card. We have Boba Data Vault emerging. Again, a deck that is playing red and could play Force Throw in aspect, but choosing not to include that card for lack of Force users. And so there's powerful things to be done in this game, even in the color red, that don't rely on that one cost monster.
That's right, Grumpy. And Force Throw is certainly still a very powerful card. I think it is one of the stronger cards in the game right now. But like you said, there are other things that you can do that don't rely on that. I think there's a good chance we're going to see some Force Throws played today, but I think it will very much not be all the decks that we're seeing that are running it.
I hope we see some force throws. I hope we see some self force throws. I hope we see some things like Crate Dragon being sacrificed to a self force throw to really drop a dragon onto a leader or a big ship. Should be an exciting day.
Yeah, absolutely. The I think that is one of the things that not everyone may realize necessarily when it comes to Force Throw. I think that card is often most effective when you are using it on yourself rather than making the opponent discard. Um, simply because it becomes a much more reliable source of damage.
Absolutely. So much of this game is about depriving your opponent of making meaningful choices. And when you play a force throw and you target your opponent and they have more than one card in their hand, you are giving them a choice. You're saying choose the option that is the least bad for you. Right? When you choose yourself for force throw, yes, you lose an extra card, which can hurt, but you're telling your opponent, I'm going to choose how this card resolves. You have no choice in the matter.
Yeah. And one other note is that a fair number of players have actually been adapting their builds in order to have a bunch of cheap cards and so on that they can easily discard to a force throw that is played on them without taking very much damage. I mean, in the most extreme case, you can actually have like Metal Ceremony or Salvage or some other
Yeah.
card where it costs 0. And therefore, a force throw that where you discard that just has like no effect damage wise.
It was a one cost, your opponent chooses to discard a card. Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's in my opinion an interesting one. Um, and I do think there has been more of an argument for running some other cheap cards. You know, I've been playing some Sabine Yellow recently, and I think one of the advantages that it has on in a meta where there are a lot of force throws out there is that I have a lot of one cost units, which,
Mm.
you know, not quite as good as a metal ceremony, but are still going to be able to really mitigate incoming damage.
Yeah, and speaking of Force Throw Tower, it looks like we have our first round, and my guess would be that these two players in their two decks have the full copy of 6 Force Throws that they can possibly run.
Yeah. So we have here a matchup. On the left, we have Alex Blandon from the KTOD competitive team here with Quinlan Voss, Tarkentown, and on the right, Kwaishan Jin, one of our McClunky players, with Anakin Blue Force, I believe. Should be an
Yeah, and
interesting
this
match.
could be an interesting matchup. Alex on KTOD knows this Quinlan deck very well. Quinlan is a leader that can oscillate between playing a more aggressive role and playing a more reactive role, depending on the hero that it sees across from him. Anakin, on the other hand, very happy taking damage to the base, very happy controlling the pace of the game with Restore, and ending the game with a few big swings. So my guess is we're going to see Alex here try and come out of the gates pretty quickly to try and rack up that damage on Anakin's base and finish the game before Kwaishan Jin can flip Anakin and really take over. But we'll see how these players navigate it depending on the cards they draw, of course.
Very interesting stalling tactic here from Kwaishan Jin, triggering Anakin's ability to damage his own base in order to essentially pass here, while also maybe building up damage in order to make Anakin more powerful on flip. Alex Blandon does then opt to play Sabine Wren Explosives Artist rather than passing, and I believe that is a prestige copy of Addy Gallia that Kwaishan Jin then puts on the field.
Yeah, a stall tactic for sure. Potentially, Kwaishan Jin is saying, I don't think you can kill me fast enough to stop me from flipping a powerful Anakin, so I'm not worried about the 2 damage on the base. We'll have to keep track of how many times he chooses to use this, right? And whether or not that incremental damage ends up being the thing that does him in, or ends up being the thing that tips Anakin over the edge to finish the game in his favor.
Alex Blandon, not necessarily being maximally aggro here, opts to swing Sabine into the Addy Gallia there, and Kwaishan then swings back for the trade. I think Alex might have been thinking, well, if I hit the base, Kwaishan Jin can then use Anakin's ability to have Addy kill Sabine and remain alive. I would rather trade units here. And then I believe I believe that is going to be a red 5 on the field for Alex and a Marin hits the field for Anakin.
So knowing that Alex had that red 5 in hand, his choice to attack the Adigalia becomes a little more interesting. Because if he had chosen to attack the base instead, right, dealing 3 damage to the base, Anakin then uses his ability to trade into the Sabine. Now Anakin's at 7 at base with an Adigalia still alive. Alex places red 3, threatening to finish the Adigalia off anyway with that 2 bonus damage. Instead, we have a red 3 that, if it attacks base, is not going to be able to damage anything unless, of course, Alex plays a 3-drop. Nope, there it goes. And so potentially some missed damage on base there for Alex.
Yeah, it's interesting. I do think that that he might have been better served going for the base. Another option that he would have had would have been to use Tarkentown, but it's possible that he's saving that for later, or that he is going to be playing a more control-oriented game plan. It'll be interesting to see
Yep.
how this happens. Kwaishan Jin playing Ki Adi Mundi, taking the 2 draws there. He had the Force token from the Adigalia attack, and then it's going to be Kira here for Alex Blandon. Looking at Kwaishan's hand, we have Chirrut, Entrenched. I believe that is the secretive sage there, maybe? I'm not quite sure what the card in the middle is. Jedi Starfighter and a Rival's Fall.
Now
Grumpy, what do you pick here?
it's unlikely this Kira is going to survive the turn because Anakin can boost Marin into it and deal 6 damage
Right.
discarding a card. But if you pretend that Kira is going to survive, you probably are going to choose the Chirrut. The Chirrut, if Tarkentown has been lost, and my guess is Alex is going to choose Tarkentown this turn, probably on the Kiade Mundi. Chirrut can really be a huge blocker on the ground and stop Quinlan from getting through.
Okay, so oh, that was, yeah, just an error there in where that damage was placed. Um, Yeah, and in chat we have a viewer pointing out that Alex also could have chosen to deal only 2 damage to Adigalia and do 1 to the
Mhm.
base with Sabine's ability. Yeah, that's an
Mhm.
interesting point, and I was thinking about that myself. I wonder if there was some effect that he had to potentially do 1 damage that made him want to do things that way. Grumpy, it looks like you were right, though. Marin is going to swing on in. The Jedi Starfighter is discarded from hand for Marin's ability to do an extra 2 damage. And with Anakin's ability as well, that's going to be enough to defeat Kira. Alex Blandon then fires off his Tarkentown to get Ki-Adi Mundi off the field.
And Alex, of course, now well positioned to finish off that Marin with his red 5, which will get its
Right.
first opportunity of the game to use that ability.
That is right. Now, I believe it is going to be Kwaishan Jin with the initiative. So if he has some
Oh,
method of defeating that, he will potentially be able to save his Marin, but we'll see what happens here.
something like a force throw,
Yeah.
potentially. Yep.
Entrenched.
And we see Kwaishan Jin saying now, I am not going to go to space at all, right? I'm going to give you a 6/7 in space that has the opportunity to deal 2 damage to a damaged unit. But if I never play a space unit for the rest of the game, this 2-mana entrenched is essentially hard removal. It essentially takes your
Right.
red 5 and says you will never be able to do anything with it again.
Looks like it's going to be Plo Koon with coordinate not enabled, but it doesn't matter because just the base power there is going to be enough to defeat Marin. Kwaishan is then going to bring out the secretive sage as well. And I think we're going to see a Quinlan flip. Yep, there we go.
And this is a tricky spot for Alex to be in. He has to push damage now as fast as he can because this next turn is when Anakin comes out. Now, if Alex is
Right.
holding something like a force throw into a Han Solo for 7, he can, of course, snipe Anakin before it can do anything. But Qui-Gon is sitting at 10, right? 18 health remaining. Anakin will flip with 6 power, not quite enough to take out Quinlan in one blow. But both of them are going to be doing this mental math. How strong is Anakin? How much damage can he do? Um, and is it safe for either player really to go all in on on their game plan at this turn of the game?
Kwaishan leads off the turn with initiative and promptly uses Anakin's leader ability to have that secretive sage swing for 4 damage and defeat Plo Koon, losing only the shield. 2 more damage on base. This does also mean that if Quinlan swings into base, there's going to be 15 damage on there, which is going to be enough to push Anakin up to that critical strength 7.
Exactly what it needs to take out Quinlan, but also potentially enough to put damage on Alex's base fast enough to force Alex to start playing the defensive role in this matchup.
Yeah. Alex Blandon's base is still untouched here. Kwaishan Jin's base has taken 12 damage, and with a 28 HP force base, that means there's going to be 16 HP left there for Kwaishan.
And that's not
Alex,
unexpected to see in this matchup. A Quinlan with no damage until Anakin feels like they have enough control of the board to end the game quickly.
yeah, Kwaishan's base does take an additional 3 damage here as Alex Blandon swings in with Quinlan. Rival's Fall now played to kill Quinlan, maybe trying to preemptively remove any force threat so that a force throw cannot kill Anakin here. And then Anakin then flips. But Alex Blandon's playing 2 copies of the Green Squadron A-Wing and really opening up additional threat in that space arena.
Yep, pivoting to space is a strong move here, especially because with that entrenched, right, Kwaishan was signaling to Alex, I will be resourcing every space unit that I draw. I will be giving up my ways to interact with that arena. And so Alex potentially saw that opening and said, let me prioritize my space 2 drops. Let me prioritize my ability to push damage in space. That's how I'm going to close this game before Kwaishan can close the door shut.
Yeah, and in chat here, we have someone saying, "Love the layout and high quality stream." Yeah, big shout out to Claire from the McClunky Gaming crew for making this excellent overlay, and also doing a bunch of other setup and production stuff to make this stream possible. All right, now going into this, Alex Blandon did actually have one more unit that turn, a copy of Sabine Wren, Explosives Artist. So we're looking at a pretty wide board here for Alex. He played 3 different units that turn. Kwaishan has just the 2 units, but one of them is the Mighty Anakin, and he's going to lead off with a swing from Anakin, defeating Sabine and dealing, I believe, 4 damage with Overwhelm as well. So should be 11 total damage on Alex Blandon's base.
Yep,
Anakin does
Kwaishan
take a
is
bit of damage himself.
still going to be trying to limit damage. With that 28 HP, it's more than your opponent's 25, but it goes down quickly 3 bits at a time. So he's
Oh,
going to,
take a look at
yeah.
that. Anakin Skywalker, I believe there's no villainy unit in that discard pile, so it's just a single -3/-3, but that's enough to remove the Green Squadron A-Wing that hasn't attacked yet.
And things are starting to look like they might be flipping towards Kwaishan's favor. Alex is running out of steam a little bit. He has 3 power on the board that can attack base. He's looking at his resources potentially to see if there's a smuggled Cassian that can put 3 damage, but he only has 14 health remaining. Anakin is currently hitting for 7. Anakin leader is currently hitting for 7. Anakin units hitting for 5. Secretive Sage hitting for 2. Altogether, that's 14, and threatening to end the game as soon as next turn.
Yeah, so we do see a smuggled Cassian. The Secretive Sage is going to go ahead and push some damage onto Alex's base. Alex now up to 13 damage. Cassian's probably going to swing for another. Oh, hey, there's a hot shot from hand. Cassian now able to swing for 5.
I like that a lot because Cassian can now put Kwaishan in what people refer to as check, right? A single attack from Cassian will now end the game. And so Kwaishan, instead of going face or going base with his Anakin leader, is going to have to either trade his Anakin leader into this now 5 power Cassian or deal with it from hand, then giving Alex another action to continue to put pressure on.
I do think that he has the option to use his unit Anakin against Cassian here, and that might be a better play. We'll have to see what happens. In
A good
chat,
point.
someone speculates that the missed damage from Sabine is going to be the difference. Yeah, I mean, another 3 damage from Sabine early on would put Kwaishan extremely close to losing here, but as it stands, it is getting a little close.
It's a close. I would be confident saying that either that missed damage from Sabine could be the difference, or that 2 damage that Kwaishan Jin chose to put on as the first action of the game might be the difference.
Yeah, good point there.
Right? These
Okay,
are
so unit
small
Anakin takes the
actions.
kill.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Anakin unit probably the better choice there. But small choices you make at the very start of the game can come back with big force later on.
Now, Alex is looking at his cards, and I suspect what this means is that he does not have a surprise strike, which I believe would be able to finish the game immediately at this point. And
Correct.
I saw in Kwaishan's hand, I believe there is actually a copy of the itinerant warrior, which could provide some healing and potentially mitigate some of the incoming damage this turn. Alex can, at minimum, swing his Green Squadron A-Wing for 3 right now, but it would not be enough to close the game. And we'll see what happens. Yeah, there's the swing for 3.
Yep. So Anakin now, of course, powered up to 9 power, enough to bring Quinlan to 22. Secretive Sage makes 24. Looks like Alex can survive this turn if Kwaishan doesn't have anything, but something like a smuggled Cassian from the row, any extra pump from Kwaishan is going to be enough.
Yeah, let's see how this one plays out. Anakin very powerful right now, thanks to all that damage on base. Anakin's ability to get stronger as he takes more damage on the base is really useful for turning the corner. You see some of the more control-oriented decks, like, maybe a Director Krennic deck, for instance, where they aren't necessarily the most agile at switching from being in a more controlling position to a more aggressive one, but Anakin does not necessarily have that problem.
Absolutely. And one of the reasons then why opponents sitting across from an Anakin should prioritize removing that leader as soon as they can, because the more turns that he stays on board, the more powerful he's likely to become.
Now take a look at this, Grumpy. We see the itinerant warrior healing Qui-Gon Jinn's base, and Alex Blandon plays a bamboozle, exhausting Anakin
Mhm.
Skywalker. And
Oh,
here, Millennium Falcon. This is But there's another itinerant warrior after that secretive sage attacked. So the Falcon does 3 more damage to Qui-Gon Jinn's base, but with that healing, I think we're going to be going into the next turn with the same base HP totals that we saw here. Once
yep.
again, it's going to be 23 HP or 23 damage on Qui-Gon Jinn's base, and that does still mean a surprise strike would close this game, but it also means an attack from both of these space units would end things.
But I believe Kwaishan ended that turn with initiative, which means he
Yeah.
also can kill Alex with 2 attacks. So it's Alex actually who might need the pump here, instead of Kwaishan to end things.
Yeah, so I believe we're looking at Anakin Skywalker swinging for 8 here. So
Yep.
if Qui-Gon had, I don't know that he's running this, but if he had a pump of his own, a hotshot blaster or a heroic sacrifice or something, he could potentially even win in one attack.
Not cards that Anakin usually runs Hotshot, of course, because it would be out of aspect coming from Smuggle, so you would have to pay 5 for it. Heroic Sacrifice, Anakin isn't looking to lose their own units, but that's sometimes how you can catch opponents off guard, right? Playing cards that they don't expect to see in your deck.
Yeah, I would personally be pretty surprised to see either of those cards from Qui-Gon, but it would be a dramatic way to close this game. Let's see how it ends up going. Swing from Anakin. No pump there. So it is going to be, I think, just 8 damage, but that does mean that Alex Blandon is going to have just 2 HP left
Yep.
on the base. Does he have the pump to win? No.
He does not. He does
It
not.
looks like he had a hotshot blaster, but with no ground units. There was no immediate pump option available, and Qui-Gon Jinn is going to pick up the win in that first game.
And
That
so
was
to
a pretty
return
close
back
one.
to turn one, right? Obviously, things would have played out different, but potentially an attack to base from Sabine might have made the difference.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what would have happened in that sort of scenario, but ultimately Qui-Gon was able to secure the victory. I think that the entrenched from Qui-Gon had a really high effect this game, and it's kind of interesting. I have in the past sometimes been a skeptic of entrenched when it's being played in some of the blue villain decks. Simply
Mm,
because I think that in those decks, entrenched blanks your best removal options. Where
power of the
I think,
court.
yeah, power and merciless contest are two of the best cards in those decks. And if you play entrenched first, they have an easy sacrifice that
Yeah.
usually has no negative consequence for them.
I
Um,
do think sometimes in those decks, what they're trying to do is not play it early, but hold it for things like when Boba Pilot Leader deploys onto a ship, because at that point, that unit, of course, becomes a leader, and so can't be removed by things like Fell the Dragon. There might be protection in the form of another unit from Power of the Dark Side, and so a 2 mana card Entrenched saying, okay, you have this incredibly powered up ship with a leader pilot on it, now you can't attack with it, can be a nice way for those blue green decks that might otherwise struggle to stop
yeah,
that flow.
yeah. And there are definitely some situations where it can be good, but I think that the play pattern that we just saw in this game, where you play entrenched just to shut off a big threat in space,
Mhm.
is a little weaker when you're also trying to generally keep the board
Correct.
small and hit them
Oh,
with those powers and so on.
yeah. Point well taken. I think what we see is sometimes it's these heroic blue decks, specifically these heroic blue force decks, that because of how the force mechanic works, have to focus more on ground units, right? There are no space force units that can generate the force on attack. So a deck like Anakin Blue Force is going to be mostly going ground, potentially very few, if any, space units in the deck at all. And so a trenched can become closer then to the free removal like we saw it play out today, right? Entrenched on red 5, I'm not going to play a single space unit for the rest of the game. And so it's as if I played Rival's Fall on your red 5.
Yeah, I think the entrenched there was very, very high impact. And now it looks like we're going to be drawing up hands for game two. If Kwaishan can win this, he'll be able to lock down the match. But yeah, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, an interesting choice here for Alex, having lost game one playing Quinlan, facing Anakin. A choice that Quinlan players have to make probably more often than any other leader is, do I take initiative or do I give it to my opponent, hoping they'll play a 2-drop that I can then ping with Quinlan and use Targentown? We saw Sean, of course, in game one avoid that dance by taking 2 damage to his own base using Anakin, essentially forcing Alex to make the first move. Alex will know that, will anticipate that Kwaishan Jin might do the same thing. So potentially Alex just chooses to take initiative off the bat, or maybe wants to go through that same dance again. We'll find out.
All right. Looks like Alex Blandon did start with initiative,
Yeah.
brought out the Sabine Wren. And now I see in Kwaishan has a Sabine Wren of his own, although that might be a bit awkward here.
Yeah.
Goes for the
Also,
Secretive Sage,
Secret
though
of Fate.
also awkward.
And this is why I like the choice of initiative from Alex, right? He's saying, I'm not going to ping your 1-drop, but if you play a Secretive Sage or a Sabine of your own, now I have a clean, not even trade. Now I can just eat it with my Sabine, and I'm already ahead on board.
Yeah, so Sabine Wren, Explosives Artist, while she does not have the Saboteur keyword, is notably able to defeat 2/2 shieldeds because her on attack ability can be used to send 1 damage there and knock off the shield. And that's exactly what we see. Kwaishan then plays a Sabine Explosives Artist of his own. Alex Blandon brings out a Green Squadron A-Wing. That's a 2-cost unit, allowing a Quinlan ping on Sabine, and then he removes it with Tarkentown. This is a very strong start for Alex Blandon.
Yep, a much more commanding control of the board. We're going to start seeing a lot of damage being pushed likely to Kwaishan Jin's base. Alex saying, this is a game that I'm going to try and end, potentially even before you have the opportunity to flip your leader.
Now, if you're Kwaishan, what do you want to see here, Grumpy?
Well, you don't have the force. An itinerant warrior is fine. Um, Certainly gets you a body on the board that's likely going to make it through the turn. But Anakin, with his leader ability, really wants you to have units on the board that you can play around with. Um, so I would have potentially also liked to see a double 2-drop. although that might have died to this land speeder. Yeah, Kwaishan Jin's in a tough spot here.
Yeah, and it's Alex Blandon who has the double two drop, bringing out L337 and a X34 land speeder, as well as swinging for 6 total damage to the base
Yeah,
with his existing units. Kwaishan very much on the back foot. We
yeah.
are looking at, I believe, 10 potential damage this turn just from those units, and we still have a Quinlan flip as
Now,
well. Uh,
important to
Go
note,
ahead.
Kwaishan cannot actually kill that Sabine. She's protected by the fact that Alex has 3 aspects on the board. So we're going to
Yeah,
want
this
to
is a play error.
I don't know if we have a way to communicate this to the players or to someone in the room, but the Sabine was an illegal target for that itinerant warrior attack.
Yeah. And unfortunately, a mistake that is very common. I've played a fair amount of Sabine in competitive tournaments, and it is frequently the case that people just forget about that rule even existing. So, unfortunately, we'll see whether or not it ends up getting caught by a judge or otherwise communicated to the players here. It may or it may not. Kwaishan Jin is going to be bringing out a copy of Chirrut, one of the strongest anti-aggro cards that we've seen in the game, and definitely something that will pose some problems for Alex in the ground arena if he doesn't have some kind of answer.
And notably, Kwaishan Jin has the Force. Won't
Right.
be able to regain it this turn, but can at least use it once. So it's likely that this turret will survive to see another day, unless Alex has a way to deal with it, something like a Force Throw, a pump like Hotshot Blaster.
Yeah, so it looks like what they're saying there is that instead of making the illegal attack into that Sabine, Kwaishan they're going to say that Kwaishan's itinerant warrior took out the X34 land speeder instead.
Yeah,
A broadly similar play, although of course that removes 2 damage instead of 3.
yeah.
Quinlan flips. Now, Tarkentown is a very good option to deal with Chirrut, but I
Mm,
think Alex may just be brute forcing it here. He's going to
yeah.
send in Plo Koon. The Force token can be used to save Chirrut, but he will then quickly die. And it looks like Kwaishan maybe opts not to use the Force here.
Potentially saving it for something like a Hail Mary draw from Kiadi Moody next turn. And to your point about Tarkentown, remember in this game, Alex used it very early. He used it on turn
Right.
2 to keep Kwaishan's board clear. So it's not available to him anymore, but it looks like he might not need it with 5 units on the board to Kwaishan Jin's 1.
Yeah, and I think he got enough value out of that Tarkentown that I don't think he was exactly kicking himself that he used it earlier. I think
Oh,
there are some situations where you really want to have Tarkentown to deal with Chirrut. So, like as an example, I think if you're playing double red Sabine, Tarkentown on Chirrut can be very important. But I think for this deck, that's not as much of a priority.
absolutely. I think the reason why Kwaishan might have chosen not to use the Force with Turret is that he might have a mace in hand, the 6-drop mace that does 4
Mm.
damage when you use the Force, and he wanted to make sure that he had the option to use that ability. Um, that may bite him because he has taken some additional damage on base because of that. Um, it's gonna
Yeah,
be
and he
tight.
he opens here with an attack from the itinerant warrior that would have given him the force back anyway.
Yeah.
Um, but we'll see what happens here. It's looking like a
His
tough
concern
spot
was
for Kwaishan.
likely if he uses the Force on Turret, Alex chooses instead to kill the itinerant warrior that turn, so then he doesn't have a way to generate the Force. But Alex choosing to kill the itinerant warrior is then more damage that's not going on Kwaishan Jin's base.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be a unit Anakin here from Kwaishan Jin. -3/-3 being used to remove the Green Squadron A-Wing. Alex is going to push some more damage to base here. Kwaishan now at 23 damage, only 5 HP left. Flips Anakin, and there's a
Mm,
force throw. Han Solo, 7 damage. Anakin immediately off the board. Not at all what Kwaishan Jin wants to see. Initiative taken. This is looking grim
this
for
is
our
looking
Anakin
grim with
player.
2 lethal threats on the board. Sabine will be lethal. This is again where it might matter that Sabine stayed on the board and the land speeder was removed. But Alex just adding insult to injury by playing another unit, 4 units on the board.
Oh yeah, and in chat we have people pointing out that in this situation, because because Quinlan was flipped, the Quinlan ping from playing Plo Koon would have allowed him to kill Chirrut anyway, even with the
That's
damage
true.
reduction. So that makes a lot more
Yeah.
sense as to why he wouldn't do it.
I,
Good
I
point, chat. We had
believe.
missed that. Looks like a scoop from Kwaishan here.
Yeah, I believe that actually that Quinlan Ping had gone on to the itinerant warrior, killing its shield, but also because of the order of operations, um, Alex could ask Kwaishan if he wanted to use Churrut's ability prior to deciding where the Quinlan Ping goes. And so if Kwaishan says, no, I don't want to use Churrut's ability, then Alex is free to put the ping wherever he wants. Um, if Kwaishan had said yes, then Alex puts the ping on Chirrut and it doesn't matter anyway. So the ordering there meant, again, that Alex got to essentially minimize Kwaishan's agency in that situation. It was a lose-lose choice for Kwaishan. And in fact, of course, he loses the game overall.
All right. Well, we're 1-1, and we're going to be moving into the third and final game of this match. Whoever wins this one will take down the match as a whole. You know, game one, it wasn't exactly like it wasn't a super blowout, but Kwaishan felt like he was in a relatively strong position. However, game two, it really felt like Alex took a big lead early and was
Yep.
able to just keep the pressure on and have a pretty commanding victory.
And of course, had that one cost answer to the Anakin flip that slammed the door shut, right? When Anakin is your only hope, and you flip him and he gets removed immediately, there's very little the Anakin player can do to save that game.
Yeah,
Now,
I do think that. Go ahead.
Kwaishan is in the same interesting position that Alex was last game, right? You know that your opponent wants you to play first, right? And so he's chosen to take the initiative, knowing that if he plays a 2-drop, Alex may well ping it and kill it. What this does, though, is it preserves the option to play something like a Secretive Sage, right? A 2-drop with a shield that Alex can't ping in Tarkin Town. So
Yeah.
with Kwaishan taking initiative, that's likely the 2-drop he wants to see. Something like an Adigalia, something like a Sabine is likely not going to make it through the turn.
Yeah, one interesting note about the Secret of Sage in particular, though, is that it is going to be vulnerable to the X-34 land speeder, because if that unit's played, Alex can opt to resolve Kwaishan's ability, or not Kwaishan's ability, Quinlan's ability, before the ambush goes off, using it to ping off the shield and then ambush for 2. So that is something that
That's
Kwaishan has to be wary of. I don't know that he has 1-drops and so on in this deck, though, so that may be his best option for getting a turn 1 unit to stick, even with the land speeder vulnerability.
And we see the land speeder right there in Alex's hands, which means Kwaishan needs to be very careful about what he chooses to play. Maybe we see, and here we see it, the stall tactic that you mentioned from game 1.
Yeah, 2 damage to his own base. Green Squadron A-Wing hitting the field here for Alex Blandon. And now Kwaishan is... It's going to be an Adigalia. I was curious whether we were going to see... I think there was an Entrenched in hand, and I was wondering whether we're going to see a preemptive Entrenched on the Green Squadron A-Wing, but it was not to be.
No, I think
Rebel
Kwaishan.
Resource giving us a shout-out in chat.
A Rebel Resource. I think Kwaishan okay at this point in the game, letting some damage come onto the base, wants to save that entrenched at a time when potentially both players have a little more board presence, or he can slap it on something that feels a little more threatening.
Yeah, well, let's see what he opts to do here. I'm actually not even sure if it was an entrenched now. I'm wondering whether it might actually be a Felta Dragon.
Hmm. A card that
I
certainly cannot be played on the 1-power Green Squadron, I think.
Right. So we see the red 5 and then a Marin. So not both players going to opposite arenas right now, which is probably something that Alex is fine with.
Yep, by playing only in space when the Anakin player is only on ground, Qui-Gon's not going to have the opportunity to use that Anakin ability to do anything meaningful in the game. He can use Marin's ability to put 2 damage, of course, on a space unit, but Alex's space units have 3 and 4 health respectively, so it's going to take multiple discarded cards to make a difference there.
I see a forced throw in Qui-Gon's hand, though. Let's see what happens here. There's the entrenched. It's going to come
Okay.
out on, I believe, the red 5 there.
Yep. Saving damage and protecting Qui-Gon's units from future pings from the space arena.
Now, if Alex has brought in upgrade removal, a disabling Fang Fighter to remove that entrenched would be a lot of value right now.
Yep, while adding a 3rd unit to the space arena, although that disabling Fang Fighter wouldn't be long for the world with Marin facing it down from the other side.
Right? Yeah, it would die. It would probably die pretty fast. But
But as it stands, we're seeing a lot of work from this Marin without even having attacked, making Alex sort of think twice before playing anything in the ground arena. Something like Akira, normally quite resilient with 5 health, actually will die in 1 hit.
Ahsoka Tano, the discard-based unit, forcing Qui-Gon to discard a card here, and if it is a unit, then Ahsoka can exhaust Marin. Forcing Qui-Gon to discard also makes it less likely that
Yeah,
Marin's discard will get a ton of value because
yeah,
Qui-Gon is going low on cards in hand. Looks like he just has 2 remaining. I think it is the Fell the Dragon there that
yeah.
was removed. But because that is a non-unit, it does mean that there's not going to be an exhaust. And now Qui-Gon plays a forced throw, I believe, targeting Alex Blandon. Alex drops the X-34 land speeder, and Marin can potentially now take out Ahsoka with Anakin's ability. And that's
Yeah.
exactly what we see.
I like the Ahsoka there much more than I like the Kira. A lot of Quinlan players are debating amongst themselves how many Ahsokas do we run, how many Kiras do we run, how many Quinlans do we run. All very powerful 4-drops. What Ahsoka shows is that even if she gets removed immediately, right, she still has a lasting impact in the sense that she forced your opponent to lose a card. Game 1, we
Right.
saw Alex play the Kira. Same stat line, 3-5. He may have even gotten a ping off of it. But because Qui-Gon was able to remove the Kira, her effect had no lasting impact on the game. We're going to feel the impact of Qui-Gon having had to discard that card for some time because, as you say, he's now quite low on cards in hand. His ability to have options for whatever Alex may throw on the table are just more limited now. And he's going to have to think twice about choosing whether or not to discard something on his own to Marin.
Yeah, I think that that's an apt point. I think that Kira I don't think Kira is I don't think Kira is a bad card, but sometimes Kira ends up being just kind of non-aggressive in my opinion. And
Yeah.
Quinlan isn't exactly an aggro deck, but I don't know. Uh like you said, Grumpy, if you play Ahsoka, you're at least gonna make them lose a card, no matter what. And maybe they kill Ahsoka, maybe they don't. But one way or another, you've gotten at least some value immediately. Well, with Kira, there are those scenarios where you play it and then it has no real effect, either because they don't have something. They have multiple options, so making one of them cost more doesn't like really mess with their turn very much, or because they just kill Kira or whatever.
Yeah.
Here,
I would say
it
Kira has a higher ceiling and a much lower floor than Ahsoka.
yeah. Now here we see Qui-Gon smuggling out a Cassian Andor. I think is his first action this turn. Quinlan now flips, and it's going to be Anakin's ability used to have Cassian swing into Quinlan for 5 damage, which is going to leave Quinlan potentially vulnerable to an attack from Adi Gallia here.
Yeah. Alex is now, of course, going to have to decide, do I care? Am I going all out and just forcing damage to base? or am I going to try and clean up some of these units, thinking that I can play a slightly longer game? Kwaishan at 12, I think going to 15, not enough to, going to 18. So now we're getting in the danger zone for Kwaijan, right? He has 10 health left. There's a 6 power Plo Koon on the board. There's 6 power from Quinlan and the Green Squadron A-Wing together. All together, those things are lethal. Of course, Kwaishan has initiative, and so it's going to be able to clean up some of that board, but is still in a tight spot and hasn't flipped Anakin leader yet.
Yeah, now Kwaishan can, of course, use Anakin's ability to have Cassian trade with Plo Koon, if nothing else. So he's very unlikely to get hit by that big 6 damage attack. But
But doing
looks
so
like he has,
adds 2 damage of his own.
yeah,
And we're at the point in the game where
it's
he's
true.
going to be really cautious about that.
It's going to be an open fire, kind of a basic card in some ways, but a good option here because he clears that Plo Koon without taking the 2 damage that you just mentioned and keeps his Cassian alive. So Cassian can now potentially trade with Quinlan, although with only 1 HP left, if Alex plays any unit with 3 or more cost, Quinlan's ping can be used to remove Cassian from the board. Let's see what Alex plays here.
And there
Oh
it is.
yeah, the Guerrilla Soldier. Very strong play here. Guerrilla Soldiers, Quinlan's ping is used to remove Cassian, then Guerrilla Soldier's indirect damage hits the base, readying the Guerrilla Soldier and getting Alex that much closer to destroying Kwaishan Jin's base, which now I believe has only 7 HP left. Here comes Anakin. It's a hot shot blaster on Quinlan. 5 damage to base.
Making the Green Squadron lethal. So that game ended quickly when we got to the end. The key difference there, I think, for Kwaishan from game one, which he won, was that they started at about the same pace, right? He was at about the same base damage by turn 3, 4, 5. But in game one, he was able to hold on because he had enough restore. That was the game he played double itinerant warrior, right? Healing 6 from his base, effectively turning that 28 HP force base into a 34 HP force base. Something, right, as high as if you start the game playing Lake Country. Here, he took some self damage from Anakin. Alex was able to put on some aggression, and Kwaishan was never able to play anything to lower his damage total,
Yeah.
which meant that Alex was able to reach that critical number 28 fast enough to stop Kwaishan from stabilizing.
Yeah, another point that I think may be relevant is that we did not see, in addition to not seeing any restore options in this game, we also did not see we didn't see a Chirrut or other card that can really go there and block. And Alex was able to just sort of push a lot of damage to the base, and it's an interesting thing. I think that generally speaking, the options for sentinels or other obstacles in the space arena are not really at the same level as the ones in the ground arena. There are some, so like the Conquered Dawn Interceptors, for
Sure.
instance, is a card that could potentially have been very helpful there for Kwaishan. But dealing with space aggression is a little harder, and furthermore, because space units generally don't have the force trait, with one exception, who can't even actually attack in space, these decks that are going for the force token tend to be ground skewed, which makes the space arena a kind of strong option for a more aggressive deck to attack.
Yep, opens up the space lane. And I believe you're referring to our dear space Leia Organa with that reference,
Yeah.
forgetting, of course, the iconic sneak attack combo that allows her to
Oh
enter
yes, of
space
course.
nonetheless ready.
Sneak attack Space Leia. Although I think I could be wrong, but my understanding is that the sneak attack Space Leia, usually you send her to the ground arena anyway because she buffs everything, including herself. But it is possible though.
You
It
can
is
imagine a
possible.
world. Yeah, absolutely. Now it looks like we have 15 minutes left in the round. There's some games still going on, so we might take a short break and come back for, I believe, the start of round two.
Yeah. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant, and this is McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier in New Jersey. We will be back with you guys soon. Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier in New Jersey. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant. I believe that the first round of Swiss is rapidly coming to its conclusion, and we should be bringing you the second round shortly. Grumpy, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, having a blast being here. Saw an exciting match between Quinlan Tarkentown and Anakin Blue Force round one. We'll see what we get to watch round two. Looks like final numbers are in. There are 92 players at the store today, which means going into round two, 46 of them remain undefeated, and 46 of them are hoping to what we call submarine their way to the top.
Yeah. And the odds of doing that are, obviously not going to be your odds of making the top 8 are not going to be as good if you lose round 1 relative to if you win round
Sure.
1. I mean, that seems pretty basic, but you are by no means out of it with a single loss. And I believe I have submarined up before, and I've seen other people do it as well. So there have even been some jokes about how that might in some sense be desirable because it will get you in principle easier matches for the rest of the event, although I don't know to what extent that actually proves true in practice, or whether that's just sort of the coping mechanism for those who find themselves in that spot.
To keep the spirit alive. It certainly cuts both ways. Sure, you're playing opponents who have already picked up a loss. And on the other hand, you have very little wiggle room when it comes to tiebreakers because every opponent that you beat then drops to 2 losses. And after our first breaker of your overall match score, we look to your total opponent's match win percentage. And the more losses your opponents have accrued, the lower that number will be for you.
Right. Now, I see the players moving around a lot on the crowd camera here. I think that means that pairings may have just been posted. So we should be bringing you round 2 of the Red Seal Gaming PQ very shortly. Let's see here.
There was a question in chat, what is Wu playing today? Wu appears to have returned to his tried and true strategy, Kira Data Vault, a deck that he made infamous post the Django ban during our Data Vault era. Had fallen out of favor a little bit during set 5, but potentially Wu bringing it back today.
Yeah, I think yeah, Kira is a relatively strong leader. I think perhaps similar to the Anakin that we saw previously, she has the ability to turn the corner relatively quickly and switch from a more defensive game plan to one where you're actually putting out quite a lot of damage, which I think is a pretty desirable trait to have in a leader that probably wants to play control for at least part of the game. Her ability to damage her own units in exchange for a shield can also pair really well with units that have grit. So I think she has some, I don't know, I think she has some real options.
Absolutely. And also, there's just some color pairings in this game that work well together. That Anakin deck we watched, one of them, red, blue hero, an effective color combination in this force set. But on the flip side, right, not force, but blue green villain. Proven to stand the test of time, has really powerful removal options in the form of Power of the Dark Side and Overwhelming Barrage together, has ramp options, just a deck build that can do a lot.
Yeah, I think that is a I think that's a good point. The blue green villain aspect combination has been popular from relatively early in the game's lifespan. I think when we were seeing the Spark of Rebellion meta, it was often the case at that time that there would be kind of like double blue or blue red villain or similar sorts of things for
Mhm.
control. But as the game moved on and we saw more sets, blue green villain really became a standout when it came to more control oriented builds. And even in the Spark of Rebellion meta, you had things like Krennic ECL, which were playing that blue green villain aspect combo.
Some folks will defend to this day the idea that Krennic ECL was the best deck in set one, just undiscovered in a land of Boba Fett's and Sabine's.
I personally think that going into the last events of set one, Krennic ECL was the deck to beat. I'm not saying that it was the true best deck in a fully assessed meta or whatever it is, but I remember thinking, yeah, Krennic ECL is a very real deck, and that it was one of the ones that I was planning around as we were going into some of those store showdowns and stuff, which at that time were the highest level events.
Well, there you have it, folks. Tower number 9 is a Krennic truther on stream with you now.
I um I don't actually think Krennic is really the best aggro leader. All thing or the best control leader. All thing he's certainly not the best aggro leader, but I don't think he's the best control leader, all things considered. But he had some real strengths, and there were some specific card interactions that were very relevant at that time. So one example would be that ambushing a consortium Star Viper with ECL against your opponent's early space fighter was an
Mhm.
extremely strong play. And I think Krennic probably had the best version of it because his ability would then buff it up to strength 4, which
Yep.
would mean a card like Millennium Falcon would not actually be able to clear it and remain on the field.
Absolutely. Speaking of strong plays, we have two strongly positioned decks here facing off against each other in round two. Manifested from chat, we have Wu on Kira Data Vault facing Jason on Yoda Red Force.
Yeah. Should be interesting. Kind of some decks here that I think are more oriented towards a longer game for sure. Krennic is kind of or I said Krennic again. Kira is kind of a control deck, and Yoda is a. We'll see just what version of it Jason's playing there, but Yoda is at minimum a leader that deploys very late and tends to have quite a few late game cards planned.
Yep. Both decks have the option to play long, grindy games. I know that Wu is a tight and often fast player. I don't know how quickly Jason navigates this Yoda deck, but this is a matchup that the players sitting down might think has a risk of going to time. And so we'll see how much time these players choose to spend thinking and how much time they choose to just play briskly in the hopes of getting those crucial 2 wins before the 55-minute round ends.
Well, things are already moving pretty fast. On turn one, Wu brought out Dr. Pershing and Jason played C3PO, missing the draw. On turn two, Wu clears C3PO with a Power of the Dark Side. Jason plays a Yoda, and Wu takes a draw with Dr. Pershing.
Now, this is a game where both players know they have time, right? Wu has time to draw cards, to build options in his hand. Jason knows that Wu's going to do this, and so wants to make sure he can match that card advantage engine that Kira started to build with the Pershing. So both players are going to jostle not so much for base damage early, but really for board positioning, for hand advantage, and here we see with the Super Laser Technician for resource advantage, right? Wu now threatening to go one resource up over Jason. Jason responding by saying, I'm going to go one or two cards up over you with this Kiadi Mundi, matched, of course, by Wu's card draw from the Pershing. Looks like we might be in for a longer game.
Yeah, Pershing now being used to kill the Super Laser Technician, creating a ready resource and drawing a card. Yoda's ability used because that Super Laser Technician died. So Jason getting to refine his hand a bit here.
Also,
And
now opening the opportunity for Wu to flip Kira on his 5 resources, Jason's 4 resources. Kira may not be long for this world, facing down a Kiade Mundi on the other side, but she may be able to clear the Yoda, clean up a little bit of Jason's board, and again, take us into what looks like the start of a very long game one.
yeah, and it is important to note that with Kira's grit, she's now swinging for 6 damage, which means that Jason is probably going to want to clear her sooner rather than later. Let's see how that pans out. Late night gaming in the chat agrees with us, saying it looks like it's going to be a grinder. It's yeah, could be a long game. We'll see how things go. I do see a Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight in Jason's hand. Very strong card, but not one that's going to be playable
No.
for a bit unless we also see a You're My Only Hope.
The question for Jason will be, which unit is scarier? Is Pershing's ability to now draw 3 or more cards the thing that he needs to answer? Or is Kira's ability to deal 6 damage to the base on a 28 HP base the thing that needs to be answered. Neither option, so he chooses the damage, leaving the card draw on the table.
Yeah, and Pasquale in chat was favoring the option of killing Pershing, but that is
Yeah.
not what Jason chose here.
There's nothing scarier than facing a Kira Data Vault deck on 6, going into 7, going into 8 resources, and then holding 6, 7, or 8 cards. Right? Their deck is full of answers. It's full of single removal, Power of the Dark Side. It's full of heal, Reinforcement Walker. It's full of go wide, Darth Vader ambush. It's full of top end, Avengers. And so Akira with options is one of the hardest things in this game to beat.
Looks like we see an Agent Callus played with no ambush, not necessarily the strongest thing for Wu, but it does develop his board. Jason brings out a copy of Chirrut here.
But crucially, Tower, not the strongest unit in stats, but another draw engine for Wu.
Yeah,
Every time a unique unit dies, once per action phase, he'll draw a card. So if he has a takedown for this turret, that's a takedown that also draws a card.
absolutely. And it looks like it's
Or a
going to be an
maul.
ambush with Maul that is going to be enough to kill Chirrut. Although Jason could use the force here to prevent the overwhelm damage, opts not to do so. Callus's
Yep.
ability now being used for that card draw. And like you said, Grumpy, Wu is really seeing a lot of card advantage this game.
We don't have a hand cam. Wu's holding his hand off camera, but I imagine it is very full right now.
Mace Windu hits the field, and the force is used to clear out that Agent Callus. That does mean that we're probably going to see. Well, it's interesting. So if Wu takes the draw now, Mace can kill Maul without Maul getting another chance to attack. Wu opts to take the initiative. Jason uses Yoda's ability, and we're on to the next turn.
Well, and it's likely that Wu has some sort of removal that's going to allow him to clear that mace while keeping both his Maul and his Pershing alive.
I would be very surprised to see that Mace live through this turn, even if there isn't removal from Wu. Oh, it looks like there isn't a direct removal. It's going to be a trade. Maul swings into Mace Windu. That is going to do 1 overwhelm damage to the base as well. That's interesting.
It's interesting. Perhaps Wu saying, "I'm not trying to kill you right now. Right? I don't need to keep my units on the board. I don't need to keep that damage pressure. I have a hand full of cards. I'm going to win this game inevitably. I'm just going to trade us 1 for 1 or 1 for 2 as long as I can until I'm at 12, 13, 14 resources, dropping Devastators, dropping Avengers, and locking the game down at that point."
Yeah, it looked like Wu had a 7 or 8 card hand, and with another Pershing draw, I think that's going to go up to 8 or 9 cards. Now,
And notably,
Jason, go ahead.
uh, Wu playing Data Vault, starting this game with 60 cards. Yoda not known for a mill strategy. That means Wu can comfortably rely on all of his card draw and know that he's probably not going to run out of cards, even if this game goes incredibly long.
Now, Jason plays Yaddle, but it looks like Wu is going to respond with Darth Vader. Wow, and he brings out a new Dr. Pershing, replacing his old one, essentially acting as a heal. Um, Loopy pointing out that Yoda's turn can be just as impactful as Kira's, if not more, although without any other unit on the field, it's possible that Yoda would be removed by power of the dark side if there's not something that Jason can play to cover that. Pasquale suggesting that Pershing being on the board this long seems like it might just be too much for Jason, and we'll see. We'll see if that ends up being the case. But Wu's card advantage has certainly been very strong.
And this goes back to those, we saw this in our first round of the tournament. Early choices that the players make in turns 1 and 2. Do I attack a unit or do I attack the base? Which of my opponent's units do I attack? Those will have repercussions that come later in the game that you don't even realize at the time you're making this choice, right? It's very possible here that the decision to save 6 damage on the base by killing that buffed up Kira, leaving the card draw engine alive, meant that Wu just has too much momentum going into the late game. Loopy's right, this Yoda flip has the opportunity to potentially slow things down a little bit, although with a shielded Vader and a 5 health Pershing, Yoda can only do so much on his own.
Yeah, and I don't know why exactly this happened. It looks like Yoda's when deployed ability might have been missed there by Jason. I'm not sure, but I don't think he discarded that card.
Interesting.
And
It's
I
possible that he had used Yoda's ability to put a card on top that he then realized he wanted to keep and did not want to
yeah.
lose. But if that's the case, that seems like potentially a sequencing issue or certainly an unforced error on the part of Jason.
Yeah, he only needed a 2-cost card to kill that Dr. Pershing, which would have been very impactful. And now Yoda is cleared by power of the dark side, but Jason brings out Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight, who gives -6/-6 to Pershing and clears him,
Yeah.
only to be
Now,
met by a Fell the Dragon.
look at just the board, right? Both boards now completely empty. Both players getting towards the top of their resource curve. Yoda with the opportunity to drop Crate Dragons, Kira with the opportunity to drop Avengers and Devastators. Feels potentially even matched, but even a Crate Dragon here that, let's say, Wu chooses to answer with an Avenger or Devastator, taking 9 or 10 to the base. Well, Wu's only at 4 right now. That would bring him to 13 or 14 with still 19 or 20 life remaining.
Yeah.
Jason very much has an uphill battle to bring Wu from 4 to 33.
That is absolutely right, Grumpy. And I believe Wu has a fair few extra cards in hand relative to Jason as well. I would not necessarily want to be Jason in this scenario. Something big. There is a Crate Dragon.
Here's the Crate Dragon, but with the Crate Dragon alone on the field, something as simple as a Power of the Dark Side. Although, nope, we're going to see the
Gonna
full
be an
9.
Avenger. Yeah. So, like you said, Grumpy, this is a big chunk of damage onto Wu's base, but with Wu having that powerful data vault and not having taken much damage, I think Wu can say, I can afford to take that.
It also means that Jason now has to clear this Avenger before he can play another unit like a Luke or a Crate Dragon. Because if he plays another Crate Dragon on the board as he did this turn, well, now Wu doesn't have to play a card to defeat it. He just attacks
Right.
space with the Avenger, takes no damage back.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Jason here, but it is by no means over. Let's see how this goes. If he has a Fell the Dragon, for instance, that could be a solid response to that Avenger. Um, Looking at his
Pasquale in the
hand,
chat.
though, I'm not immediately seeing an answer.
Pasquale in the chat, one of the best Yoda players in the country, pointing out that Jason here needed to get more aggression early in the form of things like a ray trigger, in the form of things like more units on the board for early aggression. It seems like Yoda may have missed that window, and the rest of game one might just be Yoda holding on for as long as he can, potentially trying to reset and do a little bit more, a little bit faster in game two.
The Avenger swings on in. Jason now playing the daughter. Unfortunately, in my opinion, a very weak card in this scenario. Kind of an
Yep.
anti-aggro card against an opponent who is not really playing aggro. And to make matters worse, Jason doesn't even have the force. However, he does have a forced throw, and Wu does not immediately kill the daughter. This could be an opportunity to play out the forced throw, but I don't think. Yeah, I
But
mean,
with
I
Wu
don't think that.
having 10 cards in his hand, right? A
Right.
force throw is likely not going to have the intended effect. Really, you're going to want to hit that 8 to kill that Avenger, potentially then having to force throw yourself, losing then really important ammunition that's going to help you finish the game.
He force throws a Mace Windu for 6 damage to the Avenger.
Yeah, now he's holding
Under
on to an Anakin unit in his hand, so I think he's hoping to take the initiative, play the Anakin unit, and finish the Avenger first action next turn. But now with Wu giving that Avenger 4 power or 4 health remaining, the Anakin unit alone is not going to be able to clear it.
Yeah, craving power +2/+2 on the Avenger and deals damage equal to its power, clearing out the daughter. And then Wu is also going to bring out Ogdo Bogdo and use Kira's ability on it, damaging it, which enables it to attack and giving it a shield. This is looking extremely grim for Jason. I mean, at this point, I don't even know, like, even if you had an out of aspect super laser blast, which seems very unlikely, it would
Yep.
actually not be even all that good because Wu has a huge amount of resources and a bunch of cards in hand. So Jason in
Now
a
here's
lot of
the
trouble here.
Here's the question for Jason, right? This is not suggesting anything about the caliber of player he is. Any caliber of player can lose games. If you are a control player and you are in a control mirror and you see yourself in this position, 16 minutes have gone by on the clock, right? 16
Right.
minutes, not quite a third of a 55-minute round, but starting to get close. You know your chances of winning this game are becoming infinitesimally smaller every round that goes by. At what point do you say, I concede? I'm not going to win this game. I have a chance of winning the next two. I'd like to keep that chance alive, right? The more time he spends on this game, the higher the risk that the players don't even finish game two and he loses one game to none, or the higher the risk that even if he wins game two, they don't finish game three, which means that the end score is 1-1 draw. Um, Really, ultimately, a player's decision for what to do, but something that, as a control player, Jason should be thinking about at this point.
Yeah, I think personally, I think it would have been appropriate. I mean, he can use his time how he wants, but I think it would have been appropriate to scoop for time after the end of that previous turn. We do see Jason fighting back some this turn. We have a Anakin Skywalker was used to kill Ogdo Bogdo. Avenger then swung for more damage to base and killed Anakin. Jason used an open fire, I think, to kill Avenger.
Yeah.
Um,
Now,
and
one
more
reason
units from Wu.
is to potentially hope that your opponent is going to make a mistake, right? They're going to give you a window. But two things are true, right? One, Kira with a fistful of cards, even if they make a mistake, will be able to recover. And two, a player of Wu's caliber is unlikely to make the kind of mistake that's going to let you squeak in the wind. So, really, here, and we see it, there's no reason for Jason to keep going. We're going to go to game two.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I do think if he had used the open fire on the Avenger before playing Anakin, I think that might have been more favorable. But I'm wondering now if he had like needed to use a Yoda's ability to draw into the open fire or something, and therefore had to do something else to cause a unit to die first. Not entirely sure. Rough game for
I
Jason
think
though. Lots and lots of card advantage from Wu.
the difference between those lines impacts perhaps which turn he dies on, does
Right. I
not
mean, it's pretty
impact
over
whether or not
anyway.
he gets the game. Yeah.
Well,
So the
we
question
did
going,
eventually see the scoop for time. We'll see whether or not it was enough time.
yeah.
But yeah.
And going into sideboarding, the question for the Yoda player, seeing how that game one plays out. Certainly, one question is going to be, how do I stop that card advantage engine? I would hope, based on that experience, Jason may choose to prioritize taking out units like Pershing over units like Kira that are going to present some early base damage. But then the other question for Jason is, how aggressive do I want my deck to become? And how aggressive can I make my deck given the sideboard that I brought? You noted a card like the Daughter, an excellent card against aggro decks to help slow the bleeding, potentially not going to do much here in the Skira matchup. Is there a way we can shift some of our cards around to put Wu on a little bit of a faster clock? Wu, probably knowing this, may also choose to lower his curve a little bit, bring in some things to stop the bleeding, or may lean into the control route and say, I don't think there's anything this Yoda can do to become fast enough to stop me from hitting my Avengers, to stop me from hitting my Devastators.
Yeah. I think the stuff that Pasquale was saying earlier with respect to Yoda needing to push that extra damage and in particular get raid triggers going earlier on in the
Yeah,
game might be able to set him up for that scenario where yes, the opponent is going to have Avenger and Devastator, but you are going to be playing like you're going to have a bunch of damage on their base already and you're going to be playing like a crate dragon or something. So even if they bring out one of those big cards, if there's enough damage on the base, Crate Dragon's ability is putting huge pressure on them.
yeah.
But in that game, even though we saw the Crate Dragon, it wasn't very much pressure because Wu could afford to just take 9 damage.
Take 9 damage to base. That's exactly right. I also don't think Tower, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we saw a single Ray trigger from Jason that entire game, despite the fact that a unit died almost every turn, and he had the opportunity to trigger Yoda almost every turn. It's possible that just luck of the draw got to him and his rays were stacked on the bottom. It's possible that he resourced one because he didn't think it fit into his game plan. But one way or another, I think if he's going to have a stronger chance in game two, Pasquale is right. He needs to get that free damage online early to start doing 2 damage to that 33 health base every turn that he can.
Yeah, I think that Ray is a very strong interaction with Yoda in particular. So, for the viewers who may not be as familiar with this card, what we're talking about is the new Ray with Palpatine's Power, a card from the Legends of the Force set. So, this version of Ray is a 5 cost 5/5, which is not really all that exciting, but she has a very unusual ability where if you draw this card during the action phase, so not during the normal end of turn draw, if you control an aggression leader or base, you may reveal this card from your hand. And if you do, deal 2 damage to a unit and 2 damage to a base. And Yoda's hand manipulation makes this ability extremely strong because you can set up scenarios that allow you to, put this back on top of your deck and then resolve some kind of draw effect. And that damage to the enemy units and base can really add up. Yoda is probably the deck that has the easiest time exploiting this ability and really driving a lot of value from it.
Yeah, sometimes Fantasy Flight Games says we are going to design a powerful card with a specific leader in mind. It appears that they had Yoda in mind when they were designing Rey. Yoda currently the only leader in the option, that leader in the game that gives you the option to put a card from your hand back on top of the deck. If we get more effects like this, either other leader abilities or cards that do so, of course, other trading card games have this effect quite often, then we might see other leaders start to branch out and play Rey. But right now, Rey might as well say, if Yoda is your leader, do this effect.
Looks like on the first turn, we're going to see Adi Gallia from Jason and Pike Sentinel for Wu. And those units then crash into each other twice and trade.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be the draw a card X-Wing here for Jason, met by a Power of the Dark Side, which I think Jason is not so unhappy about because he did take that 2 damage and drew a card. So he is up a card in that interaction. And as we saw in the last game, card advantage can be quite relevant in this matchup.
Yeah, notably, Jason choosing not to use Yoda's ability before drawing from his space unit. Of course, if he'd done so, played the 3/2 space unit and drawn Rey, he would have been forced to kill his own unit with the 2 damage to a unit, but he could have always used the Yoda to filter prior to using the draw power from his unit.
Yeah, and it is worth noting also that you can choose not to resolve Ray. So
Of
if
course.
he did draw Ray under those circumstances, he could just not resolve the ability at all, but he would not be able to do 2 damage to the base and not kill his own unit.
Yes, that is a
So
weird effect.
there is some potential value because he may have thought, oh, well, who's to say if Wu will draw a unit here? Now we're going to see Owen Lars here from Jason. This is an interesting card, often a kind of restore based unit. And in this case, may be quite useful as a buffer against Power of the Dark Side, especially because if he's defeated, that's going to be some more card advantage. Um, we also see a Secretive Sage from Jason, and Wu brings out a Death Trooper, knocking the shield off of the Secretive Sage.
Owen Lars also potentially a way for Jason to find that Ray to get those pings going. It seems like he likely does not have one in hand as of now, and is likely going to need one if he wants to start presenting serious damage to Wu's base.
Jason swings in with his Secretive Sage, trading with that Death Trooper. The Death Trooper was forced to damage itself with no other units on the board. Then it's going to be Agent Callus from Wu ambushing and defeating Owen Lars. So Wu is going to get to draw a card, but Jason is going to get to search the top 5 for a force unit.
Yeah. Now we're seeing the rhythm of this game play out pretty similar to game one. Neither player able to present much aggression. Wu, of course, probably not planning on that. Jason perhaps needing to do that. The one difference being Wu does not have as strong a draw engine set up. In game one, he started with a Pershing that ended up drawing him 3, 4, 5 cards. Now he has Agent Callus, drawn 1 card so far, potentially will draw more, but Jason has been able to keep up with that card draw, drawing 1 from a space unit, drawing 1 from Owen Lars. we'll see how this plays out if we get to the later turns. Will Jason be able to sustain momentum, or is just getting to the later turns enough for Wu to grind this game out?
Yeah, I think while there are definitely some similarities, but not having that Pershing on Wu's side of the board is a big deal.
Yep, there's no Pershing, there's no ramp from Wu this time. He's been forced to play sort of on curve in tandem with Jason. Jason continuing that card draw with Chiari Mundi. So now in this game, it's Jason who potentially has too many cards to fit into his hand. Wu looks like holding on to just, I think, 4 cards there.
Yeah, and we saw the Kira flip, but it looks like Wu is going to take the initiative rather than making a swing here with Kira. Let's see what his next move will be. Zelda Hat Guy asks, could he have used Kyoto to put Ray back on top and then drawn it with Chiari?
Don't remember what caused him to draw the ray in the first instance. If it was off the Owen Lars, very likely. Potentially a missed opportunity from Jason to clear that Agent Callus, put 2 more damage on base.
All right. We're going to start off with a Power of the Dark Side here from Wu, defeating Chiari Mundi. Jason is then going to bring out Anakin Skywalker, giving -3/-3 to Agent Callus and removing him. 3 more resources for a Super Laser Technician here on Wu's side of the board. And yeah, chat's discussing that interaction. I believe that I believe we saw Owen Lars's draw for the Ray, and then it was it was not, I believe, triggered on Chiari Mundi as well. That might have been a missed opportunity there for Jason. And Kira swung to base for 4, and there was a Super Laser Tech in addition to that Power of the Dark Side here from Wu this turn.
Yeah. If I'm Wu, I'm pretty happy with how the rhythm of this game is going. We're now on 7 resources. Sure, Yoda can flip this turn. Right now, the only thing it can kill is the Super Laser Tech. I want that to die anyway. I only have 2 damage on my base. Jason is choosing to kill my leader instead of putting 5 damage on my base, right? I'm very comfortable. I know that I have time to get to my late game bombs. I know that I have time to craft a longer term game plan. Maybe it's a super laser blast into an Avenger. There's no particular rush here. And again, that means Jason, the window might be closing for him to put enough pressure on to end this game.
Yeah. Now, one relevant thing to note is, I mean, this is not what we actually saw. Actually, hang on here. Yeah, so Anakin takes out Rey.
Kira, correct.
Yeah, yes, not Rey, Kira. Then the Super Laser Tech there. I think Super Laser Tech just swung base.
Yep.
And then Yaddle played for Jason, Darth Vader for Wu, and let's see what that search is going to find. Darth Vader has been one of the strongest cards in the game ever since Spark of Rebellion. But, I think that once Maul came out, there was a kind of cheaper alternative to Vader for a lot of decks. But
Yep.
it certainly didn't displace Vader completely. I believe Wu's running both.
Yeah, they fill slightly different roles. Vader, both of them, of course, giving you the incredibly powerful ambush mechanic. Vader giving you the ability to both go wide, something that can be useful, and the ability to search your deck for an answer. Maul, a little bit more just aggressive, but also with the opportunity to kill some meddlesome 7 health leaders, things like Quinlan. So similar cards that they're both 7 cost green ambush units.
Now,
But they
wait a
feel
minute. I'm sorry to cut you off, Grumpy, but I believe Jason has just once again flipped Yoda with no when deployed ability.
which seems surely an error given there's a 2 cost Inferno 4 in that space unit, in space arena, that almost any card in his deck, short of an Owen Lars, would be able to remove. Um, whether that's, nerves from playing on stream, understandable. Whether that's potentially being newer to a deck, still learning its distinct mechanics. Whatever the reason, another potentially missed opportunity, unforced error from Jason here.
We do see Ray also being played from hand here. So there is now a 5/5 body on the field for Jason. Woo's going to opt to trade his Wounded Vader for that Ray. Um, yeah, I do think that Yoda's when deployed ability is very strong, and that not taking it in either of these games
Yeah.
is surprising to me.
Oh, many folks would say that one of the reasons to play the Yoda leader is because of his ability to have such a strong impact on deploy.
Yeah,
That
and
being said,
you still get a good stat line, and you still get restore too. So it's not like he
yeah,
does nothing, but even so.
yeah. And despite all of this, Jason having Wu up to 15, having all 8 of his resources available, having Yoda on the board that can't be removed by Avenger, although something like a Craven Power or Overwhelming Barrage would do the trick.
Yeah. It's a So Avenger killed Anakin. I believe Jason force throws a Crate Dragon to clear the Avenger. Inferno 4 swinging base. And Wu's out of resources for the turn, but Jason still has quite a few, lots of resource efficiency on that force throw, of course. And he's going to bring out a Mace Windu. Will he use the force here to clear Inferno 4? It looks like he's maybe considering that now.
Yeah, doing so, clears the unit off the board, but you're not at risk of dying quickly and giving Wu the opportunity to search for an answer if he doesn't have one, potentially harmful. The thing to note about the force throw play, very efficient way to clear the Avenger, dropping your own Crate Dragon. One concern being Crate Dragon is one of Jason's best answers to close this game out. Wu
Right.
currently at 15, 18 health remaining. It's possible that that Crate Dragon's going to be sorely missed in a few rounds if Jason can get Wu into the mid 20s, and need something to just bring that extra few damage to bring it home.
Wu fires off Palpatine's return, bringing back Avenger and clearing Mace Windu. Yoda still on the field though, and lots of resources for Jason. Let's see what he does with them. It's going to be a key, or no, I thought it was Kiadi Mundi, but it's going to be the Fell the Dragon to clear Avenger. And I think he does have the Kiadi Mundi in hand as well to build up some more card advantage. Yeah, there
Yep.
we go.
And so Jason's still very much in this, depending on what Wu has in his hand, depending on if he's got some answers to this not insignificant board that Jason has developed.
Yeah, I would say that Jason's ahead right now. I think that Owen Lars here is a pretty solid play. The restore is actually useful because there is some damage built up on Jason's base, but it also means if Wu fires a super laser blast, Owen Lars's ability will give at least some compensation there.
Yep. And the potential opportunity to find another ray and add 2 more damage to the base.
Good point. Super Laser Blast from Wu would be strong here in that it would also kill his own Inferno 4 and thereby set him up to do some filtering of those top cards with the when defeated ability. But Wu's going to play a Maul here, ambushing and defeating Yoda. And let's see how Jason responds.
And it looks like this might be the start of Wu trying to close that window on Jason. The Kiadi attack can bring Wu from 19 to 23. There'll be 10 HP left. Wu potentially, here we go, playing a Sentinel out, a 2/3 Sentinel. And so it's going to now make it very, very difficult for Jason to bring this game home.
Yeah, this is kind of where this is the sort of situation where I think Jason would really like to see that Crate Dragon that we saw Force thrown to take out the Avenger earlier.
Now, of course, if he doesn't force throw the Crate Dragon, it's possible he doesn't have a way to kill the Avenger, and so then
Right.
isn't able to sustain a board. Anyway, but
Another Crate Dragon.
here we
This
go.
is big.
That is uh Will it be enough is the question. Very challenging for Wu to deal with. Something like an overwhelming barrage or craving power on the Maul isn't enough to take out that 10 HP. Anything you play, a Devastator would be lethal immediately because Wu only has 10 health remaining. Power of the Dark Side can't get it because of 2 units. It's really potentially only Fell the Dragon right now in Wu's deck that could answer this Crate Dragon and still keep him alive on board.
Yeah, and I think we do see a minor play error there where Owen Lars attacked into the Pike Sentinel to heal the base
Mm,
here. Should have taken
yeah.
2 damage there. And platform 327 pointing out the same thing in chat. But yeah, it looks like that's corrected now. Um, okay, so let's see what Jason does here. Now, Wu is being annoying. He gives a shield to his Pike Sentinel, which means that the Crate Dragon is being blocked here. But Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight shows up, debuffing that Pike Sentinel and bringing it off the field. Any response from Wu is going to trigger that Crate Dragon ability. It's going to be a Fell the Dragon. As you said earlier, might be his best option, but still going to be 4 more damage to the base. And now we're going to see another 4 damage to that base from Ki-Adi-Mundi. The damage is really adding up here for Wu.
Bringing him to 31, I believe. An attack from either unit lethal. Wu needing a way to clear this board. No super laser blast to be seen. A single ray trigger enough to end this game. Wu's in trouble.
Maul trades for Luke, and then Wu's going to actually play another Maul, defeating Ki-Adi-Mundi, doing some overwhelm damage. Maul takes 4 damage. Still an Owen Lars on the field. Owen Lars could crash into Maul here and die. And if we see a Ray that ends the game, it's going to be a X-Wing
Oh,
revealing Ray, and that's it.
a ray off the top. Well, congratulations to
Okay.
Jason for pulling this one out. And we do, in fact, go to game 3 with 17 minutes remaining. So, again, a question from early on, potentially coming back to haunt these players. Will they have enough time to finish?
Yeah, I think that is a very relevant question to be asking in a game again with these two kind of late game oriented decks. But yeah, congratulations to Jason on the win there. I think that was much better for him than the first game, which was kind
Yeah.
of rough. And we'll see whether or not he can repeat that performance going into game 3. Um,
Both
maybe he
games
can
so
even use
far.
Yoda's ability this time.
Yeah. Both games so far have gone to the player that was able to generate the most card advantage through early card draw on rounds, turns, 1 through 5 or 6. Game 1, it was Wu with the Dr. Pershing engine, followed up by Agent Callus. Game 2, Jason was able to chain Owen Lars, Ki-Adi-Mundi, just to keep a hand that was big enough to keep presenting new threats every time Wu had an answer. What that meant was without Wu's card draw engine, he ran out of ways to keep the board clear, which let Jason keep getting attacks in, which let Jason play a Crate Dragon to add some damage, and it was enough for Jason to bring things home.
Yeah. Uh, Very cool. Kind of a stylish win also with that Ray trigger to do the last points of
Yeah.
damage. One of the most distinctive things about this Yoda Red deck is that ability to use Ray. So interesting scenario there. And yeah, we're gonna be moving on to game 3 with a little bit more than 15 minutes left. We will see how this goes.
Okay. Now I'm not sure, Tower, if that Ray reveal to end the game. I think Yoda may have died that turn, which means it potentially was a blind Ray flip, that there was just Ray waiting on the top of the deck. It's possible
Interesting.
Jason had used Yoda to put the Ray on top, so he knew it was there. But there's nothing more exciting than needing a particular card on the top of your deck to winning the game, and your deck complying and saying, "I'll give you what you need."
Is that what happened? Yeah, I'm trying to think back now. I don't remember if I thought Yoda had died the previous turn, but you might be right. And it is worth noting that if he didn't know Ray was there, he did still have the opportunity to crash Owen Lars in and
Yep.
die on purpose to get the more advanced search for array. It's going to be a Yaddle start here for Jason. I think Wu missed his turn one play.
Hmm. It's possible, or possibly Wu saying, "I'm going to open with the power of the dark side."
Yeah,
Nope.
but he
Here's
was
an
going he
Octopus.
had the initiative though, so he would have had the opportunity to play a card on that first turn and still have
Oh,
power of the
sure.
dark side. It's gonna be an Ogdo Bogdo here for Wu. Um, Very powerful card, but a little bit less immediately threatening in this deck compared to the Hantu Blue, because Wu is probably going to have to use Kira's ability or find some other way to damage his own Ogdo Bogdo before it can actually attack.
Yep. Notably, Kira putting 2 damage on Ogdobogdo lets Ogdobogdo attack, but also puts a shield, which means that if
Right,
Ogdobogdo, for example, takes out this Yaddle, it will now heal that 2 damage back, take no damage because of the shield, and once again be unable to attack, requiring
right.
another shield from Kira before it can do anything else. So I think meant to be a more aggressive card in certain matchups and go to base. Here, using it defensively, ends up being a little bit of an obstacle for Wu, having to spend a resource every turn potentially to keep this card alive. Oh, but he has
Hey,
another way
there's
to
a
do
nice option. Death Trooper played using its when played ability to deal 2 damage to Yaddle and 2 damage to Ogdo Bogdo, enabling an attack without. Whoa, look at this. He set up
it.
a he set up You're My Only Hope for Anakin Skywalker, and with the defeated Yoda gives -3/-3 and clears Ogdo. That is a big play from Jason.
Big play. This game looking very different from Jason, coming out of the gate strong, putting some units on the board, applying some pressure, a 5/7 going into the 5 resource turn, presenting a lot of damage to base or the opportunity to keep Wu's board clear.
Yeah, now, of course, Kira's flip is very powerful. If Kira flips here into Anakin, oh, but it's not going to matter because we actually see a Fell the Dragon used to clear out Anakin Skywalker. One resource left here for Wu. Jason still hasn't used his. Yaddle puts some extra damage on the base before being cleared by the Death Trooper. Will we see a Kira flip this turn? I think it may depend on what Jason plays here.
Very possible. Jason potentially looking for a ray, or already has a ray, which would let him finish off that Death Trooper.
Yoda used, I think Wu passes. Yeah, Jason finding the ray with C3PO clears the Death Trooper and 2 more damage.
Yep. Now this is
Kira
too
now
dangerous of
flips.
an engine, so Wu has to get rid of the
Oh,
C3PO, but
Kira
he's not
flips
able
into
to.
an open fire.
So even though Jason's board is now mostly clear that Anakin is gone, he's still sitting with a potential card draw engine in the form of C3PO. He's got 8 damage on Wu's base. Wu has nothing on the board, no card draw engine going. Um, this game is a little bit more action packed than the early game we saw
Yeah.
from games 1 and 2.
There have been some big plays already early on in this game, and I think I would rather be in Jason's position here. But Wu's fighting back. Agent Callus arrives, ambushing and defeating C3PO, and that's going to be a card draw for Wu as well with Agent Callus's ability. He also has a resource left over, could potentially use Kira's ability on Callus, putting some damage and a shield on there. But let's see what
Yeah.
Jason has as a response.
Now, here's the thing. We know Jason has a ray in hand.
Yeah.
Every single time that Wu kills a unit, he turns on Yoda's ability to put that ray on top, and then anything from a Kiadi Mundi and another C3PO, any card that draws, lets Jason get that ray trigger every turn in the game.
As predicted, Wu uses Kira's ability to shield and damage Callus. Jason plays out Poe Dameron. I don't think there's going to be a card draw
Nope.
for a raid this turn. Yeah, we're on to the next turn.
So an explosive start from Jason, potentially starting to slow down. If Wu has a way to clear this Poe, power of the dark
But
side, another
we
Fell
still have Yoda's
Dragon.
flip though. That could happen. I believe that could happen this turn. I think this is the 7 resource turn.
Yep.
Um, Overwhelming Barrage, killing Poe. That is going to also allow a card draw. Now, if Jason can find a card that will allow Yoda to flip and kill Callus. Oh, it's just going to be a Fell the
No,
Dragon killing Callus. Okay.
Yoda choosing to fell the dragon when we saw a mace in his hand. It's possible he resourced that ray. So choosing to use the fell when he could have used the Yoda flip to kill the Agent Callus. Let's hope he flips the Yoda and uses it to kill this Pike Sentinel. But it's possible
Right.
that Jason says, I can win this game without using one of my leader's most powerful abilities.
Yeah, he certainly hasn't used it in any of the other rounds. He's going to flip Yoda. And once
Oh,
again,
no. Oh,
wait, no,
please
no,
tell
no,
me.
no. He's doing it. Okay,
Okay,
he's doing it. He's doing it. He
there we
fires
go.
off Yoda's ability for once in this match, killing the Pike Sentinel with an entrenched and then swinging in with Yoda. Wu a bit on the back foot here, I feel. 12 damage on the base, no units on board, while Jason has leader unit Yoda and unit Yoda. It's a timely intervention here for Darth Vader. Nice.
Oh,
Very strong double kill there and no damage taken in return.
devastating.
Extremely powerful interaction. Darth
That is
Vader
exactly what we needed.
yeah, so um, Darth Vader, the Legend of the Force version, is one of the strongest ambushes in the game because he can put a shield on any opposing unit, including leaders, and then kill them with his on attack ability that can kill a shielded unit while also attacking a second unit. And that's exactly what we saw. The shield put on Vader and then one on Yoda, and then the attack into the unit Yoda. Um, but I don't know if it will end up being enough. Jason is still very much alive here, playing out a Mace Windu and damaging Darth Vader, then also bringing out Owen Lars.
Wu, of course, only at 12, although an attack from Mace will bring that up to 18. So still has a fair amount of life to play with. But again, a difference between this game and game one is Wu was not able to get a card draw engine online. No Dr. Pershing to keep his hand full. We said at the start of the game that there's nothing scarier than a Kira Data Vault with options in their hand. But a Kira Data Vault without options in their hand is quite limited in terms of how she can respond to different threats on the board.
Yeah, and I think Wu has seen, I believe, one or two card draws from his agent Callus, but has
Yep.
otherwise not been hitting the draws as heavily. Now, interestingly, it looks like Vader is going to kill Owen Lars here, and this is going to potentially set up Rey, but it isn't going to be a Rey, it's going to be Ki Mundi.
Potentially, Wu saying the removal I have in my hand is a power of the dark side. If I play that, you'll just sack your Owen Lars. I'd like to be able to get your Mace Windu. So, or what's better than a
Ooh,
power of a dark
setting up
side? An
Avenger.
Avenger. Um, Wu starting
If
to
that
say, I'm
had
going to try and
if
keep this
that had
board.
hit Rey, Vader could have been off the board. But Avenger now here, and I wonder if Jason's wishing he kept that Fell the Dragon that he had earlier, and used Yoda's ability to kill Agent Callus instead. I don't know for
Yep.
sure, but I think Fell the Dragon would be very helpful against this Avenger. He does have that Ki Mundi to search for more cards, and that is what he's going to go for here.
Potentially trying to find something like a force throw, something like another fell, another ray to finish the Darth Vader. Oh,
It
there's
is
the
a Fell.
fell.
There's a Fell. Um,
So Wu doing a good job of slowing the game down a bit. There's still a threat on the side of the board, but of note, we're now at 6 minutes remaining. Jason has 0 damage on its base. So for Wu, the
yeah.
question becomes, can I win fast enough? And for Jason, for Wu, the question becomes, can I win at all? For Jason, the question becomes, can I win fast enough? It may be that Wu's optimal play here is to go for the draw, to say, I'm not going to be able to get 28 damage on your base, but I can at least stop you from winning. Jason's going to have to find a way to get 15 more damage through in the next 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, and when that time is up, you do still get to finish the current round and then potentially play one
Of
more
course.
round as well if needed. So there's a little more time than that, but it's still not great. We see Vader trading for Ki. We then see the daughter played by Jason only to be met by a power of the dark side, and then um, Jason is going to fire a "You're my only hope" into Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight. Here comes a Vader. Are we going to see the Death Trooper here that would
I think
allow
I
Vader
saw
to
it there,
kill
which
Luke?
is exactly what Wu wants. Yep, the
Yeah,
Death
here
Trooper
it
plus
is.
the Darth Vader makes the 7. That's enough to take out Luke Skywalker with both
Now
units
Wu
for
has
Wu
turned things
surviving.
around at least some. He's now the only player with a board, still far behind on base HP, and his units are damaged. But we'll see. We'll see whether Jason can build back up. This would be a great time for Jason to get Ray going here,
Yeah.
because a Ray activation could not only add more damage, it could also kill Vader or this Death Trooper. Let's see what Jason has in store.
Now, we saw Jason trigger a ray earlier this game, but we haven't seen it again, which makes me worry that he chose to resource it. One would think that keeping that ray engine online would be a powerful thing to do because it's a free effect. But we've only seen it, I think, that once.
Anakin Skywalker from Jason killing Vader. Wu responds with Palpatine's return, bringing back Avenger and clearing Anakin. Jason thinking about whether to use Yoda's ability, but does decide to do so.
Yep. Needing a way to clear this second Avenger. We've already, I believe, lost 2 Fell the Dragons. I'm not sure how many more answers are in Jason's deck to a big space unit like Avenger.
Looks like Jason doesn't have a follow up play. Taking damage from that Death Trooper, it really does now feel like Wu is turning this game around.
Yep. And once Wu turns that corner, he's got 11 power on the board. It's possible he'll end this game quickly enough to make it in time.
I do think I see a Ray in hand here for Jason. A Rival's Fall comes out to clear Avenger, so Jason is able to get that off the field. Death Trooper swings in for some additional damage. A bit more than 3 minutes on the clock here.
But these
Yoda's
players have
ability,
managed to switch roles, right? The question for Wu looks like it's now become, can I win fast enough? And the question for
yeah.
Jason is, can I stop Wu from winning?
Now, I do think that we saw a Ray in hand. And so Jason is using his Yoda ability. If he has some way to draw, he can kill the Death Trooper and do more damage to Wu's base. Platform in chat saying that Yoda is a crate away from winning, and I do see a crate dragon in hand, but he won't be able to play it this turn. It's going to be an open fire there on the Pike Sentinel. I think Jason must just not be seeing card draw options that allow him to get Ray's ability going here, because it would be so strong in this situation.
And I would amend platform's statement to say Yoda is an unanswered crate away from winning, right? Wu at this point has a number of cards in his hand. A crate would be played onto an empty board, so something like a Power of the Dark Side would kill it and only take 3 damage. Wu's at 18, so even an Avenger or a Devastator would be able to answer that crate and keep Wu alive. Crate Dragon can do it if you can manage to stick it at a time when your opponent is close enough to death for it to be meaningful. So here it is. Let's see if Wu has the answer.
Well, there is the crate. Um,
And Wu pausing here, which suggests
well, oh yeah, well, something big.
something big this way
A
comes.
big card, it also means big damage. It's
Yep.
Devastator. Oh
Taking
man, 10
base,
damage to base.
which means
28.
now 28. So Ray Pings alone can get us
Okay, we
there.
need
It's
3.
3 Ray Pings away, but he also has pretty dominant control of both arenas at this point. So Yoda may have a
Yeah,
hard time getting damage through other than those free Ray Pings. Devastator hitting for 10 also brings Yoda very close to dying. This is going to be a nail biter of a finish with 43 seconds on the clock, but those extra rounds that you talked about will likely be enough for these players to finish.
I think it's a bit of a gambit there from Wu, but bringing out that Devastator to me is a move that greatly increases his chance of being able to clear his opponent's base fast enough. Now, it
Yeah.
also puts him much closer to Jason destroying his base, but like you said, Grumpy, Wu is in a dominant position in both arenas right now. Jason is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Wu has lethal on board with that Devastator and the Ogdo Bogdo if it takes a shield from Kira. That would bring Yoda to 28.
Okay. It looks like a big play here. 7 resources. Does that mean we're gonna see a Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight? What's gonna happen
Yeah,
here for
the only
Jason?
thing it could kill is a Death Trooper, right? That Mom Pike has 4 health remaining. Devastator has 10. Ogdo has 5. So a Luke, if no one has died, is only -3, -3. This is a intimidating board to be facing down as a Yoda player with nothing on your own side.
Yeah. I think the only way that Jason likely actually wins this match is if he somehow holds off these powerful units and also does a bunch of raid triggers. I
Yes,
as
although
even
Ray is limited to largely once per turn, sometimes twice, but largely once. We are out of time, which means at most Jason will be able to get likely 2 triggers off, not enough to kill Wu. So his really only question here is, can I stay alive?
Yeah, I mean, if he saw multiple rays, he'd have to get lucky. But I think, like you said, I mean, I think whether he can even avoid losing is a big deal. Yeah, it is going to be the Luke, low impact, removes the Death Trooper, but that's all it does. And now we're potentially looking at 10 damage to base from Devastator. That's
Yep.
exactly what we need. Jason left on just 5 HP. And if Wu uses Kira's ability on that Ogdo Bogdo, that is going to be lethal, assuming Jason doesn't have a response. I do see, I think, a forced throw in hand from Jason that could be used to potentially kill Ogdo Bogdo here. Um, there is another Crate Dragon in hand, but I don't think he's going to get a chance to use it, except maybe his forced throw ammo, which is kind of unfortunate at this point in the game.
Now,
That's exactly
Luke
what he does.
is presenting lethal on Jason's side of the board. If for some reason he survives and is able to take initiative, Luke will be able to end the game. So what Wu has to decide here, knowing his Lam Pike isn't lethal on its own, is do I attack? He does. This suggests he has an answer to the Luke Skywalker.
Right.
But he wants to bring Jason to 1. And if Jason claims here, Wu says, I can stop you from winning.
Yeah. So yeah, if Wu were to claim here,
Yeah, and
yeah.
there's the
So I think
mall.
Jason claimed mall ambushes, and then I think this is essentially game. Vader
With
comes out and shields Devastator. Nice. And then a
3
shield
lethal threats
also
on the
being
board
given to
across 2
Vader.
arenas.
Yeah, huge problems here for Jason. I think this is their bonus
Yeah.
turn. Jason doesn't see an answer, and Wu wins. Strong comeback there from Wu in a
Wow.
game that was really looking rough early on, but he
Yeah.
managed to pull things out.
Jason's most exciting start, right? That you're my only hope into Anakin on the 4 resource turn, feeling like a really powerful tempo swing, adding some early aggression. But Wu manages to fend it off, make it to the late game, get through a crate dragon using a devastator, and get 28 damage on Jason's base with just 28 damage on his data vaults.
Yeah, playing Devastator into a Crate Dragon, it's a painful move in some ways, but I think Wu was right to do it. He was able to take that damage. He had control of the board, and the powerful attacks from that Devastator also allowed him to win the game before they ran out of time and were forced to go to a draw. So well done to Wu. Very well played. And
Yep.
yeah, that was an exciting match. We will hopefully have the next round to you soon, because I believe that was likely going to be one of the last games going on in the previous round.
That's what we
Man,
get
it's
with a
it
control mirror. We're going to use every minute available and use that to bring you essentially nonstop Star Wars Unlimited coverage.
Yeah. Now, after a game like that with so many interactions, you look back on some of those moments and you wonder, like, if Jason had actually killed, if he had actually saved the fell the dragon that he had and used Yoda's ability instead, would that have been enough to, you know what I mean? Would that have been enough to stop Wu's momentum? I don't know, but it's interesting
And
to think
funnily
about
enough,
those alternate lines.
The game that Jason wins there, he chooses not to use Yoda's ability at all. Game three,
Yeah.
strong start, chooses to use Yoda's ability, still loses. So maybe he's onto something, not using everything that your leader has in their tank. I don't know here, Tower, but he's
Unlocked a
making some
Squire in
choices.
chat asking who won the last one. It was Wu. It was a great match. I would maybe even recommend like going back a bit on the video and checking it out. It was a very close game. Wu was really behind at first, but he was able to turn things around and ultimately get the win. Just in that last extra bonus round before they would have been forced to have a draw thanks to time. So very cool stuff. What do you think, Grumpy, about the Yoda red deck? Have you played much with that one yourself?
I've played it a little bit. It is a deck that requires you to keep so many things in your mind at the same time. What do I have in my hand? What are my card draw options? Do I know where my rays are? How am I planning my resource 7 flip turn? Am I being aggressive? Am I trying to hold my opponent off? To be honest, I'm a player who likes to think through puzzles and lines, but I found it requires just a little bit too much thinking for my taste, to the point where it stopped feeling a little bit like a game and more feeling like a, Saturday Sudoku marathon or something like that. So I will leave that to the hands of players with a little more thinking power than me, folks like Pasquale, who have really mastered its lines, and stick to decks that maybe run a little more cleanly for me.
Yeah. I think I think it is a deck where the level of complexity is very high. Like you said, it can almost feel like a logic puzzle sometimes setting everything up the right way.
Yep.
And I think that for my taste, I like a deck that is fast and aggressive and is likely in a position that gives you a lot of extra time in between rounds. So, Sabine is great for this. I
Yeah,
have
Tower of Force, an
had
infamous for being yellow player, fast and furious. The game's going to end fast one way or another.
Yeah, I've sometimes had half an hour or more of time left after a Sabine match, and that can be really nice when you're at a big event and you're playing a lot of SWU. Having some extra breaks can be really beneficial in my view.
Oh, sure. One of the biggest differences between a PQ and maybe your locals on a weekday night is just the endurance test that a PQ presents. Going 7 Swiss rounds followed by a potential 3 round top 8 is a lot of minutes of SU to play. And we see even top players in those later Swiss rounds or in top 8 make mistakes that if they were, fully energized or if it were at the start of the day, they wouldn't make. So it's not just your ability to play good Star Wars, it's your ability to play good Star Wars for a long time. And I think that decks like that Yoda deck that requires so many decisions, so much mapping out of turns and thinking ahead, really create the opportunity for stumbles, even in the hands of a great player, the later on in the day that we get.
Yeah, tournament fatigue is not really a thing when you're just playing casual games or even at some of the smaller events. But it becomes very real in some of once you're up at like the PQ level, the sectors, the regionals, galactics, when you're doing those multi-day events and stuff, it can really be a factor, and it's not something that I think everyone necessarily is thinking about. But I remember I used to play Flesh and Blood TCG. I haven't played that one in a
Hmm.
while. I think it's become too complicated in my opinion relative to what it used to be. But I feel that in that game, even when I was playing it and the game wasn't as complicated, there were decks that were well known for being far more difficult to pilot and having you have to track a bunch of stuff. I mean, in the most extreme cases, you would have to memorize the order of your entire deck after having gone
Oh my
through it once or twice. Um, but yeah, I mean, I remember at one point there was a game. I think it was like the finals of a tournament, and someone was like, "Well, I don't really know if this is going to work, but I'm just going to go for it," because he was fatigued and had lost track of
Yep.
everything, and he tried to combo off, didn't get it, and lost. And there are other decks where you didn't have to do that much thinking and were much less vulnerable to those sorts of issues.
Yep, and those decks, will appeal to very, very different types of players. Um, Here we have our new matchup.
Yeah. And this one is going to be an Anakin. It's going to be an Anakin yellow, and that is going to be facing off against, I believe, a Kazuda Data Vault build.
Yeah, so two leaders that have seen quite amount of play, but with color choices that are less common. Anakin most commonly played with blue. Kazuda sometimes played with red, sometimes played with blue, but very rarely played with green. So both players potentially having plays or combos in their deck that their opponent might not be expecting.
Yeah, should be pretty interesting to see just what ends up happening here. But like you said, Grumpy, I think that I've definitely played a fair few games with these leaders. But I think that when I've been playing Kazuda, it's usually been the red or the blue, where you have certain both of those have situations where you have some valuable units to use Kazuda's ability on and negate their downsides. So like Ogdo Bogdo in blue, for instance. But the really spicy thing with red is the interaction between Kazuda's ability and cards like Heroic Sacrifice or Trench Run, where you can void their downsides because of the way that the card is written. So Heroic Sacrifice becomes a 1 for attack at +2 and draw a card, which is really a crazy power level. Um, we'll
Yes,
see
very good. And
though. What tricks will
green
green have to offer?
Green not offering much in the way of units that combo well with Kazuda's ability, but importantly offering additional pilots such as the Chewy pilot, the 3/3 that gives your unit protection from bounce and destroy effects, that when combined with Kazuda's 3/3 pilot ability on, say, something like a Millennium Falcon that can hold more than one pilot, can present an unanswerable threat in space. So we're likely to see Kazuda here try and present big ships in the space arena quickly. The challenge will be, of course, Anakin, a leader that enjoys having damage on its base, so long as he can flip the Anakin and start swinging back for massive damage. So this might be a true race that we see, both players sort of choosing their own arena, or we'll have to see if one player thinks they're not going to be able to win that race. Potentially the Anakin player saying, Kazuda can kill me before I get to 6, so am I going to have to play defensively in the first few turns, maybe looking for cards like a Millennium Falcon that comes ready in space to clear some of Kazuda's space units to make the game go slightly longer. We'll see how the players choose to navigate this matchup.
Yeah, and I think we were discussing this a bit earlier, Grumpy, but right now I think aggro is well positioned to attack in space. I think this is probably the worst set for aggro we've ever seen in terms of like the direct cards.
Mm.
There are very few good aggro cards in the set, and there are some very, very strong anti-aggro cards with things like Itinerant Warrior and Churut. But aggro still has an opening because the force decks tend to run 28 HP bases, which gives aggro a little more room to maneuver relative to the late jump to light speed meta where there were a lot of data vaults. And
Yep.
additionally, the force decks tend to be very focused on the ground, which means that they often lack good options in space, and aggro that focuses there can potentially push a bunch of damage through.
Now, two things to note about this Anakin yellow deck. Well, first noting it looks like Kazuda perhaps missed their turn 1 play. Not a good sign for an aggro deck. But Anakin
No.
yellow, one is not going to have the restore that blue offers. So that 28 HP is 28 HP. Kazuda doesn't have to worry about counting higher than that. But two, yellow opens up access in Anakin to Bamboozle, a card that can be played essentially for free to clear opposing pilot leaders. So it's
Yeah.
possible that that will be Anakin's cleanest answer to Kazuda, although a ready Millennium Falcon with Anakin's ability to add 2 power is also a devastating anti-space answer.
This is a really, really bad start for Kazuda. So
Yeah,
missing your turn one play as aggro is really bad. And then we see the jump to Lightspeed Falcon being played, but Kenny then responds with a classic Spark of Rebellion Falcon, comes into play ready, uses
yeah.
Anakin's ability to swing on in, and the board is totally wiped. Cobra Commander is far behind here.
Yeah. Now, Kenny choosing to keep that Falcon in play, saying, I will answer your next space unit, whatever it is, and I'm happy to trade my Falcon. He could have chosen to bounce it back to hand and essentially have a 5 damage space unit at the ready. That would have given Cobra Commander the opportunity to potentially flip a Kazuda onto a space unit to get out of the range of that attack. So I like what Kenny's done here, saying, I'm willing to give up this Falcon. I'm willing to go down a resource this turn because I know it's your flip turn, and I'd like to stop you from deploying Kazuda on anything in space.
Let's see what Cobra Commander can do to try and fight his way back into this game. It's going to be a blue
Mhm.
leader trades with Falcon.
That
That
cannot
is
feel good as the Kazuda player.
no, that is really a non-aggressive play. And wow, it's Kenny who's going to be more aggressive here, playing Vernestra Row. I was saying earlier there aren't very many good aggro cards in this set. Vernestra is probably the like one exception. She is a 3-cost 3/4 Cunning Heroism Force Jedi, and when played, you may use the Force to ready her. Um,
Oh, now this is
now,
devastating. Kazuda being deployed
oh,
to the ground, only to die immediately to that Vernestra row you were talking about. Kenny being able to play units that come in ready on resources 3 and resources 4, doing an amazing job of just not letting Cobra Commander get a foot in this game.
yeah, this is one of the worst starts for aggro that I've ever seen in this game. Cobra Commander is extremely far behind. If his plan is to really be the beatdown, he might have to switch to a different game plan because
Yeah.
this is looking grim.
Well, unclear if his deck can support a different game plan, probably built with being the beatdown in mind. So we might see a very fast game one between these two players, with Cobra Commander trying to start out a little bit more quickly next game. Again, he missed his turn one play. Sometimes your deck just doesn't cooperate, so there's only so much that he can do with the cards that he's drawn.
Yeah, everything missed the turn one play. Everything since then's been answered. The only
Yep,
damage on Kenny's base is from using his Anakin ability. It's really looking grim here for Kazuda.
yep. Anakin's going to come out next turn. Unclear if Cobra Commander's deck will have an answer to it.
There's a decent play though. Contracted Hunter,
Yeah.
going to pick off Vernestra Row, and we could see Kazuda's ability being used on that Contracted Hunter to prevent its death trigger. Poe Dameron here for
So it'll
Kenny.
stick around and potentially be able to also trade with that Adigalia. That will, of course, leave this now 6/6 monster of a threat on Kenny's side of the board.
Spark of Rebellion here for Cobra Commander.
Yeah.
Um,
Spark of Rebellion, a great card, but not necessarily what you want to spend your resources on when you're so far behind on the board already.
Looks like a Bravado, another Vernestra, and a copy of Ahsoka Tano, the discard version. And then we're going to see Adigalia attacking into base. Cobra Commander uses Kazuda's ability to remove the text from that contracted hunter, eliminating its downside, and then takes the initiative. Kazuda's ability does allow you to take in another action immediately after using it, which is a nice additional benefit. Most effects in this game do not have that timing benefit.
I can't imagine that this position feels good for Cobra Commander. His deck is not doing what he wants it to do. But at the same time, right, we'll compare this to the control mirror match that we were looking at, where maybe it made sense for one player to scoop. You know that this matchup is not going to time. So really the best thing you can do is maybe hope that you can get your way out of it somehow, hope that your opponent stumbles. Anything can happen in a game of card games. So sort of do your best to keep your chin up, play the best you can with the cards you draw, and see what happens.
Yeah, if you're playing an aggro deck, scooping for time is usually, though not always, wrong. And generally speaking, you're fine with playing out even a losing scenario in case you get
Yep.
lucky. It looks like we're going to see a swing to base from the contracted hunter. So 8 damage, I believe, now on Kenny's base, 20 HP left. And in chat, someone points out they have forgotten the 1 point of damage from Adi Gallia. I believe that is correct. Yeah,
Spark
there
of
should be
Rebellion
one more
being an event
damage.
that triggers that extra text, of course. Very often the forgotten text on Adigalia, very often, though not always relevant, but yeah, important to have that correct damage total reflected.
Yeah, and now we're gonna see 2 damage to base. 19 left for Cobra Commander. Oh, okay. Stolen AT Hauler with a Chewy pilot. That's opening up a real threat. I
Yeah,
think it
hitting
may
for
be a
7 a
little late.
Potentially a little late with Anakin currently only being on 8 and being able to bring Kazuda up to 19 this round, meaning that Poe Dameron, Adigalia, and Anakin presenting lethal together next turn, a Venestra row only making that clock even tighter.
22 damage on Cobra Commander's board. I believe Kenny now has lethal on board. One problem also with playing Chewy on the Stolen AT Hauler is that Poe Dameron can defeat Chewy
Mm.
very easily. But I'm not even sure if that's relevant at this point because I think all Kenny has to do is attack the base aggressively. I guess we could see like an outmaneuver or something from Cobra Commander into the ground arena. That might buy some time, but I don't know. It's not looking
It would
good.
have to be a series of outmaneuvers chained into each other to give Cobra Commander, I think, a chance of getting out of this. But it's just going to be an attack.
Yeah, attack to base, 15 damage on that base now. Still not in range even of a surprise strike with 28 HP. And that assumes that we even get another turn, which is looking very unlikely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like Cobra Commander scoops. We're going to be going to game 2. Yeah, really, really strong game for Kenny.
Yeah.
Cobra Commander missing that turn 1 play was rough, and then Kenny just felt like he had the answers throughout the game. So,
And I think,
yeah,
that's an important point about this game we play in general. Players of all calibers will lose games. Players of all calibers will draw bad hands. It's not Cobra Commander's fault, right, that his deck didn't give him a 2-drop. He is playing Data Vault, sort of known for something sometimes potentially punishing draws or mulligans. So how you build a Data Vault deck is a more complicated question than how you build maybe a traditional 50 card deck. But he played the cards that he drew. He did the best that he could, and now he just has to hope that in games 2 and then hopefully a game 3, his deck will offer him a cleaner game plan, and then his opponent's deck will offer him fewer answers than what we
yeah.
saw in this game.
Now, one interesting thing to note also is that depending on what leader you're playing and what your overall game plan is, different decks can afford to miss that turn 1 play more than others. So,
Yep.
to take an extreme example, back when Boba Green 30 was extremely powerful and one of the top decks in the format, um, I think that some players would intentionally keep hands that had no turn 1 play if they had ramp, because ramping
Hmm.
OB was so powerful in that situation. And in that scenario, you would even mulligan hands that had a turn 1 play just looking for ramp. If
Love
you're
the ramp.
and On the other hand, if you're playing an aggro deck, you really, really,
Yeah.
really want something on turn 1. And I have won games with Sabine where I've missed my turn 1 play. It's totally possible, but it's not where you want to be. And I think in deck construction, when you're thinking about how many 1 and 2 drop units to play, you might actually want to include a surplus of those in an aggro deck in order to uh, have even higher chances of seeing a turn 1 relative to a deck that doesn't necessarily need it as much.
Well, and importantly to that point, aggro decks often also want to play 2 cards on either the 3 or the 4 resource turn, a 2-drop and a 1-drop unit on the 3 resource turn, or 2 2-drops to help go wide against some of these 1-for-1 control decks. So having an excess of turn 1 plays, 2-drops, also makes it more likely that on the 4 resource turn, you're going to be able to drop 2 cards to resist things like Power of the Dark Side more easily. So not necessarily a deck building flaw to include a lot of early drops. Potentially it just supports your game plan both on the first turn of the game and on later turns of the game as well.
Yeah. And I'll even go a bit further than that. I think there are a bunch of aggro decks that actually want to play 2 cards even on the first turn with 2 1-drops
Oh,
or, like, play a ship plus pilot R2 or whatever.
Gator
Um,
Yellow being a classic example that wants to drop two one-drop ships on the first turn to guarantee Vader's ability to start generating TIE Fighter tokens. Absolutely. Reasons to play lots of small units all the time.
yeah. One of the things that I like about Sabine Yellow relative to other, maybe the more popular Sabine ECL is that Sabine Yellow has more of an ability to go for a multiple small units game plan and, has multiple ways to play 2 1-drops or, play Leia and ready a resource and then play a 1-drop. And that can really help, like you were saying, against these decks that have a lot of 1-for-1 removal. And it's also a nice thing to have when opponents are using force throws on you, because
Mhm.
being able to discard a cheap card and take just 1 damage is often not what somebody expects.
Yep. Not being able to kill a unit can feel quite bad if you need your force throw to make an impact.
Okay, looks like we're moving into that next round. Let's hope that Cobra Commander can see a stronger opening hand this time that will allow him some early play. I think I do see. I believe there's at least a Battlefield Marine there, which is probably not his most optimal start. I think he would prefer to begin in space, but it is at least something.
The Battlefield Marine being able to be answered with Anakin's ability and pretty much any two drop from Anakin. Here, the shield
But
from L3 would allow it to survive an Anakin attack into Battlefield Marine, but potentially all Cobra Commander needs this Battlefield Marine to do is get 3 damage to base if he can start a space cock going. Unfortunately for him, we see that Millennium Falcon in Kenny's hand. That was the same Falcon that in game 1 was able to take out Cobra Commander's Falcon before it could do anything. Here, if Cobra Commander plays a card like, for example, the stolen AT Hauler that we see in his hand, Kenny's Millennium Falcon will be able to clear it. Won't be able to steal it thanks to Kazuda's ability to turn off that ability, and would in fact be able to trade back. But still, Kenny likely being able to keep much of Cobra Commander's board clear.
yeah, although it is worth noting that you only get to use Anakin's ability once per turn. So if Kenny
Hmm.
does use Anakin's power here to attack with the Falcon, he will not be able to clear the Battlefield Marine. Now, this is an interesting point though. Kenny brings out the Falcon before Cobra Commander plays a
Yeah,
space unit, which now makes that stolen AT hauler
a
very unsafe.
very thoughtful
Let's
play, choosing not to attack with the L3. Instead, get that ready Falcon out. Even if I trade into a stolen AT hauler, a Cobra Commander is not going to have time to turn off the wind defeat ability. But if he plays the other space unit in his hand, the Millennium Falcon, well, then Kenny's Falcon just kills it and his Falcon stays alive. So really, this has turned into a lose-lose situation for Cobra Commander.
Yeah, so he is going to go ahead and play the jump to light speed Falcon, which I think is the better play here. Kenny is going to be able to use Anakin's ability. Looks like he opts to have Anakin. He opts to use it with L3 rather than with his Falcon, which is interesting because I think the jump to light speed Falcon is probably the bigger threat, but we do see the Falcons then bonking into each other. The problem with this for Kenny is that if Cobra Commander has Pilot Han, his Falcon can kill Kenny's Falcon and stay alive. And I think that's a Pilot Han that Cobra Commander just drew.
Could potentially play out poorly for Kennen, for Kenny. Although a pilot Han on the Falcon would still leave room for Kazuda to join, which potentially
Right.
could lead to a very big space unit that Kenny would have to answer. He does, I see, have a disabling Fang fighter in his hand, so he will be able to clear at least one pilot if Cobra Commander chooses to go that route. But Cobra Commander seems to have at least gotten a foothold in space this game, which might be what he needs to start pushing damage through.
Yeah, although it looks like he might just be making an attack.
Yeah.
He just goes for a direct trade, not using the Pilot Han. I guess he has other plans for how to use those resources this turn. Maybe he's going to be bringing out that stolen AT hauler this time. We'll have to see how it goes. Yeah, no, it's going to be a small Falcon, or so not really a kind of small, but it's a Spark of Rebellion Falcon. I wonder if his plan here is to get Kazuda onto that Falcon, in which case that's disabling Fang Fighter might be a very unpleasant development for Cobra Commander.
Although
Another Falcon
given
from
this,
Kenny.
he'll be able to get at least one attack off of a suited up Falcon, and if Cobra Commander wants his Falcon to survive, he'll need to put Kazuda on it. Otherwise, that Anakin ability will allow Kenny to eat up Cobra's Falcon.
Okay, so Kazuda onto Cobra Commander's Falcon. Kenny's Falcon swings base.
Okay, not wanting to
Cobra Command.
lose his own Falcon.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think there's an argument there for just crashing into him.
Yeah, well, Kenny
Oh, you know
planning
what?
probably start this turn
Well,
with the disabling Fang Fighter.
yeah, I think if as Kenny, you could crash your Falcon into his Falcon with Anakin, and then the disabling Fang Fighter will actually kill it.
Yep.
Um, it's an interesting question. Let's see how this plays out.
But Cobra Commander's hand full of pilots to just replace that Kazuda if Kenny chooses to use
Yeah,
disabling Fighter.
Fang Fighter killing Kazuda here is a strong play, and I do think it's what we're gonna see. Yeah, there we go from Kenny. But now Cobra Commander can potentially bring out Pilot Han, kill his opponent's Falcon, and not take any damage, or just use it to push the damage to the base directly. It's going to be Pilot Shui, not Han. So just getting the higher stats there
Yeah.
and becoming immune to defeat or bounce effects.
I was going to say, potentially respecting the fact that Kenny is playing Anakin yellow. Yellow giving access to bounce effects like spare the target, clear the field, and waylay. And so a Pilot
Right.
Han, which would have killed the Falcon with no damage back, could then be bounced to hand, leaving Kenny's board empty.
Ooh. And not playing the Pilot Han makes additional sense there because it looks like he was setting up a surprise strike.
Mhm.
So now 20 damage on Kenny's base, and there is not a lot of HP left there. This time, Kenny is going to crash his Falcon into his opponent's, putting 3 damage on there, 4 HP left on Cobra Commander's Falcon, which does mean Anakin's ability could be used on that disabling Fang Fighter to remove it.
Yeah.
But
Cinnamon Bit
if the
saying,
Falcon swings first, he doesn't have the HP to use Anakin's ability.
Cinnamon Bit saying that he thinks Cobra Commander's Falcon wasn't paid for. Kazuda had been on that Falcon, and so on attack, presumably turned that part of the Falcon's ability off, letting it come in ready, but allowing the Kazuda player to keep it in play without having to pay a resource on the next turn.
This time, Cobra Commander does have to pay a resource, though, because his Kazuda was removed before he got the
Yep.
chance to attack. And he does do that. Does he have another surprise strike, which would just end the game?
Nobody has a way to keep
No.
the space arena clear for his Falcon.
Yeah, I'm a little confused by that because if he had just swung base for 6. Oh, you know what? I guess it stalls. If he had swung base for 6, though, that Fang Fighter could not have killed the Falcon without actually blowing up the base and losing, because Anakin's ability would have had to be used, and the 2 damage to base would be lethal at this point.
That's a good point.
That's okay though. So initiative taken. Does Kenny have an answer to this Falcon? Can he force throw something from his own hand? If he doesn't, this game is over.
I
If he doesn't
believe
have
he
some
had a
answer.
bravado in hand, which
Oh, is that
ready...
going to be is Mace Windu?
Oh,
And
Mace
that's
Windu will
lethal.
do it.
Okay, wait. So 20 damage, or no, 18 damage now on Cobra Commander's base, 26 on Kenny's base.
Yeah.
Oh, and I
But
see another Falcon.
Data Vault's 15 HP remaining, Anakin hitting for 9. So Anakin and Mace together are 15. But if Cobra Commander has another ready Falcon, he could sneak in an attack before both of those units can attack.
Yeah, and we could also potentially see, I don't know for sure if he's playing this, but Kazuda can of course play cards like Sneak Attack.
Sure.
It's coming close though. Anakin can turn that current corner pretty fast, especially when there's so much damage on your own base. Let's see what happens here. Cobra Commander, 2 resources.
To play, interesting.
Yeah, really. I'm not sure why he did that. rather than the immediate threat.
It must
Maybe
not have
just
been a ready falcon in his hands.
I'm almost positive I saw Ready Falcon in his hand, but I could be wrong. The problem with this, yeah, I think he has it right there. The thing is, I think if he plays it now, he loses. Yeah, so he
Oh,
plays it, and now Mace just swings for lethal.
interesting. So a
Bit of a
misplay there
gap
at
there
the
from
end.
Cobra Commander. Yep.
Yeah,
Um, Not sure. Yeah, not sure what the thing was there. And of course, it's possible that Kenny would have had an answer anyway. But
sure.
overall, the Anakin Yellow with two pretty solid wins over Kazuto Data Vault, though that second game was much closer.
And for those who prefer fast Star Wars Unlimited, potentially a breath of fresh air after our Item Data Vault Yoda Red Control Mirror, two aggressive decks smashing into each other for a quick round 3.
Yeah, and that was Kira Data Vault. We haven't seen Aiden.
Oh, my apologies.
She's the
You're right.
real
Kira Data Vault.
slow.
Item Data Vault might have been a much longer
I
slugfest.
think you must have thought slow games, then immediately turned to Aiden, a deck that is
Yep.
infamous for often winning games by mill.
And also infamous for going to time in tournaments.
Yeah. The Yeah, I remember back in the day in Spark of Rebellion meta, there was a period where control was considered very strong, like hard control decks, and you would see like double blue Aidens or like Aiden red or Vader blue. And at that time, the conventional wisdom for the hard control mirror was that not only were you unlikely to finish the match, you were unlikely to even like it was possible you would only get one game. And that
Yep.
for
So it
that
all
reason,
comes down to
you
one.
had to run your anti-mirror tech in main deck because you would not have a chance to sideboard.
Yes, a strategy that is not super popular in this current meta, which I personally am glad to see.
Yeah, that was probably one of the least popular decks. Probably one of the least popular decks with opponents. Uh,
Sure.
but you know, I think control can be valid, but I also like it when games do not go to time.
It is nice to feel like you finished a match of Star Wars Unlimited. I agree.
Quite.
With that, we're at the end of our commentary for round 3. There's still some matches going on in the store. So we are going to leave the stream for a bit, and we'll be back at the start of round 4 with another match of Star Wars Unlimited.
Yep. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant. This is McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier in New Jersey, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the PQ qualifier at Red Seal Gaming. I'm Grumpy Elephant. I'm here with Tower number 9 to provide you some live Star Wars Unlimited commentary as these folks are about to go into round 4. Now, the schedule of the tournament is 7 rounds of Swiss, but we will be having a lunch break after round 4, so feel free to plan your day accordingly. And before we get to round 4, we have a couple of notes for all of you about the meta breakdown across today's 92 players. Tower, how are you doing, and what do you notice?
Well, I'm doing pretty well here, Grumpy. And I think one of the things that I'm noticing here is just how diverse the meta is. We have, I think, the highest representation that we're seeing here is really not honestly all that high. We see the we have the classic Han Solo from set 2 with that 28 HP blue force base, but that's only at 13%, which is really not that big a meta share for the most popular deck.
I absolutely agree. This list that you see on the screen represents every deck in the tournament that has more than 2 players piloting it. So, for example, at the very bottom, you see that Yoda Aggression Force deck at 3%. That's going to represent 3 pilots out of the field of 92. What that means, Tower, is of those 92 players, we actually have 39 unique leader base combinations, which is just a wild number and really shows how wide open this metagame is. Of course, we'll see how these numbers shift when we get closer to the top 8, but one thing that it suggests is perhaps the most important choice you can make as a player coming into a tournament like this is not necessarily what is the single best deck I can play. As we're seeing, there may not be an answer to that question. And instead, what is the deck that I have the most experience with, the most number of reps in, and that I understand the matchups against other top decks the best? And really, I think players can find success across a huge range of decks so long as they're a strong pilot of the deck they've chosen to bring.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, Grumpy. Now, one interesting thing about this sort of environment is it does mean that the um, it may be a little more difficult to target the meta
than it would be in a situation where you know there are certain top decks that are likely going to see a really large amount of play. And I think that's a point that further reinforces what you were saying about how picking something that feels generally strong and that you're very comfortable with may be a better move, rather than trying to find the exact most optimal deck for the current matchups, even if it's something that you are not really as strong on.
I think an interesting point that it also raises is how does it impact the relative strength of different archetypes? And what I mean by
Hmm.
that is traditional control, right? Decks that want to play a long game, that want to answer everything that their opponent is doing and win through inevitability, all of a sudden have no idea what they're going to sit down across from. And so folks trying to build a traditional control deck don't know in advance the questions they're trying to answer. That can make it really, really difficult to bring a traditional control deck, maybe the item that we were talking about earlier, maybe a blue yellow villain control. And I think that's one reason why in this top list, right, we do see Kira Data Vault coming in at 5%, but that's really the only, I would say, sort of control or control-ish deck that we're seeing. I think it might just be a hard environment out there for folks who are trying to play the more reactive game plan, and that the field is really open to people having proactive game plans across any number of angles. Is it force on the ground, getting value from force throw? Is it going big in space with Boba Fett pilot Data Vault? Is it Darth Vader in space, going wide in space, right? There's so many different strong things folks can be doing that I think trying to answer them all may right now be a losing proposition.
Yeah, I think that if you are playing a control deck, traditionally that requires you to have a better understanding of what other decks in the meta are trying to do. And like you said, it's going to be harder with an open field. Now, I think it's possible that you'll still find at least some success there. Wu is playing Kira, who I think is generally considered to be a soft control deck. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see him in that top cut, but I do think that the kind of barrier to entry for those decks is higher when there's a wider range of things that you need to adapt to and know how to counter.
Yeah, one thing that folks will sometimes talk about is the likelihood that a certain deck or a certain pilot will make it to the top eight versus the likelihood that once a player makes it to the top eight, that they'll be able to win out. Because what we often see in these really wide fields is that they do converge towards the end rounds of the tournament, towards the top eight cut, to the decks that are tried and true that folks know are popular, in part just because of the consistency that those decks offer. So that's the point, right, where a control player, if they can make it through the wild west of the Swiss rounds, can enter a top eight with a really clear understanding of exactly what their opponents are trying to do. But the risk you take, right, is that you get snagged somewhere in the top eight or somewhere in the Swiss rounds playing something you've never seen. You don't know which cards to prioritize. Maybe you end up drawing and then you get stuck in the control draw bracket. So it's potentially a harder path to the top eight. But once you're there, potentially a clearer path to victory. And that's a choice that some players choose to make because that's the journey that they like to see themselves winning through.
What do you think of that so-called draw bracket scenario?
Oh gosh, I in my very first PQ ever, this I think was back in set two. I brought the very popular control deck Bosk Blue, right, which is a deck that sought to generate card advantage through doubling bounties, through a lot of heal, and then really lock down the board and win the long game through Avenger locks and that sort of thing. I went to time at that tournament, and at that time, there was no draw and SWU. It was a double loss rule. And I said, never again, right? Never again do we want to play a deck that's going to do this, because if that happens to you early now with the intentional draw rule, you're more likely to meet other control decks because control decks are more likely to also draw the early rounds by going to time. And so you can end up seeing people with records in, Swiss rounds, Swiss tournaments that are 6 or 7 rounds with 2 or 3 or 4 draws because once you end up in that draw bracket, It's really hard to get yourself out of. So one reason for me why I don't like sleeving up control to these larger tournaments. But again, for folks who have the mental stamina and interest in playing that kind of tournament, all the more power to them.
Yeah, I've sometimes heard some kind of joking discussion of a tactic where if you're aggro and you are in an aggro mirror round one, people are like, "Oh, what if you ID round one so that you and your aggro opponent both get
Yeah.
to get sent to the draw bracket and feast on all the control decks?"
Sabine mirror match draw, an underappreciated strategy in Star Wars Unlimited. Potentially you're onto
I
something.
I will say I have seen some joking and speculation about this tactic. I am not sure that I've ever heard of anyone actually doing it, and I don't know if it would work. So this is not me saying, "Hey, do this for sure." Just a funny discussion that I've encountered before.
Well, Tower, you're a famous Sabine player. At your next PQ, if you see Sabine as your opponent, maybe you offer the draw and see how it plays
I did.
out.
I did actually at Galactic Championships. I did actually play round day one. Round one was it was my Sabine Yellow against a Sabine Green, and believe it or not, neither of us thought to immediately offer a draw.
Oh, we might have had a different Galactic Championship had you made a
Oh,
different
I
Galactic
doubt it.
Champion had you made a different choice.
Nah, I made it through anyway, so it
Yeah.
wasn't a scenario where that would have potentially affected. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I would have won out faster or something, but
Gonna say, have
no.
you heard of the butterfly effect, right? Any
Yeah.
small change can change the course of the
Yeah,
world.
maybe my other matchups would have become so easy that I would have been that much better rested for the next day and would have played better. No, I don't think
Yeah.
so. It's interesting to think about some of these things though, and sometimes there have been some. I know in Magic the Gathering there have been some kind of weird tactics that have actually been quite successful. I think that at one point there were some matchups where people would concede game one without playing anything because they
Oh, sure,
considered it
because
so unfavorable
yeah,
that it's like I'll just like take game one as a loss, and if I don't play anything, my opponent doesn't know what archetype my deck is, whereas I get to
yeah.
sideboard against them.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
this is not going to be one of those games. We have a Gar Saxon Data Vault facing off against a Kylo Ren Tarkin Town. The Kylo Ren Tarkin Town, of course, being the deck popularized by the Bothan Network to great success at the Galactic Championships, now being piloted from Josh Everly, one of the new members of the KTOD competitive team. The Gar Saxon deck. Unclear actually which of these two decks is going to try and play the aggressor role in this matchup. Kylo Ren Tarkintown, famous for being able to put a very fast clock using powerful upgrades on early units to finish with a devastating 7 resource Kylo flip hit for a billion. But Gar Saxon also able to put on the pressure, buffing any unit that has an upgrade. So for example, an Iden Pilot on this Inferno 4 would increase it to 6 power. So we'll see who can come out swinging heavier and faster.
yeah, it should be an interesting game here, and it looks like we're seeing a spicy witch into a force throw here to start things off for Josh.
Yeah, one thing that this Kylo Tarkin deck wants to do and can actually do very well is make sure that they clear the board of their opponent's turn one play. And they have two really core ways to do this. The first is what we're seeing here. It's the Witch of the Mist for 1 with the Force trait, which turns on their ability to use their second resource for Force Throw. Here, the Force Throw hit a 5 cost, which killed the unit outright, but if it didn't, the Tarkin Town was available to clear it off. The other opening that the Kylo player wants to see is the Migs Mayfield. It's the 2 cost that whenever they discard a card, they can deal 2 damage to an opponent's unit or base. So that's another guaranteed way to get some ping damage onto the opponent's unit, again to finish off with Tarkin Town and make sure they go into the 3 resource turn with the board clear.
Yeah, Meg is very synergistic with Kylo Ren's ability. Often you'll have an upgrade and can therefore discard a card without even going down on cards while still using Meg's ability to remove opposing elements. Really very powerful. Looks like here we're going to see a fallen lightsaber on the witch there, swinging in for 4 damage to base, while Eric, our Gar Saxon player, brought out the 3/3 Sentinel First Order tie.
Yeah. Now, Josh, right, going for some early aggression by putting this upgrade on the Witch of the Mist. Normally, a thing that decks can be cautious to do because they allow their opponent to 2-for-1 them by playing removal, say, for example, Power of the Dark
Now,
Side. But
wait a minute here. Wait a minute here. I think this is
yeah,
an illegal play. That's a First Order unit, right?
and this tie advanced can only put counters on Imperial units. Is that correct?
Yeah. I believe though I could have something wrong here, but I believe that the card there that was buffed was the Supremacy Tie SF, which is not Imperial, it's First Order. So that would have
Yes,
been
and
an
tie
illegal
advanced
play.
reads give 2 experience tokens to another friendly Imperial unit. That supremacy tie, in fact, friendly, but not Imperial. So you're correct, that would be an illegal play.
Now it looks like the unit died immediately anyway, so I'm not sure how much it actually mattered, but something to consider. But now, was there I think a confiscate used to
A
remove the
confiscate
fallen
on the
lightsaber?
lightsaber, which normally would feel great, right? You've spent 1 resource to defeat a 3 resource upgrade. But the thing about the Kylo decks is that they're fine with you sending their upgrades to the discard pile. Because the closer we get to 7 resources, the closer we get to Kylo being able to flip and just bring those upgrades back to create a monster of a threat that's very difficult to answer.
That's right, Grumpy. Now that confiscate is still definitely good value in the moment, but there is that looming prospect of the lightsaber coming back as an upgrade for Kylo himself once he gets a chance to flip and bring some upgrades back from the discard pile.
And we see Josh as the Kylo player being able to manage the dual roles of pushing some damage to his opponent's base while also keeping his opponent's board largely clear, right? A difficult thing to try and do both of those things simultaneously, but potentially setting himself up to the point where he will get his Data Vault opponent close enough so that Kylo can finish the job on 7 resources.
Yeah, it could be an interesting thing. He'll have to come a fair distance to do that, given that the Data Vault has a high amount of HP. But these Kylo decks can really be very, very explosive once Kylo flips.
They've been known to swing for, 18 or 20 in 1 turn. There's the 2-drop Imperial unit that allows you to ready a villainy unit of your own. Kylo combined with Sith Holocron can self-defeat that unit to allow Kylo to swing twice on the 7 resource turn. So this Kylo deck is very much a combo deck. It has a lot of opportunities to combo off and present a devastating amount of damage really from nowhere.
Yeah, so something that our Gar Saxon player will have to be wary of. But
Yeah.
thus far, it really does seem like the Kylo player also kind of has momentum on his side.
And the Gar Saxon player choosing not to deploy Gar Saxon on 6, it looks like. Both players now going to 7 with Gar Saxon undeployed. Unsure maybe why that player would choose to do that. Sometimes maybe you're hoping to have an upgrade to stick on Gar. But here, I can't quite figure out why he wouldn't choose to flip. I suppose we might find out.
Wonder if he's maybe worried about a forced throw or something. I mean,
Yeah, of course the
it,
force throw is going to still exist the next turn, right?
right.
It's not a threat that just goes away. The force
Unless he
lightning
thinks he can
also,
clear all his opponent's force units.
now at 7, right? This is Kylo territory.
Yeah, I don't know. It's also possible. I mean, maybe he has some game plan to bring out Gar Saxon as like kind of a closer after he deals with Kylo, or he's
That's
going to
true.
try and do like a super laser blast into it. I don't know though. It is. I won't say that it's always wrong, but I think usually you do want to be deploying your leader on the first turn that you can, and leader deployment timing is a important factor in both whether a leader is generally considered strong and also what the general game plan with that leader is likely to be.
Yeah. To your point of Gar as a finisher, the Achilles heel of this Kylo Tarkin deck does seem to be that Tarkin leaves them with 25 HP, which means there are plenty of decks that can figure out how to squeak through enough damage that, a 4 from a leader could finish it off. Is that a reason to save Gar until that point? Not sure.
Yeah. Certainly wouldn't say it's a what I wouldn't consider it a standard tactic myself, but this is also not a deck that I have a particularly high amount of experience on. I've certainly played against it a few times, and there's a few different versions of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, not sure.
To answer Christopher's question from the chat, Secret KTOD reflects the recent merger of those two competitive teams. KTOD welcomed every current member of Team Secret onto their competitive team. You'd have to ask one of the folks on those teams, on that team, for more details, but it was a recent bit of news in the Star Wars Unlimited community.
Yeah, so I think you can see Josh there still using the Team Secret sleeves,
Mm.
but now playing as part of that merged team.
Yeah, and Gar Saxon never really been able to get a foot in the game there, starting with that early removal of his turn 1 play by the Force Throw comboed with the Witch of the Mist, ending with a really powerful Kylo leader flip just to put a ton of damage on that base, that extra 3 health from Data Vault not making much of a difference. So the Gar Saxon player is going to have to change their strategy somehow going into game 2, or, as sometimes happens with these Kylo Tarkin down decks, hopes that his opponent doesn't draw into one of those really powerful turn 1 combinations.
Yeah, I think against the Kylo, you're the things that you're most worried about are probably, as we were saying earlier, MIGs or Witch plus Force Throw. Um, if the opponent can get MIGs out and then also get a Force unit out before you deal with
Yep.
MIGs and then start Force Throwing you, it's really bad because the discard from the Force Throw triggers MIGs' ability. I think that, depending on what deck you're playing, you might have various options against it. I think Daring Raid plus a 1-drop is a really, really good answer to MIGs, but not all decks can support that. So it'll be interesting to see what Eric, our Gar Saxon player, has in mind.
Something like a 2-drop with a shield is probably going to be his best opener, either a Director Krennic or a Secret of Sage if he's running those, right? Either the Force Throw or the MIGS ping there will just take off the shield, leaving the unit undamaged, so that Tarkin isn't able to finish it off. That at least would give him some board going into round 2 and able to put a little bit of damage again on that 25 health base. Probably just a series of shields. In this game 1, we saw an Inferno 4 into that Supremacy tie, both space units, right? This Kylo Tarkin down deck not running much space, but neither of them critically with a shield, which meant that those removal cards from Josh were able to just clear the board rather than simply take off the shield.
Yeah, if the goal is shields, though, this, Gar Saxon is a leader that really likes to use those. Now, this is a Gar Saxon green. I think that in the past we have definitely seen Gar Saxon yellow as a thing.
Mhm.
And that deck not only has some more shielded units, but it also has the menacing card Lurking TIE Phantom, which, while not having
Absolutely.
shields, is immune to most removal.
Most removal. The one thing that green does offer this Gar Saxon is the ability to ambush a Vader unit using Timely Intervention. Of course, the yellow can do that with Sheen Flurry as well. Timely Intervention having the bonus that you can play it from Smuggle. And so that might be this Gar Saxon player's best answer to the Kylo leader on 7 flip if they can navigate the action economy to put themselves in that position, because an ambushing Vader does not care how much power or health their opponent's leader unit has. It simply says, put a shield on my opponent's leader, defeat my opponent's leader, end of story.
Yeah, and we saw Vader ambushing earlier in this event, and it remains an extremely strong interaction. Probably one of the best combinations in the Legends of the Force set.
Yep. One reason also why many players are choosing to play the ECL base over Data Vault, despite having a later deploy leader, because an ECL Vader is one of the best ways to sort of regain or gain for the first time board control into the things that an aggressive or mid-range player is trying to do.
All right. They're shuffling on up, it looks like, and we are about to move into game two. Let's see if Josh Everly can get the win to close out this match for the merged secret KTOD competitive team, or whether or not Eric can have a stronger performance, fight back, and take us to game three.
I was going to say, I think a lot of this comes down to what Josh is able to present on turn one. And I think I see in his hand that Miggs Mayfield card. So we'll see if Eric can respond or start us off with a shielded unit. Otherwise, his first turn play is not going to be long for this world.
All right. I do see an Inferno 4 and 2 Confiscates in hand. There is a
Yep.
tie advanced. Couldn't quite tell what that other blue card being kept was. Looks like Inferno 4 is going to lead us off, so probably not the most optimal start, but at least Inferno 4 is going to give some filtering, and if Josh Everly does end up killing it, there's going to be some more filtering. Both cards sent to the bottom, and Josh brings out Miggs Mayfield.
Yep. One of the strongest starts that this Kylo deck can have.
And there's that interaction we were talking about. Kylo's ability used there to discard a heroic resolve, and then Miggs deals 2 damage to Inferno 4, and Tarkin Town is used to close it out. I believe that die on Tarkin Town does not represent damage, but rather that Tarkin Town has been used. And
Correct.
it looks like some more cards being sent to the bottom for Eric.
So Eric looking for something. No units in his hand right now, which means his turn 2 might be using power to clear that Mayfield. Although he drew into a client, right? A shielded unit that then also has enough power to take off the Miggs Mayfield. Although I believe Josh has a power of his own in hand, which would let the Miggs Mayfield continue to do its thing, this time potentially doing damage to the base instead of to one of Eric's units.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this develops. Looks like power of the dark side for Eric, removing Miggs. Josh uses Kylo's ability, discarding a snapshot reflexes to draw, and then going to go ahead and take a look at that. Not only a unit, but a Sith holocron being played there, putting some aggression on the field.
Yeah. And I can't be mad at Eric's choice there to use the power. The Miggs value engine is just so powerful in this Kylo deck. Unlike
Tons of
the
value.
Kylo from set 2, which lets you discard a card to buff a unit, when you discard an upgrade to this Kylo, you also get to draw a card. So you're able to trigger Miggs every single turn without actually risking card disadvantage, which makes it really an important unit to remove if you're an opponent who wants to have a chance to get into this game. Unfortunately, that opened the door for Josh then to present another threat, buffed, of course, with the Holocron. So I think we'll see again here Josh trying to take a more aggressive route to get some damage quickly onto Eric's base.
Eric, maybe worried about that, fires off a Confiscate, removing the Sith Holocron. Infiltrator's skill. Another Confiscate from Eric. Eric must have a weak hand. I think Confiscate on Infiltrator's skill is very low value. What do we have here?
This is a Director Krennic, right? Getting a unit on the board.
Ooh, and there's power.
But these confiscates cannot feel good because, again, with these Kylo decks, they do not mind you sending their upgrades to the discard because they know they're just going to get them back when Kylo flips on 7. What it does do is it buys Eric a little bit more time, right? Maybe time to get to that timely intervention Vader to stop the Kylo. Eric seems to say, with the cards I'm drawing or my strategy in this game, I am the control deck here. I'm not going to try and rush down this Kylo Tarkin Town to try and get 25 damage on the base. This game is going to go to the Kylo flip. It's going to go past the Kylo flip, and I'm going to have to get that 25 damage after I've stopped this absolute onslaught from the Kylo player.
Yeah, and the other thing The other thing that I think makes these confiscates not that exciting, Grumpy, is just that the actual upgrades being discarded are just low value. Like,
Yeah.
you want your confiscates to be hitting cards that cost more than it, not things like Infiltrator's Skill.
Absolutely, and you're really only saving a single damage or 2 damage, if the unit can attack multiple times. So it's low impact both in terms of the resource exchange, but also low impact in terms of the actual damage on your base that you're preventing.
Yeah, so here we see the that Supremacy tie hitting the field again. It's met by a forced throw, but Eric
Yeah.
discards another Director Krennic, only taking 2 damage and leaving his tie alive. And then we see a bit more damage being pushed to Eric's base. Now there's 4 on there, still 29 HP to go.
But because Eric played those 2 confiscates, right? He played 3 cards that turn, which means the force throw leaves him with no cards in hand. Every turn that he draws, he will be resourcing a card and hoping to play the other card that he draws. This is a really tough position for Gar Saxon to be in, trying to play this control role with absolutely no resources at his disposal.
Now, what is that an out of aspect Village Protectors in hand?
It looks like it is.
No, no. Okay,
No, it's an agreed.
okay. This is a sideboard card basically being played for these Kylo decks. The
Yeah,
Aggrieved Parliamentarian. When played, you choose an opponent and they shuffle their discard pile and put it on the bottom of the deck. Definitely a setback here for Josh in terms
yeah,
of his setup for Kylo.
yeah. Now, hearing some of these top Kylo Tarkington players talk about it, though, they are not that upset when they see an aggrieved parliamentarian. Here, actually, right, that was the only card that Eric was able to play on his turn. So he might have, I believe he resourced, I think, an Iden pilot that turn, which at least would have used 4 of his 6 resources. He spent his
Right.
entire turn to play a 2/2. The board is relatively clear. Josh was able to clear the Gar Saxon leader. Josh, right, has a setback in terms of being able to flip Kylo, but will get that inevitability back as he's able to put more upgrades in the discard. So the aggrieved parliamentarian potentially serving to delay the game a bit, but not necessarily flipping it into Eric's favor.
Yeah, and Josh was able to play a Force Lightning and spend a big chunk of resources to just take Gar Saxon off the board as soon as he flipped. Force Lightning is a very interesting card. It actually came out all the way back in Spark of Rebellion, but you wouldn't necessarily have known that by looking at tournament winning deck lists. The card saw almost no competitive play until quite recently,
Yeah.
not because it was a bad card, but because it didn't have good enablers. But with Legends of the Force bringing many more relevant Force units for villainy, Force Lightning has a new lease on life.
Yep, right. Folks wanting to make sure their force throws are as consistent as possible, and in doing so, they have also made sure that their force lightnings are as consistent as possible.
Looks like it's going to be a long pike here for Eric. So that is a kind of mid-sized unit, something to bring out, but nothing so flashy.
Nope. And now we're just seeing both players sort of throw out average to slightly chunky units. We'll see this standoff for a little bit. Josh choosing not to deploy Kylo, wanting more upgrades in the discard pile before he does so, because Kylo Leader really is his deck's best way to get to that 33 HP. So what Eric is going to try and do now is get Josh to maybe wait a turn too long to try and sneak in that damage. Unclear if he'll be able to do that, but having a 4/6 on the board is certainly a start.
One relevant thing here also is that I don't know for sure, but there is the prospect of Eric running a Super Laser Blast, which would be potentially a big
Mm.
problem for Kylo if he flips into it.
Yep, Eric's deck potentially having multiple ways to defeat a Kylo leader before he can do anything. There was notably a snapshot reflexes in the discard prior to that aggrieved parliamentarian that would have let Josh attack with Kylo as part of the leader deploy action. Until he finds another one, any Kylo flip will be at risk of removal before he can actually attack the base.
And I believe it's a shuttle ST-149 arriving and giving a shield here to Lom Pike. Anakin was used on the previous turn to take out the Supremacy Tie SF. In chat, someone asks, has he flipped Gar? Didn't pay attention for a few minutes. Gar did flip, but it would have been easy to miss because a Force Lightning immediately removed him. Pilot Iden now being played as a unit. That's a nice shielded unit. We were discussing
Yep.
shielded being relevant earlier.
So Eric started to build a little bit of an army here, right? Again, potentially trying to pressure Josh into flipping his Kylo, not to end the game, but to use that Sentinel ability that he also has to stop Eric's aggression. If Eric can do that and then deal with the Kylo, he'll really hamstring Josh's ability to push the last bits of damage. Eric still has 20 HP left on his base. That's quite a lot.
Yeah, Anakin going to base. It um looks like Eric's also had some attacks to base. Confusingly, I believe Josh is using some very small white dice to represent his damage on base, while that big red die in the corner means that he's used Tarkentown.
Yeah.
So I
Unfortunate
believe it
because
is 11 damage on Josh's
yeah,
base.
the red dice being used by Eric to reflect damage, different from the red dice being used by Josh to
And
reflect
here's
that target.
Kylo.
And here's Kylo
Two
with the snapshot reflexes.
snapshot reflexes and two hotshot blasters. Not the flashiest Kylo ever, but still enough to push a substantial chunk of
Yeah.
damage onto that base.
That's going to be 10 damage to Eric's base, really also forcing an answer, right? Kylo can't be killed by power of the dark side at the moment. It's going to have to be something like a super laser blast, something like a timely intervention Vader unit, potentially a rival's fall. But Eric now all of a sudden we were saying he had some health left to play with. He's down to 8 HP on his base.
Yeah, that Kylo with the snapshot reflex is pushing a bunch of damage and pushing it fast. Eric is not necessarily in a comfy spot here at all.
No.
And if he doesn't
And a
have an answer to Kylo, this game could end next action.
And it looks like a covering the wing might be his only card. With no Sentinel, that will be the handshake, a 2-0 for Kylo Tarkentown.
Rough games here for Eric. He did not have the answers to deal with Josh's deck there.
Yep, and
I
I
don't
think
know
we
whether he
see
has them
there,
in the list and just didn't draw them,
yeah,
but yeah.
well, it was a combination of running out of cards very quickly, and then we saw in that circumstance, right, the aggrieved parliamentarian didn't let him actually turn the corner and finish the game. It just delayed things. The Kylo player ultimately was able to rebuild their discard enough to then still present a strong lethal threat with their leader flip.
Yeah, that aggrieved parliamentarian might have been more impactful if it was going into a situation where Gar Saxon's board was significantly stronger. But as
Yep.
it stood, he couldn't really establish a board. So the aggrieved parliamentarian ended up being kind of a weak play because, like you said, all it really did was, delay things and develop a 2-2, which is a lot
Yep.
less than you would be hoping for on a 6 resource turn.
Exactly. Just not quite enough.
Well, strong win there for the Kylo Tarkentown. And sometimes these things happen. I think there might have been some tough draws there for a Gar Saxon player, playing two confiscates on low value upgrades like early in the game is really not what you necessarily want to be doing, but sometimes these things happen.
Yep, and really strong openings both games from our Kylo Tarkenton player, right? Their two strongest turn one plays being Witch of the Mist into Force Throw. That's what we saw game one. Their other being Migs Mayfield into activating Kylo Tarkentown's Kylo's leader ability. That's what we saw game two. Exactly the kind of openings that Josh wanted to see to give him the best chance of winning those games.
Yeah, very good point, Grumpy. The those were some strong openings, and on the Gar Saxon side of the board, we never saw that, 2-2 shielded start that might have put him in a better
Yep.
spot to resist those
Yep.
things.
Someone pointing out that this version of Gar likely isn't running the Secretive Sage, so Director Krennic perhaps being their only 2-2 start, versus that yellow version that you talked about, which can run Crafty Smuggler, Secretive Sage, and also Director Krennic for a potential 9 uh, 2-2 shielded starts.
Very interesting. Okay.
So
So we are probably going to go ahead and take a quite long break because this tournament is about to have a lunch break. And that round finished pretty fast. I believe that there is going to be an hour-long lunch break after the conclusion of round 4. So we will be back in something like an hour and a half. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant on McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier. And I just want to give a big shout out to Red Seal Gaming for letting us stream the event. And of course, to Tim and Claire from McClunky Gaming, who are doing the on site stream setup and video production. Very much appreciated. And Claire also behind our amazing overlay.
Absolute all stars all around. It's been a pleasure, and we will look forward to talking with you more soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the planetary qualifier at Red Seal Gaming. McClunky Gaming looking to defend their championship for the fourth straight time. Plenty of feisty challengers looking to take that title away from them. After 4 rounds of Swiss, we have some interesting updates in the standing. The current top 8 players represent 8 distinct leader choices, just showing the variety and diversity of leaders that can do well in this chaotic post-galactic championship meta. We have some tried and true archetypes represented, so just because 2 folks might be playing 2 different leaders doesn't mean their decks are inherently different. Of course, Gar Saxon Data Vault, Kira Data Vault, both trying that tried and true blue-green villainy combination. On the other hand, Quinlan Voss, Tarkin Town, Han Solo, Never Tell Me the Odds, Tarkin Town, finding different ways for yellow-red hero to attack the meta. Again, I am Grumpy Elephant here with Tower number 9 to provide you commentary for the remainder of the Swiss rounds and then our top 8 cuts. We have round 5 pairings. The players look like they're getting seated and shuffling up, and so we'll be with you shortly as soon as our match begins. Tower, how's it going?
Going pretty well, Grumpy. How about yourself?
I am good, had a lovely lunch break, and ready for a few more rounds of Swiss.
Yeah, we'll have our next round of Swiss. I think quite fast. I think we're seeing on the crowd cam the players taking their seats and getting ready to start up that next round.
Looking at the standings, it looks like after 4 rounds, we have 27 players currently at a 3-1 record or better. All of these players are very much live for the top cut. And then we have another handful of players who are either 2-1-1 or 2-0-2, looking to win out their days and perhaps squeak into the top cut through a series of tiebreakers. But altogether, that's still well over a third of the field that's arguably playing for a spot in that top 8 playoffs.
Yeah, I think here we're going to have a matchup between 2 pretty well-known competitive decks. On the left, we are going to have a Pilot Boba Data Vault, and on the right, it's going to be a Han Solo blue 28 HP Force base. This Boba Fett Data Vault is an interesting build where for a while people had been running Boba Fett with a yellow base, usually like yellow 30 HP. And that deck was actually quite popular during jump to late speed, but had a pretty poor win rate. However, it seems like maybe the Boba fans have found something that is working better because Boba Data Vault has had quite a bit of success.
Yeah, and of course that Boba Yellow deck you're talking about, a little bit of collateral damage with the banning of Triple Dark Raid. That was a key card that it liked to see to bring out some of its more powerful ships. But as you say, this Boba Data Vault arguably represents some of the new hotness that people have found after the Galactic Championships, facing up against what we might call the old hotness, right? The fan favorite going into the Galactic Championships, Han Solo Blue Force. So Han Solo Blue Force we're going to be looking at here, trying to just create a lot of value from playing units ahead of curve, units like Grogu, units like Ogdo Bogdo, units like Mace Windu, Ki-Adi-Mundi, or perhaps Anakin, then combining that with the incredible tempo advantage you can get from Force Throw, often a self-Force Throw, using the additional cards you've drawn from Ki-Adi-Mundi to take out a big threat of an opponent's for just 1 mana, and basically snowball this resource and board advantage into beating the game to make up for the fact that the Han Solo leader on his own is just a 3/6 that doesn't do much to impact the board. On the other hand, we're going to see Boba Pilot try and perhaps take advantage of some of the resource acceleration, things like super laser tech, things like resupply, to get that Boba flip on the earlier side, first dealing 4 damage to their opponent's units, and then potentially following it up with a devastating, overwhelming barrage on a piloted ship to clear the board and claim a commanding board presence for the rest of the round. So, which player will be able to follow their game plan better than their opponent and take victory? We will find out.
Yeah, it is also worth noting that Our boba player here is Spanish Alex from the McClunky Gaming team. So,
Yep,
kind of
near the
a
top tables, defending the home turf. We'll see if he takes it down.
looks like we have a TIE bomber start for Alex, and on the right we have a Yaddle from Eric.
Yep, and this is to be expected, right? Boba Pilot is going to be going space, going to be trying to get a lot of damage through in that space arena. And as we've talked about these force decks, Han is trying to go to the ground to make sure that he can have a consistent and reliable force token generation. Now, the thing that will complicate this slightly, and this is where the real player decisions come into play, is Boba's going to be doing a lot of indirect damage. That TIE Bomber, when it attacks, will let Eric choose how to distribute 3 damage. Well, Eric's playing units with a lot of health, although that may die soon to an open fire. But when you have units with a lot of health, you can soak up that indirect damage instead of putting it on your base. So we'll see how much Eric chooses to send to his units and how much he chooses to send to his base.
Yeah, so open fire from Alex, removing Yaddle from the board. Eric uses Han's ability to play Chirrut a turn early, taking 2 damage. And Alex goes ahead and swings with the TIE Bomber. Eric opting to throw that indirect damage onto the base, as well as so there's 3 indirect damage there from the TIE Bomber, and then the bonus 1 indirect damage from Boba's leader ability. All of that ends up on Eric's base.
And it can
Moving
feel
to
so
turn.
easy, these early turns, just to throw it on the base because you're at 1, you're at 4, you're at 7. And where these Boba decks can get you is that onslaught never stops. And so you may, in later turns, regret putting everything on the base. We'll see. Eric certainly wants to keep these force units up to keep the force generation going, though.
Yeah, so moving into this next turn, Eric once again putting the damage on the base here, then does play an itinerant warrior to heal some damage, swings in for 3 as well, and I believe we may be seeing a forced throw. It looks like the itinerant warrior was played with the Han ability, putting some damage on there. And then Eric force throws, targeting Alex, and Alex discards a Kylo's TIE silencer. Now, it's not going to be quite as strong a response to a force throw as it would be if he still had resources up to play it from the discard pile, but 2 damage here is not going to be enough to remove either of Alex's units.
Yeah, I think Spanish Alex, even though he can't take advantage of that extra clause on the silencer, is pretty happy to not use a unit. You lose a unit, and that's always the hard choice you make when you cast Force Throw. You're opening your opponent to the choice of discarding something small versus taking the card disadvantage by targeting yourself and guaranteeing that you kill a unit.
Alex brings out the Super Laser Technician. It is worth noting that the Boba Data Vault deck has various ways to target itself with indirect damage and use that to kill its own super laser tech if need be.
I think we might see that here.
Yep.
Alex targeting himself, right, for the 1 additional damage. No need to take more than that, but now he's conveniently at that 6 resources, where flipping Boba is going to be able to help clear Alex's board. Or clear Eric's
Eric
board, man.
uses Han's leader ability, though, to bring out a Mace Windu and kill that IG-2000. IG-2000 would have been a good target for Boba Pilot, but it is not going to be that's not going to be a play that Eric lets Alex make. So Boba could flip now onto the TIE Bomber to get that 4 damage. Could potentially, kill Chirrut kill Chirrut and the Itinerant Warrior, or kill Mace Windu. Or we could potentially see Boba flipping to the ground arena, though with Chirrut there, I'm not sure how strong that would be.
Yeah.
Or we could potentially see those 3 resources used to maybe set up another target for Boba to pilot.
I don't think we're going to see Boba to the ground here. Boba on the TIE Bomber is pretty much better because it still clears the units. It doesn't add any additional damage. Flipping Boba to the ground, you'd only clear Chirrut and Boba would be left with 3. But it is an awkward position for a pilot leader player to not be able to immediately attack with that bonus damage.
Yeah, so we do see Boba flip onto the TIE Bomber, losing that immediate damage from the attack since the TIE Bomber is exhausted, but he does use the when deployed damage to clear Chirrut and the Itinerant Warrior. Uh, Eric deploys Han Solo, and Alex then going to play the droid missile platform. Eric swings to base, leaving Alex with the initiative for this next turn, and now we see that TIE bomber piloted by Boba Fett swinging on into the base.
And I think we're probably at the point in the game where Eric's going to want to start putting some of that indirect damage on his units, right? He's at 12, he has 16 health remaining, but Boba has lots of reach. Things like Devastator, things like Ruthless Later, that even if you have control of the board can still end the game. So I like this choice to add 3 to the Mace Windu.
Yeah, so the damage from the attack itself goes to the base. The indirect damage hits Mace Windu. Mace Windu swings in for 6 damage on Spanish Alex's base, but Alex retaliates with the droid missile platform for another 4 on Eric's base. We're now looking at 16 damage on Eric's base. Han Solo swings in, leaving us with 19 damage on Spanish Alex's base. But it is worth noting that Spanish Alex is on a 33 HP data vault, whereas Eric is on a 28 HP force base.
Thinking about why to put damage on the Mace Windu instead of the Han Solo, it could be that Eric wants Alex to kill the Mace Windu. He wants to keep his Han Solo alive because he's on 6 resources, I believe. Or is he? No, he's either on 6 or 7. It looks like maybe he didn't resource. If he's on 6 and he wants to Han Solo a Luke into play, he needs to make sure Han Solo survives, and he'd like his Mace Windu to die. And we see Spanish Alex maybe thinking through this play and saying, I'm not going to kill one of your units this turn, which you clearly want me to do. I'm going to put the 2 damage on the Han Solo instead of the Mace Windu.
Yeah, so a Ruthless Raider adding some damage to the base as well. We are now looking at 18 damage on Eric's base. Leaves us with 10 HP left there. Where Spanish Alex enjoys 14 HP left. We are getting a bit close, though. Eric plays Poe Dameron.
Which, with a double discard, would be able to take care of the Boba pilot and kill that droid missile platform. But Alex, of course, is left for the initiative, so is going to be able to unleash 1 attack from those units, whichever one he chooses.
Yeah, let's see what attack Alex wants to make here.
In terms of raw power, the Boba on the TIE bomber is going to be 4 to base, plus another 3 indirect, although at this point I think it's safe to say any indirect damage Eric takes is going to go on his units. On the other hand, even if Poe kills that Boba pilot, the bomber will still be able to attack, so he potentially wants to get in with a droid missile platform before Poe Dameron takes it out with a discarded card.
Yeah. Although, if Alex attacks with the droid missile platform, Eric could attack with Poe and discard 2 cards, 1 to defeat Boba and 1 to deal 2 to the TIE bomber, so he could still actually clear that out.
Although also, Alex is at 19.
Look
This
at
is
that, though.
big.
It's the big one.
Yeah.
So Devastator hits the field. I think it's going to be 1 indirect damage to kill Mace Windu and the rest onto the base. 7 HP left now on that base. And with Devastator in play, if the TIE bomber gets a chance to attack, that indirect damage gets to be steered by Alex rather than by Eric.
Which immediately makes it lethal, and it also protects Alex from lethal in return, because by clearing the Mace Windu, Eric no longer has enough power, even if he does 2 damage from Poe to the base instead of to a unit, to end the game.
Okay, Poe Dameron going to swing here. This is going to be an important attack for Eric. Let's see what he does with those abilities. He discards 1 card.
Well, he needs to defeat the Boba leader first and foremost.
Is he just throwing the damage on the base here?
Because otherwise, it's exactly lethal from the TIE bomber. So yeah,
Okay,
there
so
it
I
is.
think he puts damage I think he puts bonus damage on the base and also defeats leader Boba. So now we're looking at 6 HP left for Alex and 7 for Eric.
So Alex is still presenting lethal, which means Eric needs some way to either restore some health on his base or to stop that Ruthless Raider from attacking and claim the initiative to prevent a Devastator or that droid missile platform swinging in for lethal.
Initiative taken. He doesn't really have it, and
No,
that's going to be game.
that's as good as a concession, although potentially the way he took that dice maybe means he didn't realize perhaps just how high he was on base damage.
All right. Well, that's going to be a solid win for Spanish Alex with the Boba Data Vault. Um, Ultimately, a game where the players played, I think, entirely to opposite arenas.
Yep. Both of
Um,
them just showing, hey, this is the strongest thing that my color combination can do in this particular arena. Turns out having 5 additional health gave the Boba pilot leader perhaps just a little bit of an edge this time around.
yeah, I think the only ground unit that we saw from Boba was the Super Laser Technician, which he promptly removed using his own indirect
Yes.
damage.
Turning it essentially
And
into a resupply.
yeah. Well, interesting game there, and we're going to be moving on into the second game. Players sideboarding a bit. What
I
what
wonder,
type of
one of the
things? Go ahead.
was going to say one of the crucial points in that game that maybe could have changed the outcome was the decision for Eric to force throw and allow Alex to discard. I don't know how many cards were in Eric's hand at that point, but the discard to deal 2 damage ended up never actually killing a unit. That damage went on to, I believe it was the TIE Bomber, which ended the
Yep.
game with 2 damage on it as well. If Eric had said, you know what? I'm going to go down a card to either kill that TIE Bomber or kill the IG 2000, he would have potentially saved a fair amount of damage over the course of the game. Again, I don't know how many cards were in his hand at the point in time when he chose to play Force Throw, but that's always the risk you're taking. If you give your opponent the choice, you are giving them the opportunity to turn what could be an incredibly strong play by you into something that ultimately isn't going to have the impact that you hope it will.
Very good point. All right.
These players have such different game plans that I don't know, how much they're planning to change things up with their sideboard strategy. It's not as if Han Blue Force can suddenly become a dominant presence in space, and Boba Pilot isn't really looking to add much ground presence. So I'm imagining in game 2 we'll see, somewhat similar of pacing with Eric going to the ground, getting force, trying to use that force to generate some advantage, and Spanish Alex trying to ramp and go space, trying to put damage in before Eric can stabilize the board.
Yeah. See what happens here. Um,
Of note, there in game 1, that early Yaddle play was killed by an open fire, which meant that Eric was never actually able to restore any HP from his base. Although maybe that's incorrect. He played a single itinerant warrior, but really to
yeah.
play this damage race game against Boba, Eric's going to likely need to find a little bit more consistent restore. Folks in the chat are pointing out Owen as a potentially free way for Han to play, a 0-1 Owen restore 2 that's going to restore a lot of damage over the course of the game. We see it there in Eric's opening hand, so we'll see if he chooses to open with a 2-drop and then an Owen Lars.
Yeah, and it is also worth noting that while Eric did play a Chirrut, and that can be a very effective card against aggro that has more of a ground presence, it really did almost nothing in
Yep.
a scenario where the opponent is going so heavily into space.
It ended up being the
Argue,
3/3 for 3 that generated the
yeah.
force.
Now, arguably, if he had not played Chirrut, Alex could have potentially sent his Boba to the ground and gotten some more
Yep.
immediate damage. So, you could consider that sort of scenario, but ultimately, I think it was nowhere near as high impact as it would be against like a Sabine deck that mostly had ground units, for instance.
Sabine or a Quinlan that's trying to push damage on the ground. Absolutely.
All right, we're moving into our second game of this match. Eric looking to try and stay alive here. If he can get, let's see if he can get this win and force us to game 3. Once again, it's going to be a Yaddle start. This time HK47 on Spanish Alex's side of the board. And no Owen played.
No Owen played, potentially wanting to wait to play it with the full 3 health. But I think even with just 1 health, forcing Alex to divert an attack from base to kill it and then drawing a card to replace itself still could
Yeah.
have been a strong play.
Wouldn't have been terrible, although there would still be 1 damage to base from HK47's ability in that scenario, but it would still save a bit
true.
of damage plus give you that bonus draw. Eric leads us off with Yaddle swinging base for 2.
Notably, missing out on any potential restore there, but saying, I'm not interested in trading these units. I want Yaddle to be around for the long run, so I'm going to take away any incentive you might have. And also, importantly, generating the force, so now Eric can play this itinerant warrior to heal the damage anyway.
Alex goes ahead with a resupply, which will, bring us closer to that Boba flip, but Eric definitely in a position to take over the ground arena here, the itinerant warrior potentially killing HK47 and taking no damage back. And that is what we see.
And Alex
Shield
with no
removed, and that's
ships
it.
at the moment, so he's going to have to play a ship this turn. Here's one, and then hope that it survives, so that Boba at the start of next round can become a pilot.
Yeah, not really the most exciting place for Boba to be right now, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
I think the prototype tie advanced a 3-cost 4/3 vanilla taking the field here, as well as Allegiant General Pride. Now, Allegiant General Pride is a very interesting card because it is one of a few cards that is far more powerful if you're going first, because Pride is a 2-cost 2/3, and when indirected damage dealt to a unit, you may defeat a non-unique upgrade on it. And on attack, if you have the initiative, he deals 2 indirect damage to a player, but only if you have the initiative. In this
Yeah.
case, Alex is going to have the initiative as Eric brings out Poe Dameron. But that Poe is potentially going to be a big obstacle for Alex because it does mean that a Boba flip as a pilot could potentially be dealt with. The problem, though, is that Eric damaged Poe to play him early, so Boba could flip and actually use his deploy ability to kill Poe. Although in this case, craving power on General Pride +2/+2, and that brings him up to 4 power, which is enough to defeat Poe. So craving power is kind of the new overwhelming barrage, some have been calling it. It is a 5-cost upgrade +2/+2 attached to a friendly unit, and when played, deal damage to an enemy unit equal to attached unit's power. Not as strong as overwhelming barrage when it comes to fighting a wide board, but it has the upside that those stats are permanent.
Now, this choice to use Craving Power instead of the Boba Pilot flip that you pointed out does give Eric this 1 action opening to potentially remove that ship from the field. If he can do so, which it looks like he perhaps couldn't, he would have deprived Spanish Alex's opportunity to pilot Boba again this turn. Looks like he didn't have an answer to that ship. Perhaps using Kiadi Mundi to draw into one, or perhaps he's doing something a little more sneaky, like holding a self force throw, hoping that the Boba pilot will flip, and then using just 1 resource to discard something like a Crate Dragon and take out the piloted ship in its entirety.
Yeah, or maybe there's a piece of upgrade removal in Eric's hand to potentially clear Boba. Of course, Alex could
Confiscate or
flip Boba to the ground in this scenario.
Yep, he's got a strong board presence that adding another 4/7 unit to the ground might make a difference. We see a snapshot of Eric's hand. Looks like he is holding on to a force throw. I didn't see if he had anything high enough in cost to take out a piloted ship or not.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. It is an interesting one. Allegiant General Pride attacks. That's going to be 5 to base plus the 2 indirect damage, and a bonus indirect damage from Boba, I believe.
Yeah. Now, both players know this. Both players know that Alex wants to be piloting his boba and that
There's
Eric
the
can be
force
throwing
throw.
up a force throw. But yeah, looks like Eric's not even going to wait for the boba to pilot. He's going to snap it off, self discard, and take out the only ship that Boba had.
Yeah, it's going to be a Fill the Dragon discarded there. Alex does decide to flip Boba to the ground arena. So on the ground, Boba is a 4/7 with no ability. Nothing too fancy, but that 4/7 stat line is still going to be a bit of a threat. Yaddle attacks into Allegiant General Pride.
Eric saying, I'm now at a point where I'm trying to clear your units. I'm not trying to push damage to the base. So we'll probably see Han Solo deploy this turn, potentially finish the Allegiant General Pride, or Han Solo plus the Itinerant Warrior will take out the Boba leader. Probably going for the Pride because of the extra damage that it has when Alex has initiative, which he's going to have once again. But we'll see what choice Eric makes.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there, Grumpy. I think I want Pride off the field, and it looks like Eric agrees. Using his leader Han to clear Pride, and now Owen Lars does take the field,
Yep.
and this is not looking very so bad for Eric. In fact, it's looking pretty
No,
good for Eric, if you ask
a
me.
much stronger position. If he goes to base, their bases will be at equal damage, both at 8, although, of course, Spanish Alex has that 5 extra health. But we're looking at 4 units of Eric's to Alex's 1, although something like an overwhelming barrage dealing 6 damage could kill the Itinerant Warrior, the Kiadi Mundi, and the Han Solo all in one card.
Yeah, an overwhelming barrage here could be huge.
Alex is going to 7, so he's not quite at that Devastator range, which would be able to take out 2 of those units. Although also a Ruthless Raider, right, will with that 2 damage, will be able to take out any one of those units and put 2 to base. So there's a number of things that Alex can do to help sort of equalize this board state. But he certainly has to do something because right now it feels like he is a little bit behind.
Alex, considering his options here,
Yeah.
he could
Sign of a
do he
player who knows that this next action is an important one. They don't want to mess it up.
If nothing else, he could simply swing with Boba, but he's going to go for an open fire, clearing leader Han.
Now, his thinking here is probably that Han is at 6 resources. And so, a classic thing that Han players like to do is use their leader ability to sneak in a Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight for 6 resources, still a 6/5, restore 3, give a debuff. But by clearing the Han leader ability, he returns to the leader position exhausted, and so is going to be unavailable to Eric this entire action phase to bring anything out early.
Sham Syndulla being played here, and that is going to ramp up Eric.
Bringing him.
There was a base attack, IG 2000 pinging several units.
Yep.
In chat, someone asked if Eric should have healed an additional point from Yaddle with the Itinerant Warrior, because the Itinerant Warrior, I believe, attacked after Yaddle. That may be the case. I don't really remember the exact order of what happened, but it's possible a point of healing was missed there. Yeah, so then Eric is going to trade some of his board there for Boba being off the field. And moving into the next turn, Eric has Cham Syndulla and Owen Lars, while Spanish Alex has just the IG 2000. IG 2000 swinging in for 3.
Now, this favors Eric pretty heavily, I think, because he can be restoring for 2 for every 3 that Alex can do. And they're now at the same resources, which means Eric's going to play his top end, Luke's Crate Dragons. And I think those may edge out Alex's top end, Ruthless Raiders and Devastators in the race that we're probably about to see them begin.
Yeah, Alex really needs to open up some stronger units here because as it stands, if IG 2000 swings and Sham and Owen swing,
Yeah.
uh, Alex does 3 damage, Eric does 5 damage and heals 2. Now we see Devastator hitting the field,
Yeah.
doing a bunch of damage, Force Throw, and it's once again going to be Kylo's tie that's discarded, but Kylo's tie can't be played this turn. Fell the Dragon clears Devastator. Owen
Yeah.
Lars heals up.
An interesting ordering by Eric, perhaps trying to catch Spanish Alex with high cost cards in his hand to use the Force Throw alone to beat the Devastator, but having that Fell the Dragon as backup, where if the card that's discarded doesn't cost enough, and in this case it was 2, he can throw that damage onto the IG and still make sure the Devastator leaves the field this turn. Because he is sitting at 16 life, right? So with 12 health remaining, a single attack from the Devastator would have been close to ending the game.
Yeah, so now we are going to see attacks. First, we have an attack from the IG 2000. 3 more damage onto Eric's base. Then Kiadi Mundi throws 4 damage onto Spanish Alex's base. But Eric still has a lot of relevant stuff. Fet's Fire Spray. It's funny, and the Fet's Fire Spray used to be a commonly seen card, but a different version of it. This Fet's Fire Spray, the indirect damage one, has more or less only been seen in these pilot Boba decks, but is quite a strong card.
Yeah, the ability to
Eric
do
choose
2 indirect damage every turn with a third follow-up from the Boba ability can add damage very quickly.
Eric spreads that indirect damage across his units and keeps up the attack with Cham Syndulla. Now we have 22 damage on Spanish Alex's base. Eric at 19 damage. It looks like Alex doesn't have another play this turn. I think he just took the initiative early.
And
Tough
Eric
spot
hasn't
to be
spent
in.
any resources.
Mace Windu using the Force to clear Fett's Fire Spray, followed by Han Solo's ability being used to play Ogdo Bogdo. Alex is now very, very far behind in this race.
Yep.
17 damage on Eric's base. That means that 11 more would be needed. 11 is also needed on Alex's base, but Eric's board is wildly stronger than that of Alex.
Yeah, just a single IG 2000, even an attack plus another Devastator from hand is not going to be able to end the game, and Eric presenting well over lethal with the number of units that he has.
Eric also has a lot of HP left over on those units, so indirect damage is not going to be very effective. Mace Windu swings in for another 6 damage on Spanish Alex's base, and we are now looking at 28 damage, 5 left. That means that either Cham or Ogdo Bogdo can swing for lethal at this point, and I don't think Alex is going to be able to stop them. It looks to me like we're headed towards a game 3.
And I hope for his sake it can be Ogdo Bogdo who delivers the final blow. He's a little cutie who deserves his time to shine. But we're going to
Hey,
see a scoop, so neither one of them gets the
have
attack.
you played the Jedi games? Ogdo Bogdo is not a cutie in those games, dog.
Look, he's perfect in this game. He should never change. He's a star, and I stand by that.
I quite like his design. Very cool card. Yep. So Spanish Alex is going to concede. It looks like he's left his IG 2000 on the field. Hopefully he catches that before shuffling up.
Yeah,
But
unfortunately, players do not get to start game 3 with a unit still on the field from game 2. Would be a big advantage for Boba Pilot, but Alex is not going to get a claimant here.
yeah, we're moving in to a third game of this match, and it looks like they have a fairly ample amount of time left. 23 minutes.
Yep.
Should be enough to close the game. These decks are relatively fast.
Yeah, what we're seeing here is that both of these decks can pump out damage quickly. Boba, of course, does not have any way to heal. Han has some ways to heal its base to make up for the fact that it starts with a lower HP total, but with very few means to disrupt what the other person is doing, we're going to see lots of big units quickly, and those damage totals increase pretty rapidly.
All right. That third game of the match is going to be starting up soon.
Alex will almost certainly choose to begin with initiative. Just gives him an edge, being able to attack with units oftentimes before Eric has a chance to respond, which means even if Eric is able to keep things clear using some combination of Mace Windu's or Force Throws, Alex will still be able to add damage to Eric's base to potentially bring things to a close with a strong Boba Pilot or a Devastator or a Ruthless Raider.
Yeah. And I do think that another advantage of going first for Alex is that if he can start with an Allegiant General Pride, that card is extremely powerful when going first. Looks like the initial hand may be a mulligan here for Alex, though I think Eric is keeping his. Let's see how things progress.
We see one resource choice made already with a double Chiari Mundi, choosing not to keep both, just for the risk of having one stay on the board and not being able to play the second due to the uniqueness rule. But it looks like Eric's got some card draw in his hand. He's got some healing in his hand in the form of the Itinerant Warrior. He has an upgrade removal in the form of Disabling Fang Fighter, which he might choose to hold until the Boba Flip turn to attempt to remove that pilot upgrade. He's got a hand that does a lot of things. And
Okay.
speaking of, there in Spanish Alex's hand is that Allegiant General Pride, which will likely see him start with and try and pump out that damage quickly.
Yeah, looks like it should be a. This is a pretty good hand. We have that Kylo's Tie Silencer in hand, potential answer to a Force Throw. Allegiant General Pride will be the starting play, though. I think I also saw an IG-2000 in hand as a potential next turn play. Eric ends
Yeah.
up playing the Secretive Sage. Alex going to take the initiative here. It is worth noting that if Eric were to put any indirect damage on that Secretive Sage for Pride's attack, Allegiant General Pride's ability could be used to defeat the shield there. Not necessarily a part of the card that comes into play that often, but yeah.
Folks will often choose to put indirect damage on shielded units because it does not defeat the shield, but you're exactly right. With Allegiant General Pride in play, the damage not only gets added to the unit, the shield itself is then removed as an upgrade.
Secretive Sage swings into Pride. It's going to be the droid missile platform here, and then an itinerant warrior played with Han's ability. Initiative taken, probably going to be a first action attack from Pride there before he can be removed, getting that nice bonus indirect damage for having the initiative. And while Allegiant General Pride is already a pretty good card for almost any deck if going first, Boba really takes him to the next level because Boba's ability can be used to deal bonus indirect damage.
Ooh.
Oh, look,
Now
he's
look at
put the indirect
this.
damage onto there, and now Allegiant General Pride's ability can be used to remove that shield. Bit of a mistake there from Eric, I feel.
And that opens him up for a devastating IG-2000. Both units with 1 health. He is trading the Secretive Sage in, but the IG-2000 can still slam down and take out this Itinerant Warrior before it has a chance to attack.
Yeah, looks like we're going to see a swing from the droid missile platform first. Maybe worried about a forced throw here. Um,
Although an itinerant
two.
killing the Itinerant Warrior would have removed the Force unit.
Yeah, that's
That would have,
true. That's true. Ogdo Bogdo. There's the IG-2000.
yeah.
Ended up killing the itinerant warrior before the attack anyway. And interestingly, it looks like he. Oh no, he did. Okay.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
Yaddle then played for Eric. Spanish Alex looks to be in a very strong spot right now, but we'll see how this goes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yaddle will, of course, restore one, but no other Jedi friends to take advantage of that extra line of text. Alex presenting 7 damage on board with Eric's already at 9. Boba has not flipped yet. Alex putting in the early aggression that he needs, I think, to close this game before Eric can stabilize.
In chat, Osmium Blaze asks, what if it was the Boba 1 damage that he put on it? So Allegiant General Pride's ability to defeat upgrades after indirect damage is dealt, I believe does not require the damage to be dealt by Allegiant General Pride. It's just when indirect damage is dealt to a unit. So whether or not that damage was from Boba's ability isn't actually relevant to that interaction. Ki-Adi-Mundi played here using Han's ability to be played more cheaply. And there we have it is a resupply from Spanish Alex. We could potentially see Boba flipping onto this IG 2000 here.
Clearing both the Ogdo Bogdo and the Ki-Adi-Mundi, or potentially just the Yaddle if he's more concerned about the restore.
Pilot Han flips. Or not Pilot Han, Leader Han flips. Boba could flip here.
Now remember, at the
that
very
IG
beginning of the
2000.
game, Eric was holding on to a disabling Fang fighter. Flipping his
Yeah.
leader Han, he'd already used the Han ability to deploy Ki-Adi. Flipping the leader Han means that even though it would die immediately, he can now play that disabling Fang fighter with just 2 resources. So he has still left himself a way to clear the pilot Han. Spanish Alex, perhaps thinking this through, chooses to attack with the IG instead, leaving Boba for a potential ground deploy. Which would then add 4 more damage, bringing Eric to 20. So I like the way that Alex is thinking through, I think, what are the ways that Eric can stop me from doing additional damage this turn, and what lines can I take to make sure that I'm maximizing the amount of damage that I can get on his base?
Yeah, so Eric plays Grogu here. Alex could now flip Boba either to ground to enable another attack to the base or onto one of the ships in. Oh, wait. It looks like that play is being taken back. It's actually going to be an Ogdo Bogdo swing for 5 damage base. Kylo's TIE Silencer hits the field. Alex really threatening in space now. There's 10 damage available in that space arena. If
And it looks
Boba
like
deploys to the ground and swings, there will be the threat of lethal next turn, I believe.
players are playing a bit of a game of chicken. Alex is saying, I'm not going to deploy either way until you spend all of your resources. And Eric is saying, okay, well, I'm going to keep taking little actions here and there to try and force you to make a decision. Alex being able to play that Kylo's TIE Silencer really puts now the burden on Eric to either tap out and play something from his hand or leave Alex potentially in a commanding position to dictate the tempo of the rest of this game. It's a tricky spot for Eric.
Yeah, so Eric swings with Yaddle, a bit of damage to Alex's base, a bit of healing there. Alex mulling over what to do with his Boba flip, ends up deciding to send Boba to the ground arena.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
I like this a lot because the 2 answers you're thinking about are probably Disabling Fang Fighter and Self Force Throw. Disabling Fang Fighter only hits the space arena. Self Force Throw is going to kill Boba regardless of which arena you put. So here he says, I'm going to go to ground. If you have Disabling Fang Fighter and nothing happens, okay, you have the Force Throw, but now I'm going to choose.
Force throw on Alex. He
Yeah.
discards an open fire. So the question becomes, where does Eric want to send this damage? He could potentially kill Kylo's TIE or the droid missile platform, or he could maybe throw the damage onto Boba to make it so that Ogdo Bogdo or Ki-Adi-Mundi could defeat him in one attack next turn. I don't know. Where do you put this damage if you're Eric Grumpy?
I think that's exactly the right choice. He takes out the 4 power unit. He's saving the most damage on base for next turn. He has some health to spare on his units. He knows that Alex is not going to be attacking into his units. So unless there's some sort of targeted removal like overwhelming barrage, his units will be fine. He's just trying to stop the bleeding right now. And removing that 4-2 in space was the biggest band-aid he could do at the time.
Boba Fett attacks into that base, 4 more damage on there, and we are now looking at 19 damage on Eric's base. That means there is 9 HP left. Eric does take the initiative here rather than attacking with his leader Han, and we will see what play he has for us at the start of this next turn. Ogdo Bogdo crashes into Boba, not defeating him, but leaving him very low. Boba is then going to swing another 4 damage on base, only 5 HP left on that base for Eric. Let's see how we progress here.
We know from earlier in the game, at one point, Alex had both a Devastator and a Planetary Bombardment in his hand, which means he's likely holding a whole bunch of burst damage. Getting Eric this close means he's almost certainly guaranteeing himself victory, unless Eric can do something remarkable to both lower the amount of damage on his base and deal with both of those space units when he currently has an empty space arena.
Yaddle swings. That is going to be a bit of healing, but Alex goes in with the lurking, or with Kylo's tie. Eric trades Ki-Adi-Mundi for Boba, and now I think Maul.
A Maul
Is
to...
that it?
It doesn't quite finish
That's
us
it?
off, but Eric sees the writing on the wall and makes the concession.
Strong win there for Spanish Alex from the McClunky Gaming team. It was a Allegiant General Pride start with initiative. Really getting a lot of value, especially when Eric put that indirect damage on his itinerant warrior and lost the shield. Bit of a gaffe there for Eric, I think.
Didn't know about that interaction or felt like he just couldn't put any more damage on base. One interesting note, Tower, that I've noticed through a few of our matches is Fantasy Flight has a tendency to print 2-drops with a primary line of text that everyone associates them with. So I'm thinking Allegiant General Pride does 2 damage if you have initiative. Sabine does 1 damage to the base or the unit. Adigalia, 2/4 force unit. And then they like to add this second, often unrelated line of text. So for Allegiant General Pride, it's defeat a non-unique upgrade. For Sabine, it's if you have 3 aspects, she can't be attacked. Adigalia is if your opponent plays an event, do 1 damage to their base. Even Yaddle, right? Yaddle has Restore 1. And then when Yaddle attacks, all of your other Jedis get Restore 1 as well. We see time and time again, either the player playing the card or their opponent forgetting that that second line of text exists, which leads to sometimes misplays that don't have to be unwound because they're optional. So, for example, Alex isn't required to defeat a non-unique upgrade in the case of Allegiant General Pride, or times like in our first match of the day when someone tried to attack their opponent Sabine that simply couldn't be attacked. And so it's almost always 2-drops that have this quirky second characteristic that feels sort of not like their primary function, but really just to like confuse and make things more complicated than perhaps they need to be.
Absolutely. I think the it's easy to forget some of the bonus abilities on those cards, especially if you're not familiar with them. I think that at every event, I don't know for sure, but I think even at major events like PQs and even at Worlds, I believe, I have had scenarios where opponents have declared illegal attacks into Sabine. And, in principle, I think I could, like call a judge and try to give my opponent a warning for making an illegal play or whatever. But in practice, that's not usually my approach, especially given that it is such an easy thing to miss.
Oh, absolutely. Sabine is actually one of the harder ones to turn on, right? Like that is an ability that is not always active. And most of the time with folks trying to keep Sabine's board relatively clear, if Sabine's being played in Sabine Leader, most of the time it won't be relevant, but it's those times when it is that makes it very easy to forget.
Yeah, I think that one thing that can be very notable about that is you can get these situations where you have like, if you have Sabine Explosives Artist as your only ground unit, but you have 3 different colors in space, the opponent might not be able to attack it at all, even if they control the ground arena, which can be surprising and frustrating for them to realize.
Yep. Sometimes folks will plan an entire turn around, action 1, I'm going to clear this opponent's ground unit. And when they realize I can't do that. Perhaps they resourced the wrong card, right? Maybe they resourced an open fire thinking that they didn't need it. Can really throw folks' game plans off.
Yep. And very interesting situation. I think we are going to take a short break. We had quite a long break after the previous round because not only did the game finish pretty early, we also had a lunch break. But now I think we're going to have a shorter break here with about 7.5 minutes left in round five. We will be back with you in a bit before moving on to the sixth Swiss round. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant on the McClunky Gaming coverage of Red Seal Gaming's Planetary Qualifier.
Thanks so much. We'll talk to you soon.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the classic planetary qualifier at Red Seal Gaming. This is an event that McClunky Gaming players have won several times, and we're gonna see whether or not they can do it again. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant, and we're about to move into the 6th and second to last round of Swiss play here in the PQ.
Tower, we've seen some exciting Star Wars Unlimited so far. A lot of different leaders, a lot of different bases. Only a few force throws being thrown back and forth, but nonetheless, some crate dragons being dropped on some opposing units. And we'll hopefully have some more action coming up for the last couple of rounds of Swiss, and then an exciting top 8 after that.
Yeah, should be an exciting thing to see. And we will hopefully have that 6th round for you guys soon. We are seeing the players moving around a bit, which tends to mean that pairings may be up. So
After 5
let's
rounds
see.
of Swiss, we are now down to 2 undefeated players in the field, both of them representing that blue-green villain archetype that we've both seen on stream and talked about, but still a large amount of variety in both the top 8 and the top tables.
Yeah. All right. Someone in chat saying, can anyone elaborate on what exactly Brain Invaders does? So Brain Invaders is sort of a meme card. It is a somewhat expensive unit that has bad stats, but it makes it so that both your leader and your opponent's leader don't do anything. And it is normally not really very good. Arguably has some application with leaders like Kylo from Shadows of the Galaxy, whose ability is somewhat negative, where he gets lower stats based on the number of cards you have in your hand. If you have Brain Invaders out, you could say, oh, this is good for me because it means that my Kylo is no longer debuffing himself, and the opponent's leader ability, which is probably positive, doesn't do anything. However, it's generally kind of an inefficient card and does not see much competitive play. Well, the players are getting seated, and we will see what the matchup is that we have for you here on the stream. There is a the tournament is on Melee, but I believe that the stand-ins are not being published, which means that it is not necessarily so useful to see what's going on over there.
I can tell you that after 5 rounds of Swiss, we have 19 players with a record of 3-1-1 or better. So likely the top 8 will be made of some subset of those 19 players.
All right. And I believe we are going to have, it's going to be a glue here from McClunky Gaming with the Quinlan Tarkentown playing against Eric, who is, I think that's going to be I believe, Mother Talzin Red Force.
Notably, our 3rd Eric in a row on stream, which we love to see. And another new matchup. We've seen a Quinlan Tarkentown in round 1 on stream before, but not against this Mother Talzin. Of course, Mother Talzin Red being the deck that took down the Galactic Championships in Las Vegas in July, hasn't posted as impressive numbers in PQ competition since, but still a formidable deck that can play powerful plays like Force Throw and Force Lightning, backed up with removal like Power of the Dark Side and powerful 4-drop Force units. On the other hand, Quinlan Tarkentown trying to play that aggro tempo line, keeping their opponent's board clear through the use of pings and Tarkin Town, and then pushing damage with things like Hotshot Blaster, Millennium Falcon, an early Quinlan flip to push damage.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see the players starting off going to different arenas. It's going to be the what is that? The acolyte there on Eric's side of the board. A 2/3 unit that on attack and when defeated gives you the force, although notably does not actually have the force trait. Whereas Glue has the Green Squadron A-Wing.
Yeah, so Blue saying, I don't need to take advantage of my pings in this game. I'm trying to race you down. I'm in the space arena, you're in the ground. Eric, on the other hand, playing to the ground, trying to get that force trait active, then to potentially start clearing some of Glue's units through units like Talzin's Assassin, or maybe a Shatterpoint to clear that red 5. My guess is that this turn we probably see Eric try and clear at least one of Glue's units, because otherwise that damage from the space arena is going to add up very quickly.
Yeah, and on this turn, we saw Jedi in hiding and Red 5 played out. The players continuing to go to opposite arenas. Now we see the players just trading some attacks. Green Squadron A-Wing swings in for 3 on Eric's space. Eric's Jedi in hiding swings for 3 on Glue's space. And now Kira takes the field, showing a confiscate, Secretive Sage, IG 2000, and Power of the Dark Side. Grumpy, what card would you name here with Kira if you were Glue?
It's a bit of a tricky choice in part because none of them are great, right? Power of the Dark Side, well, you've already attacked with your A-Wing, so you're not actually preventing damage. IG-2000 probably presents the biggest obstacle to what Glue is trying to do, in that it gives Eric some space presence, can clear the Green Squadron A-Wing, can kill the Red 5 with Talzin as backup. So I probably name the IG-2000 if I'm Glue to force sort of an awkward power hand, and it looks like from stream they're telling us, yes, the IG-2000 was named.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense there as well. Eric uses Mother Talzin's leader ability to debuff Red 5 there with -1/-1. Takes some more damage to base.
Yeah.
We're now looking at 8 damage on Eric's base, 20 HP left, 5 damage on Glue's base, also 20 HP left, since Glue is on a 25 HP base.
And that Talzin ability there was not trying to kill the red 5 this turn. Sometimes you use that ability just to save a point of health. Eric knows that he's going to get the force back, either by attacking with the Acolyte or if it dies for some reason on that death trigger. So it was essentially a free action for Eric to use that Talzin ability to save a damage.
Yeah. The
Now, both
go ahead.
Both leaders will be coming out this turn. We're at 5 resources, so we'll have dueling 5/7 force leaders. Mother Talzin having access to 2 powerful effects that come with that. Force Throw, which of course is already active given the Force units, and Force Lightning. Quinlan currently doesn't have a Force unit on the board, and so deploying Quinlan Leader would unlock Force Throw. But we also see, look at this, the powerful Plo Koon in Glue's hand. Plo Koon with Coordinate active, able to attack for 6. Normally not enough to clear some of these 3/7 leaders, but because Mother Talzin costs 5, the Plo Koon with an extra ping from Quinlan would be enough to clear the Mother Talzin leader. Eric, perhaps thinking through this, uses Force Lightning preemptively to take Glue off of Coordinate. So even if she flips Quinlan, trying to get Coordinate back online for that Plo Koon, Eric can then attack the Jedi in hiding into the Kira to once again take Glue off of Coordinate. That looks like the little dance that our players might be doing here this turn, which means Glue may have to come up with an alternate way to spend those 5 resources in a way that lets her keep pushing damage to the board while also trying to slow down or prevent Eric from gaining board control.
It's a Quinlan flip.
Again, Coordinate now live for the Plo Koon, but I wouldn't be surprised if Eric takes the opportunity to attack Jedi in hiding into that Kira.
That's a good point, Grumpy. And are we going to see it? Eric thinking about the move. To
No.
swing into Quinlan.
Which what Eric's probably thinking here is if I flip my Mother Talzin, uh, I'll be able to kill the Quinlan with the -1 buff from the Talzin attack for the 3 remaining. This doesn't work, however, if Eric now flips the Talzin into the Plo Koon, but Eric buys himself an action by playing a unit and forcing Glue then to either play a Plo Koon ambushing the Karis or play another unit, in this case, the Ahsoka Tano.
Yeah, so Ahsoka leads to that confiscate being discarded, but it also leads to Quinlan's ping firing, Tarkintown now being used. Talzin flipped though and could take out Quinlan, but would then be poised to be taken out herself on the first action next turn. Let's see how
So
this
it looks like
progresses. Talzin's flip is
Eric
very
has
powerful.
navigated Eric has navigated this turn to avoid the Plo Koon ambush, but it looks like chooses to take initiative rather than to attack, potentially because he wants to put an upgrade on this Mother Talzin to bring her out of range of a Plo Koon ambush. Not quite sure.
Looks like, yeah, initiative was taken, but then it's going to be an attack at the start of this next turn.
And what this does is it prevents Glue from using the Quinlan ping this turn. It's the same action sequencing, but ultimately it's not going to matter because Coordinate is back online for this Plo Koon to hit for the full 6.
Okay, now we see Secretive Sage played by Eric. Shield goes up. Kira swings for the base there.
Yep.
Damage is adding up for Eric.
Kira with a whopping 12 power of, sorry, not Glue with a whopping 12 power of units on the board. Getting very, very close to putting Eric in lethal range.
I think is that an arm to the teeth that we see on that Secretive Sage?
Which will let the Secretive Sage take out the Plo Koon, preventing Glue's largest attacker from getting in, but still again leaving 6 power in a deck that's full of pump spells. Hotshot Blaster, Surprise Strike, Falcon from the hand to come in ready. Glue has lots and lots of ways to bring this game to a close, so Eric's going to have to play incredibly tightly if he wants to squeak through another turn.
Yeah, that on attack ability from the arm to the teeth is also off because there isn't another unit to buff. So this may be an answer to Plo Koon, but it's kind of a slow and clunky one. Does end up getting Plo Koon off the board though, and now the damage is adding up on Eric's base.
Yeah, just 5 health remaining. That's a Hotshot Blaster from the row. That's an attack plus a Cassian from the row. That's a Surprise Strike from the hand. That's an attack plus a Millennium Falcon from the hand. Again, seeing what happens when you cast a force throw and giving your opponent the choice of what to discard. Glue able to discard her own force throw so that Eric's able to do just a single damage.
Oh, and here comes Cassian Andor from Smuggle, and it looks like that is going to be that. Eric picking up the cards, Glue with the win for this first game. All right. We'll see what happens as we move on to the second game of this match. Very we have a moratorium on Brain Invaders chat. So Claire laying down the law against Brain Invaders there. But yeah, should be interesting. Eric, what do you think about that one, Grumpy? What could Eric have done differently to contest the field better in this matchup?
It's tricky. We've talked about this before, but these force decks are really focused on the ground to make sure they can have their force active to then get the extra advantage that comes either from their leader ability or from the units that require them to use the force. So by opening with an A-wing into a red 5, Glue made it very, very tricky for Eric to meaningfully disrupt the damage that Glue was putting on her base. There were some awkward moments, of course, like playing that armed to the teeth on the secretive sage, potentially the way that both players navigated that flip turn. Eric did a lot to make sure that his Talzin didn't get one-shotted by the opposing Plo Koon, but in doing so, let Glue push a bunch of damage to the base. I'm not sure if there's any one thing that Eric could have done differently. It really seemed like a matter of Glue got the strong space start she wanted and then was able to turn that into finishing the game using all of the different push methods that Quinlan had while also relying on the disruption, right? A card like Kira comes down and it made Eric's 4 resource turn incredibly awkward. So it was really a combination of aggression and disruption from Glue on Quinlan that just outvalued what Mother Talzin was able to do based on the draw that game.
Yeah. So now we're looking at another game, and I think Eric has made Glue go first here, probably to try to limit the impact of Quinlan's ping early on in the game.
But as Glue showed us in game 1, sometimes Quinlan doesn't need that ping to push through. I do see in Eric's hand, though, a copy of Talzin's Assassin, which we didn't see in game 1. That's going to be a really powerful card for Mother Talzin in this matchup. Getting a 4/4/4/4 that can also have cross-arena interaction. So a card like Talzin's Assassin on 4 would develop Eric's ground arena and be able to take out something like one of those Green Squadron A-Wings that Glue started with game 1.
Looks like it's going to be a Spark of Rebellion start here from Glue, but look at that. There are 2 different 2 costs in that hand. The Spark of Rebellion start is best when it can blank your opponent's first turn, and that is not what we're going to see here because that Acolyte takes the field.
Yep, smart resourcing decision by Eric if he was thinking there's a chance my opponent's going to try and make me discard. I want to make sure that I can develop something to the board.
Yeah, and that is something you kind of have to watch out for against actually both heroism and villain cunning decks, because hero cunning can potentially lead off with Spark of Rebellion, while villain cunning can potentially bring out Bazine Natal. Although, of course, with Bazine, you do get a draw after having to discard something, so there is that opportunity to potentially get a new turn 1 play, even if you have your only one removed.
Now, Blue here choosing not to use Tarkin Town to clear her opponent's Acolyte. It could be that she thinks there's going to be something more impactful for to save it for later. It could be that she's not worried about the damage, but that 2 damage a turn when you're only sitting at 25 HP could start to add up.
Yeah, and the Green Squadron A-Wing did get cleared there by a Power of the Dark Side. Kira played Power, Force, Lightning, and Talzin's Assassin. That is a strong hand there for Eric.
Unfortunately for Glue, both Power and Talzin's Assassin will have the ability to clear the Kira this turn. Arguably, you name Talzin's Assassin to force the Power of the Dark Side so that Eric, if he wants to clear Kira, ends up with an empty board.
Yeah, I think that's what happened here. Power of the Dark Side defeating Kira, and this is really not looking like a great start for Glue.
And again, choosing not to use that Tarkin Town. So now we have 4 damage from the Acolyte. Just an innocuous 2/3 that started this game turn 1. We'll see how many more rounds it can make it.
Okay.
Once again, we have arrived at the infamous flip turn, both players figuring out how to outmaneuver the other. But in this case, Blue is nowhere close to coordinate. In game 1, she started this turn with 2 space units on the board. Possibly 1 space unit and a Kira, which meant that coordinate was active from the get-go. Now she has nothing, and so can't even threaten a coordinate ambush to keep Talzin off the field, instead choosing to play an Ahsoka to try and perhaps create a little bit of disruption, potentially tap down that Acolyte.
Yeah, Ahsoka Tano hits the field. Going to be a discard from Eric. And if it is a unit that gets discarded from hand, that there will be an exhaust for that Acolyte. Eric looks to be pondering what to discard here. Discards that Force Lightning, avoiding the exhaust. But I bet Glue's happy to see that Force Lightning go.
Yeah, that Force Lightning would have made quick work of Glue's Quinlan Voss deploy if Eric was able to get a Force unit on the ground, but instead, Acolyte's not going to go towards base. It's going to throw itself into that Ahsoka.
Okay. Quinlan Voss now deploying, but with only one resource left, the Quinlan ability probably not being used this turn.
So now Glue is threatening a self force throw into something like a Han Solo to take out the Mother Talzin on flip, right? That's what one resource is presenting. Eric's going to have to decide, do I respect that? Am I scared of that possibility? And even if I think Glue has it, am I okay losing my leader in exchange for 2 cards at this stage in the game, given that it seems like Quinlan in this matchup is trying to play the role of aggressor?
Yeah. This is not the spot that Glue most wants to be in. There just
No.
has not really been much damage on Eric's base. I think we're seeing only 3 damage there, and the boards are kind of even. Now, what's this?
Eric choosing not
Did
to
we
deploy, likely out of fear of that 1-cost force throw taking out his leader deploy. He's saying, I want my Mother Talzin to have a larger impact on the field, so I'm going to save it for a time when I feel a bit more comfortable.
That could be. That could be. Let's see. Let's see how will Eric play this?
And we see this sometimes in decks that really like to put upgrades on leaders, for example, things like General's Blade, things like Fallen Lightsaber. I don't know if Eric is running upgrades like Fallen Lightsaber in this version of Talzin, but sometimes there's decks that just have a very difficult time dealing with a suited up leader. Eric might be thinking Quinlan is one of those decks, and I want to present a single strong threat. We'll find out.
Talzin's Assassin swings, dealing 4 damage to Quinlan and taking 3 back. Glue now hits base for 3 with Quinlan. Now that Tarkin Town still hasn't been used and could kill the Talzin's Assassin here.
True. Just dealing 1 damage when Quinlan's ping is available to do the same doesn't feel like the best use of that base, but at the same time, using a base, even inoptimally, is probably better than not using it at all.
Looks like there isn't an immediate ability to defeat Quinlan. So okay, we could have seen a 4 or higher cost unit played to remove Talzin's Assassin, but that isn't the case. Oh, take a look at that. Talzin deploys and is ambushed, I believe, by Depa Balaba there.
Yep, which is just going to do 6. Not enough to get the Talzin off the field, but enough for the Talzin, if she wants to trade now into either of those units, that she's going to die as well. Ooh. This force throw is going to mean that Eric is able to clear the Quinlan with that 3 damage, and then if Glue doesn't have a way to deal that 1 last damage to the Talzin, Talzin's going to be able to trade with Depa Balaba, doing 3 on attack and a -1. And then we're going to end this round with the board completely clear unless Eric has another card to play from hand.
Yeah, and it does look like I think Glue has spent all resources here, so I think Talzin is going to be able to go ahead and swing in here, trade with Quinlan, on attack ability used to clear Depa Balaba, and like you said, it's looking like an empty board unless Eric plays another card.
Yeah, and it looks like Eric just has 1 card in hand, Glue sitting on 1 or 2. So these decks have managed to grind themselves out until they're both out of gas, and the question is going to become who's able to draw into their top hand sooner, right? Glue has really powerful effects like Han Solo Ambush, Mace Windu Ambush. Eric's going to be sitting on cards like Devastator, we see one there, almost certainly going to be named by the Kira there. Um, and probably whoever can land a significant threat first is going to be able to bring this game home.
Another very relevant thing at this point is, do you have threats that can be played via smuggle? We did see, I believe, a Cassian Andor previously. Um, Claire, I think, confirming that Kira called Devastator there is the card that's going to cost more.
And we
But
did see
smuggle
some,
cards can be really good. And hey, there's
yeah,
one.
there's the arm to the teeth. Again, a powerful upgrade that gives +2/+0 and lets you add stats to other units that you have on the board. But again, Eric finds himself with just one unit.
Does mean some extra damage that could be pushed either towards that Tarkin town for glue, or potentially used to put more damage on Kira. We could see Krennic attack into Kira there, and then potentially Talzin's ability could be used to remove Kira from the field. I believe Eric has the Force token, so we'll see what happens there.
And clearing Kira, importantly, would then free up that Devastator in Eric's hand because it would lose that -3 cost. But Glue says, no, I'm going to keep that Devastator locked down. I'm going to return that Krennic to your hand and make sure that you're not able to kill my Kira through combat.
Here's an Anakin Skywalker, though, for Eric. I think it's just -3.
Yep, no heroic cards so far from this version of Talzin. Sometimes players will play cards off aspect to turn that -3 from Anakin into a -6, but it's just the -3. Does Eric have a way to do more damage? Something like a Force Throw might help finish off that Kira, but it's also possible that she will live through the turn.
This time it's Glue who's going to be playing a smuggle card. Cassian Andor arriving and coming into play ready here. Eric then replays Director Krennic. Cassian Andor swinging in for 3 damage to Eric's base. We're now looking at, I believe, 19 remaining hit points on Eric's base and 21 for Glue.
Yeah. Now, if Eric kept that Devastator, sometimes people will choose to resource a card named by Kira because they're low on cards. They want to have things that they can play. But if he was able to keep it, the Anakin here is going to be able to take out the Kira in combat and then free up the Devastator to be played from hand, presenting a 9 power threat onto the board that also does 4 damage when you play it. That's going to be a difficult card for Glue to answer, especially because Waylay, one of the answers that she has in her deck, she just used to deal with the arm to the teeth.
Yeah. Kira removed. Cassian swings base. Think it's Devastator time?
I think it's Devastator time, Tower.
And there we go. Devastator is here.
Talzin now saying, I'm going to race you, right? Could have chosen to put some of that damage, maybe 3 of that damage on the Cassian. Said goes to base. And here's an ambushed Mace Windu, presenting 5 more ready power on the board, but that Krennic is there and can take out the Mace Windu before it can attack the base.
Yeah, I think Adi Gallia now hitting the field and pinging Krennic. I think Glue's in some trouble here.
Yeah, things starting to turn around for Eric. Was able to stick that 9 power Devastator, has initiative, so we'll be able to bring Glue from 8 to 17, right? Which then another attack from that Devastator all of a sudden becomes lethal. So Glue either has to deal with the Devastator this turn or figure out how to do 16 damage to Mother Talzin's base when she only has 5 power available on the board.
Devastator swings in. Lots of damage there to Glue's base. Not a lot of HP left. Glue considering options here. But I don't know. I think we might be headed to game 3. We'll see. Cassian defeats Krennic.
And again, whatever Glue does, she can make these small choices like, do I go base? Do I clear the unit? None of that's going to matter if she doesn't have a way to clear Devastator. Looking at her hand, I see a Green Squadron A-Wing, I see a Han Solo, I think I see a Plo Koon. None of those cards are going to be able to stop a Devastator attack first action next round.
It will be Darth Tyrannus ambushing in and defeating that Addy Gallia. Plo Koon hitting the field for Glue, and it looks like Glue choosing not to resolve the ambush for Plo. I think if it's Eric, if I'm Eric, I think I maybe just claim here. I don't know. Glue still has some resources. Maybe there's going to be an answer forthcoming.
It's something she'd have to draw into, which means she'd have to take initiative.
Yeah, I'm just thinking from Eric's perspective, though. He may not know that.
It's true.
Eric contemplating a card here.
Now, unfortunately for our viewers, I actually have to leave at the climax of this game, so I will look forward to tuning in later to figure out who won. But in the meantime, I will leave you in the very capable hands of Tower number 9, and I will be back for some more commentary later today.
Yeah, Grumpy, thanks for being here. And now we're seeing Talzin's Assassin being used to clear Cassian Andor. They are moving into the next turn with Glue having the initiative, and there it is. Glue found an answer. It's Force Throw, discarding a Han Solo Reluctant Hero, 7 damage to the Devastator, but we now see Talzin's Assassin attacking, I believe, the base there, and Glue ends up scooping. So Devastator did end up getting cleared, but it was not enough to turn the tide. It had already done a lot of damage, and we're going to be headed right into game 3. So let's see what happens as we move on to that third game of the match. And I am doing a bit of solo casting here for now. We've had 2 good games with Eric and Glue here. Now, interestingly, one of the strengths of the Quinlan deck is its ability to clear the opponent's early plays. If you can do that matched cost plus Tarkin Town ping, often you're even looking to do that as early as the first turn of the game. But in neither of these games have we seen that gameplay pattern here from Glue. It'll be interesting to see whether we continue to avoid that as we move into the third game of the match. Eric is resourcing. Glue is, I think, deciding whether or not to mulligan. Does end up going for the mulligan here. And it does look like Glue is going first, which is going to be interesting because I do believe here that when Eric got to choose who went first, it was Glue. And when Glue got to choose who went first, it was also Glue. Here we go. Glue with initiative, or maybe they just didn't move the initiative. I don't know if they didn't move the initiative token or if Glue passed or what, but one way or another, it was Eric to make the first play with an Acolyte of the Beyond. Glue brings out Addy Gallia, pinging that Acolyte. Initiative taken there by Eric, I believe, and Glue not using Tarkin Town to clear that Acolyte. Let's see what Glue does next. I think it should be interesting here. It could be a very interesting set of moves. Addy Gallia is a card that can do some extra damage if the opponent plays events. But in this case, Eric is going to be pushing damage to the base. Acolyte of the Beyond, 2 damage there. Addy Gallia used to clear the Acolyte. I think that Glue perhaps looked at this situation and thought, I don't actually need this. I can use Addy Gallia to attack into the Acolyte of the Beyond. So yeah, interesting play from Glue, and he's in a position now to potentially in a position now to potentially take control of this board, and we're seeing the Jedi in hiding take the field from Eric, but Glue plays a now what exact oh, it's gonna be the Tarkentown, yeah, it's gonna be the Tarkentown ping there. And discarding that Daring Raid. For a moment, I thought Glue had played the Daring Raid, but it was the Quinlan ping from that Red 5 on the Jedi in Hiding, and then the Jedi in Hiding's ability used to force a discard. The discarded card was the Daring Raid. Glue is now in a relatively strong position, I think. He is probably happy to see what's going on here, and we do see Ahsoka Tano looking at Eric's hand. Or not looking at Eric's hand, but forcing Eric to discard. I had her mixed up for a moment there with Kira. Eric has played an Inferno 4 this turn, ends up discarding a Force Lightning. Man, Glue is in a very strong spot right now. Okay. Karis, Red 5 removing Inferno 4. Eric gets to look at the top 2 cards, and I think we're seeing at least one of those cards and maybe both of them being sent to the bottom of the deck here. So now, man, going into this important 5 resource flip turn for both leaders here, Glue has such an advantage on the board. It looks like it's going to be just that Karis versus an Ahsoka Tano, Adi Gallia, and that Red 5 still on the field. Let's see what Eric can do to try to get control of this board. Okay, and that's going to be a Kira swing, removing Adigalia. And now we see Kira played, revealing Darth Tyrannus and Ruthless Raider. I suspect Darth Tyrannus is going to be the pick there because it's the only card in that hand that Eric could actually play this turn. I don't know for sure, but I suspect that preventing the opponent from having a play here is going to be the move. We do now see. Now that's interesting. Yeah, so Talzin's ability used to debuff Red 5. Glue begins to attack Karis with the Ahsoka Tano, but then realizes that Red 5's ability can be used to attack the base and then on attack deal 2 damage to the now damaged Karis and clear her. Mother Talzin now on the field. Her on attack ability potentially giving -1/-1 to Red 5. Ahsoka Tano swinging here, is the target going to be base or is the target going to be Talzin? Silent Mino in chat saying that feels like game. Presumably bricking at turn 4 in this matchup seems huge. I think Glue is well ahead. Opts to deploy Quinlan here. Talzin swings using the -1/-1 on attack to remove Red 5. The main attack goes into the base here for 3 damage. And Glue still has, I think, 1 resource up, though I'm not sure there's going to actually be a play with it. And here we see Quinlan going base and Ahsoka Tano also poised to potentially attack base here. And I think in Glue's hand, I believe I saw a Han Solo reluctant hero. And so if Eric doesn't defeat Quinlan Voss with the first action here, Glue can play his Han Solo, ping Mother Talzin with the ability there, and then deal 6 damage, which is just enough to remove Talzin. So that is a very major threat. Let's see what Eric has. It's going to be the Ruthless Raider that we saw in hand earlier. That is going to do 2 damage to a unit and to the base, but that is not enough to stop Han. However, Han can't be played until next turn, so there is still going to be some time here for Mother's Talzin to get value. Kira swings into the base. We have 15 HP remaining. Talzin trades there with Kira. Now -1/-1 on Quinlan. That Han still can't be played this turn. It's gonna have to be next turn. But there's a hotshot blaster from the resource row. Smuggle really being used here by both players, and the target of the attack it's going to be 4 total damage with that debuff from Mother Talzin. Where are we going? Is it going to be base or is it going to be Talzin? It's going to be base, and then another copy of Red 5 hits the field as well. I don't even know. I was hyped up about that potential Han Solo play to kill Talzin, but I don't even know if it's going to get to that. It looks like Glue might be able to just push the damage to base to close things out. Eric on the back foot here, 8 HP left on base, while Glue still has 18 HP left on base. Ruthless Raider removes Red 5 from the board. Ahsoka Tano, we could see that Han Solo ambush. Are we going to see it? Yep, there we go. We finally see Han Solo, reluctant hero, on the field. We saw it in the hand earlier, had to wait a bit to get up to 7 resources, but Han ambushes and kills Talzin, and additionally pings another damage onto that Ruthless Raider. And now Eric's ground arena is empty, and we are looking at what I believe is lethal damage there if Eric can't do something to stop it. And it looks like he can't. We see the handshake, and Glue from the McClunky Gaming team is our winner. Looks like Eric actually might have been able to stall at least a bit. We could have potentially seen that confiscate on Quinlan's blaster, but I think it was looking grim for our Talzin player. Glue gets the win. Another McClunky player doing well here, and that's going to do it for our 6th round of Swiss. I think the players are talking over some of the events of that game. It was interesting there because we saw both players making substantial use of the smuggle mechanic. With the Talzin deck was playing those copies of Armed to the Teeth, whereas on the Quinlan side of the board, we had both Cassian Andor and that Hotshot Blaster. So Smuggle very relevant here, and it was a nice match with all 3 games being played. Ultimately, though, Glue was able to take it. Solid win there. Good to see a McClunky Gaming player winning. I am admittedly a bit biased as a caster here for teammates, but hopefully y'all are going to be okay with that. Now that is going to do it for our 6th round of Swiss, but we still have one more Swiss round coming up, which will be in about 16 minutes or so, plus whatever time is needed to finish any games that do go to time and end up in those extra rounds. I'm Tower number 9. I was joined for the first part of that match by Grumpy Elephant. He had to go, but I believe he will be coming back, so I will see you guys later. Big shout out to Red Seal Gaming for hosting this event, and of course to Tim and Claire from McClunky for setting up the stream. What's going on, guys? Tower number 9 here, and I am casting here with McClunky Gaming for what is about to be the 7th and final round of Swiss play here at the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier in New Jersey. Uh, Grumpy Elephant was co-casting with me earlier, but is going to be away for this match, so it's just going to be me here on the microphone. The last round of or the last games of the 6th round of Swiss are coming to a close. We should have pairings up for you shortly, and then we will have this final 7th round of Swiss before moving on to the top 8. So PQs have long been kind of a basic level of competitive play here in Star Wars Unlimited. The first events that can get you qualified for the Galactic Championships, and in the current system, anyone who wins a PQ gets 100 points, which is enough to immediately qualify you for the Galactic Championships, which will be held in Las Vegas next year. But in addition, as long as you make at least the top 8, you will get some amount of points that will boost you on your way. So I believe, for instance, coming in second is I want to say it's 40 points, but I don't remember the exact number. I myself have not won a PQ this set, but what I have done is come in top 8 at a PQ, which means that I have a few points on the board, working my way towards that invite. Additionally, one big change from last year's system is that back in the day, we had a scenario where the invites began passing down once people had already won, and I think that now we are not going to have that because there is actually a benefit to accumulating more than 100 points. Fantasy Flight Games has announced that I believe the top 32 players on the overall qualifying points leaderboards will win a free flight and hotel for that Galactic Championships next year. So there is a real incentive not just to win one, but to keep racking up those points and put yourself in a better position on that leaderboard. All right. I think I see players moving to their seats. So we will hopefully have round 7 for y'all shortly. Should be an interesting situation for us here on the stream. Someone in chat offered to join me on the cast. I think I am. I appreciate the offer, but I think I am actually enjoying doing some solo casting again. So we'll probably stay with this until Grumpy Elephant returns. Little fun fact about me: I used to solo cast games of Star Wars Legion, the miniatures game. I would do a bunch of streams of that, and the average length of a Star Wars Legion game is probably something like 2 or 3 hours. So as a caster, and especially as a solo caster, you gotta kind of level up your skills at filling time and so on. And yeah, it's an interesting one, but I'm happier to be here and casting Star Wars Unlimited. Legion, I've had some fond memories of playing Star Wars Legion, but Unlimited is a lot more fast paced, and I think a more interesting experience as a caster and as a viewer. Okay, so players getting to their spots, and we will have a match for y'all shortly. Here we go. And it looks like we are going to be playing we'll have a Han 2 blue here. Playing against a Colossus deck of one type or another, and we will soon see what leader is going to be using that Colossus base. Ooh, check this out, y'all. It is going to be Palpatine Colossus versus a Han Solo 28 HP Blue Force. So Palpatine Colossus, definitely a later game oriented deck. The Han Solo 28 HP Blue is a pretty powerful kind of mid-range build. But Palp Colossus is, I think, extremely likely to have the advantage if we go into the late game. Yes, there are the options of things like Crate Dragon, but I have a feeling that what we're going to see is a scenario where Dante, our Han player, wants to close things out fast, while JJ would prefer that the game go long. And Spratford in chat saying Red Seal Gaming stocks Legion product. You can check out that game if you are interested. I've had a lot of fun with Star Wars Legion. I know there have been a bunch of changes recently, and I have not been as up on the most recent developments in the game. But I saw that they recently came out with some kind of build your own character boxes where you can make your own rebel or imperial officers or agents and kind of customize them with a bunch of different parts, some of which are just aesthetic and some of which actually have in-game effects. So that seemed like a cool release to me. I remember talking with some people at the Galactic Championship for Star Wars Unlimited, actually, where they had a little section with Star Wars Legion stuff as well, and some people there from Atomic Mass Games. If you didn't get the chance to attend the Galactic Championship, I personally was a big fan. I think in some ways it was almost like a mini convention, and it was a lot of fun. But let's get to the game itself here. We're going to have, looks like JJ as our first player. And Spratford says Dante better win. He's borrowing cards from me. Yeah, we will see how it goes. Good luck. Good luck here to our players. And yeah, should be interesting here. Looks like we're gonna have those opening hands being drawn. So I think, generally speaking, I think Palpatine is probably going to try to play defensively and try and prevent our Han player from getting too much of an advantage early. Hopefully, get into a state where he can use his Palpatine flip to steal a powerful unit and gain control of the later game. But Han Solo is a deck that has a lot of tricks up its sleeves, so I think that Dante may not make that easy for our Palpatine player JJ. Ash says, I'm really sad I missed the Galactic Championship. Seemed amazing. Yeah, I had a really good time. I think there were definitely some logistical issues at times with the event. I don't think it ran perfectly, but overall, I had a lot of fun, and I thought it was a really cool experience. Okay. So we are now going to the gameplay. We're gonna lead us off with an Inferno 4 here from JJ. And let's see how Dante responds. Looks like Han's ability going to be used here to bring out a Cassian Andor. So in this case, essentially, this is more or less a battlefield marine here on the field. And opening 3/3. The fact that it has some damage on it does actually constitute a potential downside with Palpatine's ability, but we will see just what happens. JJ brings out a super laser technician. Dante going to go ahead and swing. I think the target there is going to be the base. 3 damage on JJ's base, but that Colossus is a lot of HP to chew through. Let's see how things continue. And Ash says, watching the Galactic Championships from home was awesome. Felt on the caliber of a Magic Pro Tour. I have not been to a Magic Pro Tour, but I was very impressed with the production value and the effort that they put there. Not only on the event itself, but also a bunch of side stuff to do. They had demos of other games like the Star Wars Legion stuff that I was discussing. They brought in a bunch of like replica Star Wars ships, and you could take your picture with like a TIE fighter or an X-wing or in the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon and stuff. They had artists there signing cards. You could go and play against the game designers. There's all kinds of cool stuff going on. All right, so it looks like Dante brought out a copy of Chirrut, and the Super Laser Technician attacked into that Chirrut with no Force token. Chirrut did take the damage there, being unable to lower the power of that attacking unit. Now, we do also see an attack coming in from Inferno 4. There is a force throw targeting JJ, who discards the Night Sister there. 2 damage goes to Inferno 4. JJ plays the client and then gets hit by another force throw. This time he discards Darth Vader, not a card that you necessarily want to be losing, but because the client's shield is still up, the force throw is not actually going to remove that unit despite dealing 7 damage. JJ then uses Palpatine's ability to defeat Inferno 4, draw a card, and deal 1 ping damage to clear Chirrut, and Cassian is going to continue his attack on JJ's base. Interesting turn there. Attacking the hand, definitely a strong tactic, I think, against a Colossus deck. But JJ does have the ability to get some draw going from Palpatine's leader ability, as we saw there with it being used on the Inferno 4. Now, in terms of board, JJ has the client with no shield, while Dante has Cassian. It looks like JJ uses the client's ability to put that bounty for potential 5 healing on Cassian. Cassian swings. Then we see Power of the Dark Side played by JJ, defeating Cassian and healing 5. It's going to be Mace Windu on the field here for Dante, using the Force to deal 4 damage to the client. Then we are going to see another Night Sister. This time, Palpatine's ability used to deal a damage to Mace Windu, and that's a double draw. 1 from the When Defeated ability, and 1 from the Palpatine ability. So that's another point of damage on Mace Windu. Han Solo flips and attacks to defeat the client. Now, in chat, people are saying that the Palpatine did something there in the wrong order and needed to draw first before resolving that Inferno 4 trigger. I am not, as a non-Palpatine player, I do not know the exact timing of that, but yeah, that's an interesting scenario. Looks like a takedown being played here on Mace Windu. Director Krennic, and on Dante's side of the board, it is going to be an itinerant warrior healing or not healing the base. I think he perhaps did not have the force. The healing does not seem so relevant here necessarily. I don't think he healed there. Yeah. And then we do see an Onyx Squadron Brute, a nice include here for Palpatine, who can use the ability to defeat that, get some healing, and get that card draw. Earlier, it looked like Dante was really putting some pressure on JJ's hand, but now it seems like our Palpatine player may be able to navigate that. We'll have to see how things develop. Dante going to lead us off. Anakin Skywalker. Anakin being used to eliminate Krennic, but I'm a little worried about this for Dante because bringing out Anakin here is going to give him a very relevant target for Palpatine's potential steal ability. Han Solo swinging into base after the Itinerant Warrior is removed by a takedown. We are at that 8 resource mark, though. The Onyx Squadron Brute swings in, but now Palpatine is going to use his ability to defeat the Onyx Squadron Brute. That's going to heal the base when defeated. He draws a card. He deals 1 damage to Anakin Skywalker, and now Palpatine flips and takes control of Anakin, and this is JJ's opportunity to gain control of this board. I do think that playing that Anakin Skywalker for Dante is not necessarily what you want to be doing when Palpatine is about to flip. I think smaller units might have been a better move. Right now, this board is looking grim for Dante, and he's only managed to make 12 damage stick on Palpatine's base. Now, we have seen some healing there. There was 5 healing from the client. There was the Onyx Squadron Brute, but even still, this is not where you want to be as the Han player. Now, he does bring out the mighty Crate Dragon. This is the top, likely the top end of his build. It's hit by an Avenger. Now, that does mean there's going to be 9 damage, but the Crate Dragon is still off the board. Palpatine and Anakin swinging in. I don't know where that 9 damage went. If it was on Palpatine's base, there should now be 21. It doesn't look like it was on a unit. I'm not sure what happened with the damage that Crate Dragon got to do when the Avenger was played there. Really not sure. It may be that they're just like writing stuff down separately. Well, one way or another, we see Han's ability used here for an Anakin Skywalker. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think Dante may have just missed his trigger on the Crate Dragon. I really don't know. It's either that or he put the damage on the base and they're like keeping the life total on pads or something off the side of the board. I don't really know what happened there. Looks like they're discussing this matter now. It may be a judge. Okay, so damage perhaps being sent to the Emperor Palpatine here. And then I believe that should also mean that Dante takes less damage. I think Palpatine got into the base there. I don't know exactly what happened. Yeah, they're discussing this situation. I, I I'm really not so sure exactly what happened there. It looks like the Crate Dragon was maybe missed initially and then remembered, and they're trying to do some kind of rollback. And okay, now there's more damage here on Dante's base from the Avenger. Okay, so I think they did a rollback where Palpatine was declared to have been killed. And then it looks like Anakin was played debuffing the other Anakin. Avenger attacks, doing more damage to Dante's base and defeating Anakin. And the debuffed Anakin can still swing for 2 or something, but this is looking really bad for Dante, and I think he actually scoops it at this point. Yeah, a little odd there. I think the crate was maybe neglected at first, but ultimately the crate dragon trigger was not enough to put Dante into a winning position. And we actually saw a very similar thing earlier when Wu was playing, where Wu played a devastator into a crate dragon. 10 damage is a lot of damage, but that 10 damage was not enough to get his opponent the win because the situation becomes so favorable on board for Wu. And similarly, the situation here was just too favorable on board for JJ. Okay, so we are going to start off this match with a win for JJ, and we are going to be moving on to the next game here. Um, so we will see what happens and whether Dante can do better in this next round. Okay, so yeah, the players are shuffling on up. I think JJ's got to be pretty happy with the way that one went. The healing from various effects was able to reduce the pressure that Dante was applying. And then JJ indeed got to that 8 resource point, flipped Palpatine, stole his opponent's Anakin Skywalker, and was able to go from there to a solid victory. I think that it had looked like Dante was maybe going to be able to really restrict his opponent on cards when we saw that double force throw turn, but I believe that Palpatine's leader ability was able to draw him out of that and get into a good spot. All right, looks like the players are perhaps discussing something here, and we're going to be going into that next game. There is some discussion in the chat about the extent to which the current meta is or isn't healthy. Um, I personally think the current meta is pretty good. I don't think it's totally ideal, but I think it's pretty good. We're seeing a wide diversity of lists in competitive play doing fairly well. There isn't a notably dominant deck. I think there are a few specific issues. So I do not necessarily think they should ban Force Throw, but I do think Force Throw is pretty strong and is warping some elements of the meta as a whole around it. But I don't think it's so bad that it necessarily needs a ban, and I think there's a lot of interesting stuff happening in terms of, we're seeing some force decks, which tend to be like very strong mid-rangey builds. We're seeing some space aggro to try to get around the force decks, which are mostly ground focused. We're seeing some more control-oriented decks to combat the mid-rangey decks. So like this Palpatine deck or the Kira that Wu was playing earlier, or some more control-oriented builds. Overall, I think we're in a pretty decent spot. All right, Dante bringing out Yaddle to start off this game, and then we're going to have Director Krennic here from Palpatine. So let's see how we go. Dante's Yaddle is going to go ahead and swing 2 damage to the base here. And the restore not going to be relevant at this time. Zelda Hat Guy in chat saying the meta I think has adjusted to Force Throw, not saying the card is not bonkers. Yeah. So I think Force Throw is an extremely good card, but also it's a card that people have adapted to at least some degree. Okay, so now we're going to see a Mundi played with the Han discount. So Dante gets to draw 2 cards, but that also means that 2 damage on that Mundi leaves him vulnerable to an attack from Director Krennic. So Director Krennic clears Mundi, staying alive thanks to the shield there. And I believe that additionally that Super Laser Technician only costs 2 to play because Director Krennic's ability discounts the first unit you play in a turn with a when defeated effect. So then we also see JJ using Palpatine's ability to defeat his own Super Laser Technician, throw a damage on Yaddle, and draw a card. That is going to be some nice ramp there for JJ. Dante swings away with Yaddle for another 2 damage. Let's see how things proceed. It's going to be the Night Sister Warrior again. Some more potential card draw. There's a forced throw from Dante. Is he going to target himself or JJ? I think under the circumstances, you probably target JJ since there's only these 2 costs in play. But we'll have to see what happens. Yeah, it's going to be a Vigilance discarded. Dante's probably very happy to see that go. And the damage there used to remove Director Krennic. Now we're seeing Palpatine's ability used to defeat the Night Sister Warrior. 1 damage onto Yaddle and a card draw, plus a second card draw from the Night Sister's when defeated ability. Dante goes ahead and plays the Secretive Sage, a 2/2 shielded with the Force trait that has been prevalent in quite a few decks in this Legends of the Force meta. But JJ still has 3 resources. Let's see what he does with them. And yeah, there was some discussion in chat about Force Lightning being a very strong card. Force Lightning is interesting because it's been in the game for a while. It has always been good, but it has not always been very playable because Darkseid has not always had good early game Force units that you need to enable Force Lightning. Now, I don't really know what's going on here, to be honest with you. There's an Anakin Skywalker unit. Oh no. I think what happened, I think they just realized these players are using the exact same sleeves. And I think what may have happened is JJ may have drawn his opponent's Anakin Skywalker, which was stolen with Palpatine last game, and may have been shuffled into JJ's deck by mistake. A bizarre scenario where both players are using, I believe, the exact same sleeves, and they are maybe now realizing that something has gone wrong. I don't actually know what the ruling is for this. It is an unusual situation for sure, but we're going to see how this ends up getting resolved. Yeah, it's funny because Anakin Skywalker would plausibly be a card that could have been in either of these builds. But I believe that in this case, the It may be that the Han player is the only one actually playing it. I'm not exactly sure, but I think there's going to need to be some judge intervention to determine what exactly is going to happen here. Uh, Really unusual, weird situation where normally this type of mistake is very easy to catch because you can recognize that the sleeves are different, but these players are both using the exact same Gamegenic sleeves, and it made that mistake difficult to catch. Matthew in the chat saying this is why you should count your deck between games before shuffling. Yeah, I like to do a pile shuffle where I do a number of piles so that I can clearly tell whether or not I have 50 cards in my deck. You do have to do some additional shuffling. A pile shuffle is not itself enough to be random, but I have done, let's do a 5 pile shuffle. Each pile should end up with 10 cards, and then you know that you have all 50. Now, this is a weird situation because I believe both players actually have illegal decks here. So I don't really know what the resolution is. I believe, yeah, it depends a bit also on what was sideboarded and so on, but I believe JJ has a card in his deck, this Anakin, that shouldn't be there, and Dante may actually be missing a card. It's possible that with sideboarding, Dante's deck is actually still legal depending on what he swapped in and out. I don't know exactly what's happening here. But we are now moving towards a solution. The judges are there. We're going to see what happens. Very odd situation. Not one that I've ever seen before, either in this game or any game. I have seen people pick up an opponent's card by mistake after a game or something like that, but it often gets detected quickly because of sleeve differences. I think this may be the first time I've seen it happen with two players using the exact same sleeves. Very unusual scenario. Very, very unusual scenario. Well, guys, my apologies to the viewers for this pause in the game. I think that the judges are trying to figure out what to even do. This is such an odd set of circumstances to occur. Um, but hopefully we will have a resolution for y'all shortly. Definitely seems like a really weird one. And yeah, no, Grody, I'm apologizing just because I know for the viewers, it's a little unhyped to have a notable pause in the game like this. But I do think, we sometimes unusual circumstances happen, and hopefully we'll be moving on with the game shortly. Maybe something that's discussed in the maybe something that's being discussed in the judge Discord as we speak. Spradford says, "Guy says he can solo cast, and now he's caught off guard. Should have taken my offer." It's a funny situation here. I think what we really need here is like a judge caster to explain what. Although actually that could really backfire, because if you have a judge caster to explain what should be done in a scenario, and then the actual judges do something else, that's a really odd surprise for the viewers. Um, Yeah, we will see what happens here as they discuss this situation. Grody says, "Don't use the same sleeves. One of them should have switched." I I personally don't think that it necessarily makes a lot of sense for someone to spend a bunch of time re-sleeving their whole deck so that their sleeves don't match those of the opponents. It would have helped in this situation, but I don't think that's something that normally is worth the time to do. It looks like they figured out some solution. I don't know what it is, but they figured out some solution that is going to cause the game to continue. We see a copy of Power of the Dark Side being played. I believe clearing out that Yaddle. Here we still have the secretive sage on the field. Um, yeah, so there's 4 damage. I don't know what the exact resolution was, chat, but one way or another, it looks like they are moving on. And yeah, we're gonna be going into more turns with this game, I believe. Yeah, I think it looks like neither player, I believe, has been given a game loss. So I think we're just gonna continue here. It looks like we're on the 5 resource turn for our Han player. Han Solo is going to flip. We now see a resupply played by JJ, bringing him up to 7 resources. That does mean that we could see a palp flip next turn or even this turn if there's another ramp piece. Han Solo swinging into the base for another 3 damage there. We're up to 7 on JJ's base, but with the powerful 35 HP Colossus, there's still 28 to go. And now a Power of the Dark Side being played by JJ yet again, clearing that secretive sage. Dante still hasn't spent his resources, ends up playing a Poe Dameron. And this time, even though he's playing a big unit into a potential Palpatine flip, there's a very different situation because Palpatine does not have any unit on the board that he can immediately sacrifice to put damage on Poe and immediately remove it. It looks like we might actually be seeing a super laser blast here from JJ. Yes, it's a super laser blast, both Han and Poe off the board. Let's see what Dante can do to rebuild. I do think we see a Cham Syndulla here who could provide some counter ramp. Since JJ certainly has more resources than Dante right now, that's exactly what we see. Cham Syndulla ramping Dante up by 1 and developing a 5/4 body on that field. Now we're going to be moving on to the next turn. I believe this is going to make us up to 9 resources or maybe even 10 resources here for JJ. While Dante is on 7 or 8. Yeah, I think we're at 9 resources to 7 here. JJ is going to play a Darth Vader classic power card from the Spark of Rebellion set, coming onto the field with an ambush. Um, And Claire, I believe they're saying the resolution is the Anakin is getting shuffled into Dante's deck. Palpatine draws a new card, and both players are being given some penalty points. The game continued from there. So now Palpatine's going to have a potential target for his ability with this Inferno 4 entering the field from Vader. That also means that there's going to be some filtering. Looks at those top 2 cards, and I believe both of those are being kept on top. Now we're going to see the ambush attack from Vader, removing Cham Syndulla once again. It looks like Dante is in trouble. I think Dante is not at all where he'd like to be in this game right now. Opponent still has quite a lot of base HP left. Palpatine has yet to flip. Han's flip has been defeated, and Dante has nothing on the board, but there's still a lot of resources up and a fair few cards in hand. Let's see what Dante can do to fight back in this game. I think there's 5 or 6 cards there for Dante. 3 cost, it's going to be a copy of Grogu, played without Han's ability. JJ spends a resource, uses Palpatine's ability, sacrifices the Inferno 4 for 1 point of damage on Grogu, and a card draw. And that is going to be a situation where Now we could have a Palpatine flip to steal that Grogu. Not necessarily the highest value card to take, but would be potentially an obstacle for Dante, especially because with that Han, there's a lot of or I'm sorry, not with the Han, with the Vader, there's a lot of damage to potentially throw around. Oh, Grogu though is a Force unit and enables a Force throw, which knocks a super laser blast out of JJ's hand, defeating Vader as well. And looks like JJ is opting not to deploy Palpatine, and we're moving on to that next turn. JJ maybe trying to save his Palpatine leader flip for a higher impact moment where he can steal a more powerful card than just this Grogu. It's going to be a takedown, removing Grogu from the field. Empty board once again. Not where Dante wants to be. Inferno 4 for JJ. This also gives him a potential target for Palpatine's ability to take whatever Dante might play. JJ not having flipped Palp yet is really putting Dante in a tough position. But the rebellious Hammerhead is on the field and is going to have Dante's going to have enough cards in hand for that when played ability to defeat Inferno 4. So that is going to allow that filter ability to go off again, but it is not going to allow JJ to use Palpatine's ability there. So now JJ is going to have to develop some other unit if he wants to get Palp's ability going to steal that rebellious Hammerhead, or maybe he'll have to have some other source of damage. Now in chat, we have someone saying, I just heard someone say that a Han for Tarkin Town, so Pilot Han, aka odd numbers Han, made top 8. Hope we get that one on stream. We will see what we have when it comes time for the stream. But a odd numbers Han is a spicy odd numbers Han is a spicy deck for sure. Maybe a different form of pilot aggro, pilot or a space aggro. So aggro decks have been having the most success in this set, I think, when they have a strong space component. And one of the ways to do that is to run a pilot leader. You can also run a ground leader that has strong pilot options. But yeah, in this case, JJ bringing out Avenger, removing the rebellious Hammerhead, only to get hit by a Fell the Dragon, and now we see Poe Dameron hitting the field. Palpatine's still not deployed, but also not able to make a small unit stick to use Palpatine's ability to get a steal set up on one of these more powerful units Dante is bringing out. Very odd situation in this game. Palpatine's return, I believe, into that same Avenger, and Poe Dameron is off the board. Does Dante have an answer? I see a Crate Dragon in hand, but it's extraordinarily risky to play it. It would very likely just get stolen. The fact that JJ still hasn't deployed Emperor's Palpatine is a gigantic problem for Dante. And this is really the power of Emperor Palpatine as a premier late game leader. This ability to take control of an opposing unit on your flip is just so powerful. Dante brings out Yaddle, follows up. Oh, take a look at this. Follows up Yaddle with Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight. I believe that's the -6/-6, and then a Force throw. And it discards a takedown. That is going to be enough damage with the -6/-6, 10 total damage, and Avenger is off the field. Additionally, that Luke Skywalker is in position without Palpatine having a small unit. Once more, there isn't a sacrifice option here for Palpatine. I think that JJ must have taken the initiative, which meant that he couldn't sacrifice the Avenger after it was debuffed to get into a position to steal Luke. But look at this. I believe that's a copy of Annihilator. Luke Skywalker hit by Annihilator. Dante reveals his hand, and it's 2 copies of Crate Dragon. Now we're seeing the Annihilator searching through the deck to remove those other copies of Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight. This is going to be a big problem for Dante. JJ brought the heavy endgame stuff, and it is showing up for him now. I guess Dante's only options now are smuggle cards or playing Crate Dragon. But if he plays Crate Dragon, he can actually lose all the Crate Dragons in his deck to that Annihilator. He does play it. Yaddle for 2 to base. Yeah, I believe JJ could sacrifice the Annihilator here. Put the damage on Yaddle, use the when defeated ability to kill the Crate Dragon, and then it looks through the hand. I think that's just what we're seeing. Crate Dragon killed, looks through the hand and the deck to get rid of the other Crate Dragons as well. Annihilator really picking apart Dante's options here. First, Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight, and now Crate Dragon being completely removed from the field, the hand, and the deck, and now Dante left with just that wounded Yaddle. Look at how little damage has gotten through. There's still only 9 damage on that base. Yaddle swinging and at least pushing us up to double digits with 11 damage on the base. Here comes a Vader to ambush Yaddle, and Palpatine still hasn't had to deploy. JJ seems very firmly in control of this game. I don't know how Dante can possibly prevail here, but with still almost half an hour left, and already down a game, would be very little reason to scoop for time unless you just wanted the pain to stop here. But the time pressure is not necessarily the core thing. Yeah, and Yaddle's off the board thanks to that Vader ambush. JJ also developing an Admiral Piet, which is potentially a big problem for Dante in its own right. Lots of resources for Dante. He brings out a copy of Chirrut. Super Laser Tech now on the board for JJ. Could be an easy sacrifice in future turns. Palpatine's ability was already used this turn to sacrifice Annihilator, so we aren't going to see that last resource allowing the sacrifice for the Super Laser Tech. And now JJ has successfully developed those small units that give him those sacrifice targets and will allow him to steal any powerful unit that Dante gets on the board. Initiative taken by Dante. He'll at least get to swing for another 3 damage, I suppose, with Chirrut if he wants, but the situation is not looking good. All right. Chirrut, well, it looks like Dante was considering a Chirrut swing, maybe rethinking it. Goes ahead and goes for the base. Up to 14 damage on the base, but with that Mighty Colossus, there's still 21 HP left, and the board is looking grim. Super Laser Technician sacrificed. Palpatine finally flips, taking control of that Chirrut and putting an obstacle in Dante's way in the ground arena. Now, JJ, I don't think has ways to actually get the force, so Chirrut's ability isn't going to be that relevant here. But it is a Sentinel that will potentially absorb attacks. And with Luke Skywalker and Crate Dragon both removed by that Annihilator, it's possible JJ thinks he's not going to find anything better. Anakin Skywalker now hitting the field from Dante. Relatively strong unit here. I don't know what the target's going to be. It looks like he's maybe going to be debuffing that copy of Vader. Yeah, Vader debuffed there, -3, -3. But now we're going to see a copy of the blue Vader. Looks like he doesn't actually have an ambush here. Oh, wait. It looks like I spoke too soon. There was no timely intervention, but I'd forgotten that Admiral Piet. There is an ambush, so that Vader clears Dante's board. Dante incredibly behind at this point. This is a brutal game. This is a brutal game here for our Han player. And now JJ finally starting to turn that corner and put attacks into Dante's base. The first 7 damage there. And Dante is not going to bother to play this one out. There's the handshake. JJ with a very strong 2-0 win there against the Han Chu 28 HP Blue Force. Yeah, I mean that was just a brutal match. JJ really seemed like he was in control. There was a strange extended period in this game where while JJ was in a relatively good position, he was not able to develop small units to steal his opponent's stuff. But that Annihilator removing all copies of Luke and Crate Dragon was going to be a really tough hurdle for our Han player to clear, and ultimately Palpatine was able to score a big win. That is going to do it for our Swiss rounds, y'all. We just finished the 7th round here, and we have a bit of time left before all the matches complete. But we will soon be moving on to that top 8 once the other games are finished and we have some pairings. Palpatine, yeah, in chat, someone says, love that Palpatine is still winning. Yeah, Palp is a powerful card, and there's some jokes about counting their cards and making sure that the Anakin situation's cleared up. That was a very, very interesting game. Really big win for Palp. And also a really interesting rules scenario with that card accidentally being taken and both players on the same sleeves. So very unusual. Very, very unusual. All right. I think we are going to take a quick break here on the McClunky Gaming stream. There's going to be some discussion of standings and so on once these rounds complete. So we'll probably come back in a bit before that top cut. Thank you all for watching, and stay tuned for more as we move on to the top cut elimination rounds here at Red Seal Gaming's Planetary Qualifier in New Jersey. Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the planetary qualifier event here at Red Seal Gaming, and we have your top 8. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant, who is back after the end of Swiss to help cast the top cut. Grumpy, what do you think about this top 8?
Hey, I'm back again. Excited for 3 more rounds of Star Wars Unlimited. I'm excited for this top 8. I think the first thing that I noticed looking at it, right, we were talking at the start of the tournament about just how broad the field was in terms of decks. We had 39 individual combinations of bases and leaders, and that has collapsed somewhat after 7 rounds of Swiss. Most notably, right, we have 3 copies of Quinlan Voss from the third set combined with the red base Tarkin Town. So that's jumped to 3 out of 8. We do then have, after that, just 1 copy of Han Solo Blue Force, 1 copy of Han Solo Pilot Tarkin Town, 1 of those Gar Saxon data vaults, 1 of the Cure data vaults, right? So 2 decks representing that blue-green villain combination. And then to round us out, 1 of the Anakin Skywalkers combined with the Blue Force base. So there is a little bit of deck diversity here. We have that would be 6 different leaders and bases represented, with 3 Quinlan Vosses making up the top. What do you make of that?
Yeah, so I think, looking at this, my big takeaway is that Quinlan had a strong day today. You know, there weren't a massive number of people playing Quinlan necessarily, but we see 3 out of 8 in that top cut on him. So Quinlan seems to have been a good selection. I do think Tarkin Town has also been a winner with half the top 8 on Tarkin Town, the 3 Quinlans and the odd numbers Han. Then we have some data vaults and we have some 20 HP force bases. Interestingly, not a single 30 HP here, I believe.
Yeah, 30 HP bases, dead and gone. A quick note on Quinlan Tarkentown. One thing that folks like to talk about, right? When we look at raw numbers, it's one thing to say, okay, there's 3 Quinlan Tarkentowns in the top 8. But then there's another to ask, how many did we start the day with? What was their
Right.
overall conversion rate? There were only 7 players today on Quinlan Tarkentown out of the field of 92. That means 3 out of those 7 players advanced to the top 8, which is a remarkable conversion rate for a deck that only 7 people started with. And then we compare that to our 1 Han Solo Blue Force, right? Patrick F. coming in 8th place, squeaking into the top 8. Han Solo Blue Force was our most represented deck. 11 people started the day. 1 of those people made the top 8. So we have 1 in 11 for Han Blue and 3 out of 7 for Quinlan Voss. Obviously, with small sample sizes like tournaments like this, you can't take too much weight to those kinds of conversion rates. We'll have to see how that stacks up with other PQs happening across the country today. But coming out of New Jersey today, Quinlan Voss is looking very, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And how many? I wonder how many pilot Hans we had. I'm gonna guess not very many. But
I'm looking at the list right now. Obviously, not one of the tops. How far do we have to go? The Han Solo Jump to Lightspeed Tarkin Town deck coming in first place after Swiss, Evan T. He was the only pilot brave enough to bring that particular combination to the tournament today. And looking down the rest of the list, he was the only pilot to bring Han Solo Jump to Lightspeed at all. But if memory serves correctly, this is a deck that's performed pretty well in the past month or so. I believe 1 copy of this build did make it to top 8 at the Galactic Championships. So it's proven itself in a large field, and in the hands of a capable pilot, possibly it can take down the entire thing.
yeah, and the conversion rate stuff doesn't necessarily work at small sample size, but otherwise you could say, hey, 1 for 1, 100% conversion rate, best available.
Yeah. Looking good. Now, we have the bracket posted. Of course, everyone trying to make it to that far right side of the bracket with the right to call themselves champion of the PQ and then an automatic qualification to the Galactic Championships Season 1 next year. A quick reminder of what these folks are playing for. prizes offered up by Red Seal Gaming. So, in addition to the various prizes offered by Fantasy Flight Games, the playmat, the initiative tokens, of course, those valuable points to qualify for the Galactic Championships, first place from this tournament is going to walk away with $1,000 US cash. But it doesn't stop there. Second place, right, making it to the finals, but not quite all the way, is going to earn you $500. Third and fourth place will both walk away with $200, and fifth through eighth place will walk away with $100. So that, oh, I said cash. I apologize. It's store credit payout.
Store credit.
But
Store credit.
still, store credit payout. But still, that is a significant amount of money on the line for these players. They've had a hard day fighting through 7 rounds of Swiss, but there is a lot still on the line. And so there's a lot that they still want to bring their best for to make it as far as they can in this top 8.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how this goes, but yeah, there are some major additional prizing, some generous prizing here from the Red Seal Gaming crew, in addition to the prizes already offered by Fantasy Flight Games. And I think one of the hypest prizes for at least some of these players is going to be those qualifying points, in addition to the store credit and the play mats and those sorts of things. The getting those points to potentially be on the list for Galactic Championships is something that I think a lot of people are looking for.
Absolutely. No longer guaranteed entry. Folks who had a great time this past July and are looking to repeat it have to prove themselves at tournaments like this to say, I deserve my spot at Galactic Championships number 2.
Yeah, could be very interesting. Now, I believe we will. I believe we will see what happens with the Galactic Championships and whether there's going to be any additional prizing for leaderboard positions beyond what's already been announced. What we do know is that getting 100 points will qualify you for the event. And if you are in the global top 32, I don't know when the cutoff will be for that, but the global top 32 at some point will receive a free flight and hotel. So definitely some incentive to build up those points. And I don't know if there's going to be some additional prize for the, world number 1 player or anything like that. We'll have to see what else FFG may announce, but I think it's an exciting system, and it's going to be cool to see where that goes as we are moving here into the season, into the official season 1 of Star Wars Unlimited Organized Play.
Well, if the first Galactic Championship is any precedent, the player who earns the top number of points can, at a minimum, expect a cardboard trophy honoring their accomplishment. So there's likely to be something. Whether it's more than that, that's up to FFG, but we'll find out. I see a question in chat that there's no Boba Data Vault in top 8. That, of course, was one of the exciting decks to watch. We do have the numbers of how many started the tournament. Looking at it here, it looks like there were 6 players on Boba Fett Jump to Lightspeed Data Vault. None of them did make the top cut. Not to say from that that it's not a strong deck or it's not well positioned, just that it didn't shake out this time. And thank you, of course, to Luke Jones, Joker Jonesy, for the shout out on stream.
All right. Should be should be getting underway shortly. I think there is a bit of a break here as they are potentially setting stuff up, taking pictures, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You often have kind of the top 8 photo and all that.
Yeah,
One relevant thing to note is that there, I believe, has been a change, and the initiative in top 8 is, I believe, determined by the higher seeded player. It is
that's
no
correct.
longer random, so there is some incentive to fight for that top spot after Swiss. Will give you an advantage, a slight advantage, but an advantage in your top cut.
And so if I'm Evan T, right, coming into this top eight, playing Han Solo Tarkin Town, an aggressive deck that's trying to put damage on my opponent's space quickly and try and end the game using a powerful 5 flip leader deploy to swarm the board, I'm delighted, right? I look down these standings and there might be some hard matchups in there, but I know that as long as I'm still alive in this tournament, I will be starting game one with initiative, right? So playing Han Solo Force deck in the top eight, Han Solo jump to Lightspeed's going to have initiative. If he wins and ends up playing Cure Data Vault or Anakin Skywalker, the winner of the other side, the other quarterfinals on his side of the bracket, Han Solo jump to Lightspeed will have initiative. If he makes it to the finals, whoever he plays from the other side of the black bracket, Han Solo jump to Lightspeed will have initiative. And for aggro decks like that in particular, that can make a huge difference, right? So he's going to be rewarded based on his incredibly strong Swiss performance. I believe he went 6-1 overall, did not take any draws throughout Swiss, with potentially a little bit of advantage now uh, on the rest of the day.
Yeah. Should be interesting to see how it goes. I do think that in some of those Quinlan matchups, I'm not 100% sure if he'll want to go first, but hey, he'll have the option at least to decide how he wants to set it up.
Yeah, Quinlan, of course, a tricky one, sometimes for both players to know. And that's one thing I think we saw in some of our Quinlan matches today. Regardless of who got to choose, there was a little bit of hesitation, right? Of what is the right choice for me here, given not just the deck that my opponent's playing, but also how I've seen them play, right? Are they trying to be more aggressive? Are they trying to be more defensive? And based on that, right, do I want to make a different choice than maybe the choice that I practiced?
Right. Okay.
Question in chat about how many players were playing Cad Bane. We had 2 Cad Bane Tarkin Towns in the Swiss pool of 92.
Yeah, it's a and you know, someone in chat was saying, watch him lose initiative every round one from using his ability to bring out C3PO for the guaranteed draw. Yeah, some decks are more able to hold the initiative than others once they have it to begin with. I know that we haven't seen not in the top eight here today, but the popular Han Solo from Spark of Rebellion leader, because you would often be using that ability turn one to play a 3-drop on the first turn. You'd often end up in these scenarios where even if you had the initiative at the start, you weren't going to have it at the end. Flavor Gucci in chat asking what was the most played deck in Swiss. And here we have the meta breakdown. The most commonly played deck in Swiss was the set 2 Han 28 HP blue force base with 13% of the overall meta. One of those ultimately making it to the top cut. Quinlan was the second most played deck and was a lot more successful in converting to the top cut, with three Quinlans making that top eight despite lower initial representation. And the third most played deck, the Boba Fett pilot version, was unable to put a single player into the top cut, nor for that matter was Pilot Vader, nor for that matter was Sabine ECL. All three of those relatively highly played, although 6% is not exactly huge, but didn't end up making that cut.
And again, I don't think we can glean from that, right? That any of these decks are not strong, that if you
Right.
bring them to a tournament, you're not going to do well. Part of it is a function of people adapting, not to specific decks in the meta, right? The meta is so broad right now, it's hard to prepare for everything, but to a general trend, which was an upsurge in pilot leaders. Boba Fett, pilot leader, Darth Vader, pilot leader, Han Solo, pilot leader that made it through. Notably, we saw some Kazudas today, pilot leader that didn't make it through to the top eight, right? And so all of these decks represent different flavors of oftentimes space aggro decks, but they share one thing in common, which is that they want to put a significant upgrade, plus 3/3, plus 4/4, plus 5/5, onto a ship present an incredibly tall threat and hit the base, one or two times for lethal very quickly over the next couple of turns, right? There are cards in the game disabling Fang Fighter, Bamboozle, Self Force Throw, Rivals Fall, Entrench, that you can add to your deck, whether it's to your main deck or your sideboard, to give yourself a little bit of an edge against strategies that are trying to win via the go tall on one particular ship strategy. And so, as folks see these decks starting to do well in PQs from last week and the week before, as they're playing online on the various platforms and they're running into more of these decks, they become more likely to run those kinds of disruption cards that are really, really good against the pilot leader decks, but maybe less good against the field. And so when you arrive at a PQ like this, and you end up playing a bunch of Boba Fett jump to light speeds and a bunch of Darth Vaders, you have those silver bullet cards that you've been running. Unfortunately, those pilot leader decks are going to be potentially hated out of the results for a particular tournament, right? But the more that that happens, the fewer people begin to run those decks, which makes it make less sense to run those silver bullet cards. So people might stop doing that, which would give then pilot leaders the opportunity to take advantage of that absence. And that's the waxing and waning that we see over the course of weeks and months in this game, and part of why the meta is constantly shifting.
Yeah. Should be very interesting to see what happens here. And it looks like we are going to have that top deck after Swiss requested earlier by the chat. It is going to be Evan with the jump to lightspeed Han Tarkentown.
Representing, right, that pilot leader archetype. So one of the
Yeah.
questions for Patrick will be, did he come prepared? Is he running an entrenched? Is he going to hold a self force throw to try and snipe the ship that Han Solo jumps onto? Han Solo is going to jump out on 5, which means Patrick won't be able to Rivals Fall on Han Solo's deploy turn. My guess is we're going to see very fast starts from Evan, possibly as fast as 2 1-drops on turn 1 into something like perhaps a Millennium Falcon, start hitting base very, very quickly, which means Patrick is going to have to be really at the top of his game to figure out how to slow the bleeding down, how to turn the corner, and how to finish the game before Evan can get him to that crucial number 28.
Yeah. And it's going to be interesting here to see the war of the two different Han decks with the
Two very
set
different
4
eras in
pilot
his
Han
life.
versus the set 2 damage your own units Han.
Young Han. One thing that will be interesting to see is when and how does Evan choose to use his Tarkentown? Tarkentown's been proven to be an incredibly strong base against the Young Han that Patrick is playing, because Young Han tends to offer up a lot of damaged units to their opponent, right? A very classic play is to play a 3-drop on the first turn of the game that comes in with 2 damage. If you play something like a Grogu, well, that Grogu's going to have 4 health remaining, so it can survive the hit from Tarkentown. But if you try and start with something like an Ogdo Bogdo, saying I'd like to put some early pressure on my opponent's base, well, that Ogdo Bogdo is going to have exactly 3 health remaining, giving Evan the opportunity to take out Patrick's turn 1 play essentially for free. So will Evan fire it off right away? Will he save it for later? Part of it will depend on what Patrick offers up. But Patrick, knowing that, is going to have to make strategic decisions about when to play units on curve so they don't come in damaged, and when to try and cheat something out.
Yep. They're shuffling on up. We are going to have, I believe there is going to be time in play. Some events have run untimed top cuts, which is not correct by the rules, but has occurred in some cases. But it looks like this one, we are going to have the timer running, and the players are exchanging deck lists now. Open deck list in the top cut does mean that the value of some surprise cards is diminished a bit. What do you think about that, Grumpy?
I totally understand it. I do think it's important. It can give both players a little bit of information. We tend to see, I think, higher quality games because of it. I'm a player who often likes to play either unexpected decks or unexpected cards. And so I do feel myself losing a little bit of an edge when my opponent, before we even draw our first hand, looks through to see all of the things that I've added. But I do think it's an important part of a sort of top tier competitive environment.
Yeah, it's interesting. It does also mitigate some issues with scouting and with being on stream being a disadvantage, which would otherwise be quite relevant.
Absolutely. We live in a
Um,
world where there are competitive teams, right? There are folks who communicate with each other. And so it is one way to even the playing fields.
yeah. All right.
Usually the most important thing that I try and learn when I'm looking at my opponent's list, whether it's in a Swiss round or in a top eight, is are there cards that are going to disrupt my strategy? So if I'm the Han pilot player here, I'm looking for what upgrade removal is my opponent running? If I flip Han pilot onto a ship, what are the things they have that can kill me? Are they running entrenched, right? Do I have to be careful for that? Is it really just force throw and rivals fall? And then the other thing to keep in mind is how much potentially restore does my opponent have? Are they running Owen Lars? Is it just the itinerant warrior? Are they running Yoda? These are the kinds of things that when you're trying to sculpt your game plan for winning, right? Whether it's one turn in advance, two turns in advance, three turns in advance, these are the kinds of cards you want to keep in your mind to think about how your opponent can disrupt them. And then if I'm Patrick, right, looking at Evan's list, I probably want to know how many pilots is Evan running? Is he running Han Solo? Is he running any Han Solo unit? Is he running pilots beyond that? How many pump spells is he running? Is it surprise strike? Does he have hot shot blasters? Right? Because Evan's going to put Patrick probably in a position where he's threatening lethal if he has a particular card, right? Maybe surprise strike is the card that Evan could use to win. And Patrick's going to have to think, what are the chances that he's holding that card, right? How many cards has he seen over the course of the day? Do I have to be worried about just Surprise Strike, or do we have to be worried about Surprise Strike and maybe also Hot Shot Blaster? And so with this, right, this is the last time they'll be able to see the lists. They're going to try and hold that all in their brain. Looks like they might be able to take some physical notes. And then that's also going to influence ultimately the sideboard decisions they make, right? Maybe they have cards in their sideboard designed for now what they know their opponent is running.
And looks like we are preparing to get started here. Deck lists being put to the side. And we will soon be underway with the first round of the top cut here at Red Seal Gaming in New Jersey.
And of course, Evan coming in as that top seed will have the right to take initiative, will almost certainly take it.
Does seem desirable here. All right. Looking at the cards in hand there. Patrick making those resource choices. And here we go. I do think this could be an interesting one.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see this Han Target Town in action. And there's a Grogu pulled from the front for Patrick, which means he has the option to cheat out a unit turn one and have it survive that Target Town.
All right.
And unsurprisingly, Han jumped to Lightspeed, opening with that double one drop we talked about, wanting to present as much aggression as he can, while also then maximizing the number of resources that he can get back when he deploys his leader onto a ship.
This is a very spicy start here for Evan with the double cartel turncoats.
Yeah,
I've played some decks like that use these colors. That's one of the best ways you can start off.
yeah. Critically, both of these ships can survive the Grogu damage transfer, at least for one turn. So unless Patrick has something to add to the onslaught, something like a daring raid, something like a force throw, Evan's going to be able to get in with both of his ships this turn and likely add to the board.
Yeah.
Now, he's not going to get the boost from the Han Solo leader ability because he revealed a 1. Both of his cards cost 1, and Han Solo only gives the +1 if the cost is different. But he does know now that the top card of his deck costs 1. He's holding that C3PO in his hand. That's another combo with the Han Solo Jump to Lightspeed leader. Even though it wants you to play odd cards, folks tend to play C3PO because it gives you a guaranteed draw once you see the top card of your deck.
Yeah, C3PO very synergistic with odd numbers Han,
Yeah.
which is
Both
kind of funny
players,
given the whole origin of
yeah,
that never tell me the odds quote.
both players just vomiting units onto the board, right? We have one of the widest
The
boards we've seen
third
today
cartel
so far.
turncoat for Evan.
Yep. And a smart use of
That
Tarkentown there, right? Patrick's goal here is going to be trying to restore what damage he can. And so having a Yaddle, playing a Yaddle with damage on it, really opens up that enticing Tarkentown opportunity for Evan to say, I'm going to shut off that restore. It may be that Patrick's hand forced him into that position. He also played a Secretive Sage that turn, which he cannot cheat out with Han's ability because it would die immediately. So that was a way for him to make efficient use of his resources.
also
But nonetheless,
Tarkentown blocks that Grogu trigger.
oh, it sure does. There's no more damage for Grogu to shift around unless Grogu wants to target Evan's own units.
Yeah, now we see Chirrut. I don't know that it's going to be that much of an obstacle to a space-focused deck here, but he does add another damaged unit. So Evan will have to attack with his damaged cartel turncoat if he wants to use it before it dies. He looks like a bit of bad luck there for Evan. The top card there is a 1 cost, and you have to
Yeah.
have a different odd numbered cost, so he does not get the bonus damage there with that attack. However, he
Yeah.
does now know that Daring Raid's on top, so C3PO can potentially get a guaranteed draw.
Although C3PO to do so is going to have to run itself into a turret that can then just stop the damage using his force ability.
Yeah, I mean the C3PO attack won't be very productive, but it will, potentially draw a card and chip away there. So Grogu's ability being used to remove the 2 damage from Chirrut and defeat the already damaged Cartel Turncoat. Now that Turncoat did already get a chance to attack, but that is a unit off the board, and I believe Patrick also is going to get a draw thanks to Bounty. Secretive Sage putting the first damage here on Evan's base, swinging in for 2. C3PO now is going to attack into Chirrut, guessing 1 and drawing that Daring Raid that we saw on the top of the deck. It looks like the Force token being used here to negate the incoming damage on Chirrut and 3 damage being thrown onto C3PO. I actually kind of wonder whether it would have been better for Patrick to take the damage on Chirrut on purpose to give him a target for Grogu later, but I don't know for sure.
It is just 1, and Evan's unlikely to have a way to do 4 additional damage to turret. It also would have preserved the force for something like an itinerant warrior, a Kiade Mundi, a mace coming
Right.
in and now deal with this falcon that Evan's developed and is threatening to flip Han leader onto. This falcon, of course, can hold 2 pilots, right? So you flip a Han leader. Evan's also holding a Han pilot in his hand, and then all of a sudden Patrick is staring down a very tall spaceship indeed.
Yeah, I do think that taking the damage on Chirrut might have actually been better, as it would have then also allowed Grogu to move the damage off of Chirrut onto C3PO and potentially deny another draw, but not what he opted to do here.
No.
And we did see the Daring Raid that was drawn by the C3PO played in order to just throw 2 more damage onto Patrick's base. Now we are at 12 damage on Patrick's base, 2 damage on Evan's base.
Yep. And we've arrived at the critical turn in this matchup. We can see Patrick asking once again for the second time this game to read the unit side of Evan's leader. What exactly does it do? It's going to add 3/4 in stats to whatever ship it jumps onto, and then ready a resource for each odd unit and upgrade that Evan controls. In this case, he currently controls four, or he will control four, including the Han pilot leader himself. He may go up further depending on how he spends his resource. And so this turn, Pilot Han has the opportunity to become just explosive, right? It's likely that Evan's wanting to empty his hand this turn and then end the game as soon as possible after that. So the question for Patrick is going to be, what does he have in his hand that can slow that down? We see a hint of Luke Skywalker, the 7-drop. That's going to be a turn too late, right? At 5 resources, Patrick's unable to cheat that out. I believe he also has a force throw in hand, so potentially hoping to combine this moving the damage from Grogu onto the Falcon with a force throw to potentially take out this large Falcon if Evan chooses to put some pilots on it.
Okay. And now we see Pilot Han on that Falcon, and it's going to be the
Yep.
immediate swing. So that's going to be a total of 6 damage there. 3 base plus 2 for Pilot Han plus 1 for the text there, giving it bonus stats when a pilot is on that Falcon.
And I like that very much. Patrick has signaled that getting rid of this Falcon is the #1 priority for him this turn. So Evan says, I'm not only going to attack with the Falcon, I'm going to attack with a suited up Falcon. So sure, you can spend more resources to get rid of this unit, but if you do that, you're going to open me up to attack with all of my other units. So this is now going to push Patrick, if he has removal, I think he's holding on to an Anakin Skywalker unit, right, to leave that big Falcon untouched, try and prevent some damage from maybe one of the cartel spacers, but then when he does that, he opens Evan up to taking initiative and getting another big swing with his Falcon. So smart use by Evan here of choosing when and how to distribute that damage in the form of pilots.
Evan now is going to go ahead and use his Han Solo leader ability there. I think Chirrut attacked into the base, and now we see a disabling Fang Fighter, and it's going to be a basic swing with C-3PO, naming the number 3 and drawing that disabling Fang Fighter. Patrick puts 2 damage on Chirrut. I don't think that's correct. It should just be 1 because C-3PO is not an odd numbered card, so it does not get buffed by that attack.
That's right. And again, Evan
Now,
here not to attack with one of the cartel spacers, despite the 3 cost potentially giving them a +1. And that's because he really wants to flip Han Solo onto one of those spacers and attack with a piloted ship again this turn. If he were to have attacked with one cartel spacer now, Patrick might have been able to remove the other one, essentially leaving his Han Solo leader stranded, having to flip on the ground and being unable to get through that turret.
Han flips now, readying those resources that were spent on the pilot Han. Now we see a force throw, Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight. That's going to be exactly enough damage to clear that spacer, even with Han on it, and draw a card from Bounty. Strong answer from Patrick to the Han leader flip, but the damage is really adding up.
Yep, 2 more from the cartel spacer means Patrick's now at 20. We're in the realm where a single surprise strike onto that Falcon that's already hitting with 6 power could close this game.
That's right. And Patrick flips his his own Han leader onto the ground arena, of course. Evan going to spend 5 resources for what it was, this smuggle Cassian?
Likely
It is
smuggle
a smuggled
Cassian.
Cassian. Kind of low
And
impact
here,
here, I feel, with Chirrut
you're
still up.
putting in a lot of work, right? Patrick essentially with the ability to turn on the force repeatedly each turn means that this Cassian's not going to be able to make it through.
That's right. And I actually don't even know that I don't know that I would bother to play this, and having played it, I don't know that I would attack with it, to be honest with you.
I don't know if
I
I
just
would
don't see the upside.
I wouldn't have played this unit at all. I'm looking at Evan's hand, and he has the ability to play a Disabling Fang Fighter for 3 and that Pack Escort for 1, adding 2 more ships to the space arena instead of this single ground unit that's unlikely to make a difference this game at all.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Grumpy. I'm not sure that playing Cassian here was necessarily the best move. Um, Maybe he has some answer planned for Chirrut and wants to at least have some threat on that ground arena. But I think just playing the Fang Fighter and knocking the shield off the Secretive Sage, yeah, it's not exciting. It's not like a really big upgrade removal play, but it advances a unit in space where there isn't a Sentinel rather than on the ground where there is.
Well, and this Falcon is now going to get Patrick to either 26 or 27, depending on if he uses Han's ability. And if it does that, then any of those ships that he played from his hand would be presenting a lethal threat.
Yeah.
Choosing not to use Han's ability here to attack with that Falcon, which is potentially leaving 1 damage on the table.
Yeah.
Patrick, of course, now in a really tough spot because if he spends his resources to deal with that cartel spacer, say, for example, using all 6 of those resources to play either a cheated out Luke Skywalker or an Anakin unit, Evan can just claim and attack again with the Falcon. So Patrick has to find a way to both stop the cartel spacer this turn and hold up enough resources to present a credible threat to that Falcon such that Evan doesn't just claim and end the game first action next turn. I don't know if there's a combination of cards other than another self force throw that can do all of that for Patrick on just 6 resources.
Yeah. Isn't looking great for Patrick here. Anakin Skywalker removes the cartel turncoat, but that's also, is that all his resources?
Nope, he's cheated it out to hold up the
Okay,
threat
yeah, yeah.
of a
Holds
self
up the
force
threat.
throw, right? Which is going to make Evan at least think, right? If I just claim spending none of my resources this turn, and he does self force throw to kill the Falcon, does that put me in a bad position, right? There are cards that Evan can play to expand his board, but if he plays anything, that gives Patrick the opportunity to claim and potentially draw into another answer.
And look at that. We look at the damage there. So we have Ogdo's 5, Chirrut's 3, so we're at 8, 2 for the Secret of Sage, 10, another 3 for Han, 13, and then one more for Grogu. That's 14. Patrick is off lethal by 1.
By 1. And we see here Evan respecting the potential for another self force throw, playing another unit presenting lethal, and likely forcing Patrick to claim in response.
Yeah, let's see what Patrick does, but if he starts swinging here, oh, no, it's gonna be Grogu has the ability to kill that unit, so
Yep,
that is gonna be removed. Now we could see what one of the disabling Fang Fighters come out to put Patrick in that same bind, though,
yep. Right?
and
And
at that point, Patrick really might have to claim.
That decision by Patrick is signaling to Evan, I have it. I have the force throw. I can stop your Falcon. That's why I didn't claim. Which then encourages Evan to say, okay, if you have the force throw, I have to play another unit.
Yeah, there's the disabling Fang Fighter, removes the shield from the Secret of Sage, not that that's likely to be very important, and now Patrick probably has to claim.
Almost certainly. What I like what's being shown here is both of these players are communicating to each other
He's
something
going
about the
for it.
cards they have in their hand, but he's going for it.
Does he have like a, I don't know. I mean, we were talking earlier about how these Han decks normally don't run it. I wonder if he has a heroic sacrifice or something that would allow him to get that extra damage through.
Yeah.
Nope, I don't
Okay.
think so. It's going to be the
Evan
handshake.
claims, Evan calls the bluff, and Patrick says, you got me.
All right. Well, that was a solid win there for Evan. I think that I don't think that Cassian ended up being very impactful, but ultimately Evan
No.
didn't really need that. He was still in a winning position even with that. And now we're going to be moving on to the second game here. If Evan can win this one, his spot in the top 4 is guaranteed. But we'll see whether Patrick can instead fight on back and keep this match going into game 3.
I realize the card that I've been referring to as Cartel Spacer, I think is in fact
Cartel
Cartel
Turncoat.
Turncoat.
Yeah.
Yes, I get them
Yeah.
confused often. Both 2/3
I've
units in space, both yellow,
I
slightly different.
I've mixed that up. I've mixed that up myself. There's Yeah, Cartel Turncoat, very good card. Cartel Spacer. Um, Also honestly a pretty good card, let's be
Yeah,
real.
it's
Not
the
as
two
common
for the
these days,
exhaust.
but not bad at all.
It's had its moments in the spotlight for sure.
Yeah.
CB, Patrick not even claiming to draw two because he knows his deck, right? And knows that there's no card in his deck that can answer two space threats in one action. Likely that means he's not running any kind of space sentinel, right? Like a Concord Dawn Interceptors that could at least gum up the works. Blue yellow hero, not known for 2-for-1 removal outside of something like an Anakin unit if you have a villainy card in the graveyard, which he did not. And so when you know that that's the case, sure, you could claim and draw just to see what you get, but he knew there was no way out. Better to go to game two.
Yeah, and I think indeed I'm not sure what the I don't really know what the answer would have been in that scenario that he has I believe he is running Bombing Run that is a sideboard card. And I think he has the potential 2-for-1 with Anakin. He has Power of the Dark Side, but I don't think he had played it that game, so the 2-for-1 was not live.
Bombing Run,
Maybe
though, an
Field?
important card to keep an eye out for coming into these post-board games. Evan at one point had a hand of a board of 3 cartel turncoats, all of which would have died, then drawing Patrick 3 cards in response to a Bombing Run.
Yeah, that would have been very spicy indeed. Bombing Run is a good card. Sometimes, kind of. I mean,
Sometimes.
there are some caveats. So it's really in like normal gameplay when people are playing things on curve, Bombing Run tends to be weak, especially if the opponent is mixing across both arenas. But against decks that are doing multiple small units and concentrating in one arena, especially when it's the arena that you're not in, Bombing Run can
Yeah.
be great. So against the swarm of units in space, it might be just what the doctor ordered. And I think it is an especially popular card as a potential option against Pilot Vader builds.
Absolutely, which of course likes to go wide with TIE fighters, oftentimes buffed by victor leaders, but not buffed out of bombing runs range. But as you suggested, it fills this sort of niche space. In most matchups, it's likely to be somewhat close to a dead draw. And so for that reason, even though it's incredibly powerful in the right spot, it's relegated to the sideboard for most players, exactly moments like this. Game two against an aggressive space deck, trying to give you an option to stabilize potentially one turn earlier.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We'll see whether or not there are some big changes here and how things end up going in this next round. Now, someone in chat saying, McClunky, you guys are doing a great job with all these streams. Keep it up. Thank you for your support. And yeah, the big shout out to Tim and Claire, who are out there doing the physical camera setup and production logistics and stuff and making these streams possible. We could not do this without them, and I think it is a very nice kind of service to the community. All right,
Absolutely.
they're shuffling up. We're about to move into game two. Let's see whether or not Evan can bring his Pilot Han deck to victory, or whether the young Han deck here from Patrick is going to fight back and take us to game three. Ash, I think we're not going to show the top 8 decks again on stream right now, but I believe it was 3 Quinlans, 1 Pilot Han, 1 Set 2 Han, and then 3
A
other
Garsak
decks. I
Seeded
don't
Vault,
immediately
a
remember.
Irrigated Vault, and an Anakin Blue Force to round us out.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Now, one thing to note, right? we talk a lot of times about how aggro decks in particular want to start with the initiative, but you pointed out that some decks have an easier time keeping it. This Han deck really wants to start with two one drops, which means it actually doesn't matter, I think, for Evan whether or not he starts with the initiative, because even if he does, he's going to be playing two actions turn one, potentially a third action in the form of a Tarkin Town, which means whoever starts with initiative turn one, Patrick is almost certainly likely to have it if turn one goes how both players would like.
Yeah, it should be interesting. I do think there are at least some openings for the Han deck that do not concede the initiative. So, for instance, Green Squadron A-Wing. Um,
Hmm.
but if you had a if you have either the two one drop start or the C3PO start, you tend to want to use Han's ability to see that top card to get the guaranteed draw with C3PO.
Yep, absolutely. And we see that C3PO right in the front of Evan's hand right there, which means that may be the opening we're seeing.
All right.
Pat pointing out that Odd Han is unlikely to run Green Squadron A-Wing because it in fact costs two resources.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, that is a very relevant point. Green Squadron A-Wing would mess up the odd number synergies. So I think you're right. Thank you for that correction. It is normally, I believe, just the C3PO that is a even numbered card in these builds. And we can actually take a look at the deck list here and see whether he is running any two cost units other than C3PO. Let's take a
I would have
gander at
guessed
that.
it would be only something like Bamboozle for pilot leaders or Surprise Strike for some pump, but even those cards might not be good enough to warrant deviating from the odd curve only, other than the guaranteed draw from C3PO.
Yeah, so I'm looking at it now, and I believe that is correct, and we are all odd numbers. Oh, there are two copies of Jedi Starfighter in the sideboard, which I believe
Okay,
is a 2-drop.
that's
But
correct.
they are not main deck cards, and I suspect those are being included as a specific sort of tech card against maybe the Pilot Vader decks and are unlikely to see play in this matchup.
So the players potentially switching roles in this game. Evan starting out a little bit slower with his C3PO draw engine, building out his hand. He's now drawn two cards from it, both a Poe costing 5 and a Jam Communications costing 1. And Patrick taking the opportunity not to attack the C3PO with his unit, but instead to go base, potentially saying, I'm going to try and kill you before you have the opportunity to use all of those cards you've been drawing.
Let's see
Mundi
here.
coming in with 2 damage, giving Evan a target for that Tarkin Town if he wants to use it, which would then protect C3PO to draw a third card next round. Now, is that? I think that's the weekly play promo of Red 5. I don't recognize the card visually, but I do think that's right. It's the 3/4 that can deal
Yeah,
2 damage to a damaged unit. So at least
I
Evan
think you're
developing
right.
a little bit in space on this round 3. Looking, I think, for a strong 4 resource turn, potentially deploying, at least 2, if not 3 more ships in space to then again try and have a devastating 5 resource flip turn to end this game very quickly.
Yeah, that C3PO is that C. Oh, and here we see a forced throw.
Yeah. Now, Patrick
Is
knows if he targets Evan, the answer is going to be 1. right? Evan's
Yeah,
hand is
there's
large
such
enough.
a high chance of a one-cost card.
He's
That's right.
seen the jam communications, so he knows that Evan has at least one drop. So Patrick is essentially forced into the self discard here, but it does kill the unit, which we've seen multiple times throughout this tournament. When opponents have given their opponent a choice as to what to discard, the force throw has not had nearly the same impact.
Yeah, that's right. And so now we're seeing the Secretive Sage attack into Tarkin Town. C3PO dealing 1 damage to the base because that ability doesn't work, since it is an odd numbers deck, and E3PO is even costed. But now we have a large hand here for Evan, and 4 resources with which to develop the board. What do you think here? We got to get 3 and 1.
So it looks like he has 3 1-drops and then a couple of 3-cost pilot falcons. I think the question he's asking, is it better to play just a falcon and a single 1-drop, or is it better to play 3 1-drops? Given that it's feeling like Evan's a little far behind, he might feel the need to threaten more damage. So getting that 3/4 falcon that gets buffed when you play pilots on it at least presents some kind of clock, versus I think all 3 of his 1-drops just have 1 power, right? And so here he chooses the falcon, I think prioritizing that potential for damage over the sheer number of spaceships.
Yeah, and on Patrick's side of the board, we see Han's ability used to play the Itinerant Warrior along with that Force Throw this turn. The damage on the Itinerant Warrior probably not all that relevant, and it does get to use the Force to heal that base full HP. And now we're going to see what Evan does. Oh, and there's none of those 1-drops getting played, just initiative taken
No.
here.
I think he said, I've seen your force throw. I'm going to bet you don't have a second. I'm going to hope you don't have upgrade removal. And I'm going to potentially start my turn by putting a pilot on this Millennium Falcon.
That could be quite spicy. Let's see if your prediction comes true here, Grumpy. Evan, looking at the cards in hand, so many cheap ships here. In chat, Eric pointed out that bombing run would be huge, and hey, Jam Communications maybe going to come and pick off that bombing run, but it does not see a bombing run, does see a power of the dark side and
Yeah.
removes that, though ironically that might set up Anakin to be more effective later.
Yeah. He also then, I does see what I believe is a disabling Fang Fighter. So he knows now that his Millennium Falcon is going to survive the turn because Patrick doesn't have an answer for it. But if he puts a pilot on it, for example, his leader, that Patrick has a clean answer to that pilot. I do think we're going to see Evan try and empty his hand this turn. Probably play a bunch of 1-drop ships into a leader flip into that Han pilot that we see. It is a little unfortunate that his hand is just 4 1-drop ships in the Han pilot, because he's not going to be able to make maximum use of getting those resources back from his Han leader.
Okay. Here we go. The 1-drops are taking the field here. It's going to be the Mining Guild tie, followed up by that V-Wing that takes damage if you don't have another ship, but Evan is pretty stable on that front.
Yeah.
Han
Although
on the
he's
field.
already at 13, right? So just 12
Yeah.
health to go, whereas Patrick is at 1. Evan's
Right.
going to have to find a way to push through 27 damage before Patrick can push through 12. And I don't know if Evan's current hand can support that.
We could see a huge turn here, though, because once that pilot Han flips, wow, Patrick full healing again with another Itinerant Warrior and developing another threat. Patrick now has lethal for next turn. I don't know whether Evan is just going to be fast enough, but it is worth noting that he's going to ready a bunch of resources once Han flips and potentially get to swing with a highly buffed Falcon. However, Patrick is at 0. This is kind of a crazy situation.
Patrick's at 0. It's potentially the case that Evan's running cards like Outmaneuver, which could buy him enough time to get lethal if he can get enough power on board, potentially find some pumps, potentially find another pilot. But Patrick still holding up those 2 resources, which he can use his Han Solo leader ability to get out that disabling Fang fighter. It will die immediately, but it will also take out whichever pilot Evan chooses to play first, likely in this case the leader pilot, because he'll need to flip that to ready his resources.
Yeah, and someone in chat saying it's really important to see the itinerant warriors as they are the strongest racing tool. I think that is true. Now, if Han flips, here's the thing. If Han flips and gets a bunch of resources readied, it may not matter if he gets removed immediately. But Evan is going to play it a little safe, swings with the Falcon. Patrick takes initiative. So what is going to happen with Han? Now Han jumps onto the Falcon, and here we see those resources being readied. And with 5 resources, that's enough to play the Plo Koon that I think I saw in hand. There he is, Plo Koon picking off Han for Patrick's side of the board. Now Patrick is no longer on lethal this turn, and Evan has a massive board.
And actually, so Evan's presenting 19 damage currently on board with all of his units added together. Even that is only going to bring Patrick up to 22. It is the point at which another attack from that 6 power Falcon would become lethal, but it's going to take so many actions for Evan to do that. It's unlikely that Patrick is going to give him the space to just attack with 1 drop after 1 drop after 1 drop.
Yeah.
Is that just 2 attacks from the itinerant warriors will bring Evan up to 21, which then makes an attack from either one of them the following round lethal. But Patrick says, I'm going to take no chances. Instead of just doing this race to the face, I'm going to start out by clearing 6 damage from the board, meaning Evan's down now to just 13 damage represented on board, bringing Patrick up to 16, 12 life then to play with. That's a lot of breathing room if you're this Han 2 Blue Force.
Yep. Now, we do have the possibility of a big swing here from that Falcon. The dream would be to play the pilot unit Han onto the Falcon and swing for huge damage, but it looks like that option's not available to Evan. Just a normal attack, but even the normal attack is going to be pretty potent. We're up to 10 damage on Patrick's base, but
Okay.
Evan is taking a ton of damage himself.
Evan's hand looking a little unfortunate here. I believe it's 2 Daring Raids and another copy of that same Falcon. Means he's unlikely to spend any significant resources this turn and is going to be forced to claim pretty quickly in the face of attacks from Patrick.
Yeah, and I had mentioned earlier, I think, a potential surprise strike, but he's not playing surprise strike because it's an even numbered card.
It's
So
an even number.
that is actually not going to be an option. In fact, he doesn't seem to have any attack pumps here other than swoop down, which is not in hand. He does have 1 heroic resolve, but I'm not sure we're going to see any really big pumps. Now, the 2 daring raids could go to base, so that would be what, 4 damage?
40,
And then
but
the
it's
remaining units. I don't know if it's enough.
It's Patrick has had so much healing this game. Evan had, I think, too slow of a start with that C3PO. The card draw was useful, but he took too long to get his damage engine going, which gave Patrick the opportunity to just chip in damage bit by bit and now present the faster clock.
Yep. So now we're seeing C3PO misses the guess. It looks like the top card was that 1-cost Y-Wing, so I'm not sure it would have helped very much anyway. C-Raptor pointing out that Evan can draw a card with the Mining Guild tie, and that's true, but it's going to be that Y-Wing, unfortunately, which is not very big. Good to see you in the chat, by the way, C-Raptor. C-Raptor is a content creator who has some very cool streams with commentary of his own. Some in chat saying that this may be taking a little long to make these plays for Evan. I do think he's playing a bit slow, but you know, it is reaching the end of the game, and these decisions are fairly important. I'm trying to think whether or not there's an easy way out of this for Evan.
It's a
Outmaneuver is
complicated
not
board.
in the deck.
There's a lot of units on both sides. He's certainly on the back foot. In positions like this, there can occasionally be ways out, right? And you want to make sure that you think through all of your possible outs before you either concede and go to a game 3, or just, make attacks to let the game play its natural course. Playing a bit slower certainly than earlier in the match, but I think for a high stakes game like this, for an extended time and top cut, we want the players to really think through the lines so that we can, as viewers, see top quality gameplay.
All right, so Evan sees those 2 cards and doesn't like them. It's going to be a scoop. And we're moving on to the third and final game of this match with Evan versus Patrick. Let's see how this goes. I think I do agree with you. I think I do agree with you, Grumpy, that C3PO start was just not that fast. If we compare it to Evan's incredibly fast start with the double cartel turncoats in the first game, that's almost the best start you can get with something like this.
Yeah. Well, it's the difference between 1 power on turn 1 and 4 power on turn 1, right? Which, if we were to play nothing else for the rest of the game, is the difference between a 28 turn clock and a 7 turn clock when you're looking at a 28 HP opposing base. Evan does, I think, need to present a faster clock, in part because Patrick's late game cards, right? The Luke Skywalkers, the Anakins that can deal with cross arena units, combined with the opportunity to heal a bunch of HP from those itinerant warriors, means Evan needs to close this game sooner rather than later.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not Evan can get a faster start going here. Wasn't quite what he was looking for. Wasn't quite what he was looking for. They're shuffling on up, and we're going to be moving into that third game. I do think that that Evans' draw in the first game was quite lucky. Arguably, Patrick's in the second game was pretty fortunate as well. There was some discussion in the chat about how strong a card Itinerant Warrior is in this matchup. I know we were touching on it as well, and I do think those double Itinerant Warriors were a huge setback for Evan that game. Even though they didn't even get their full healing value because Evan just hadn't managed to put that much damage.
Yeah. I think the most exciting games come when both players draw the cards they'd like to see. So I'd like to see game three. Let's see those three cartel turncoats again, but let's see them matched by maybe a force throw or two and an itinerant warrior and see who shakes out on top.
Yeah, that could be spicy. I do like seeing those. I do like seeing those showdowns where both players are hitting their strongest plays, and we see what ends up succeeding.
Yeah.
All right, they've shuffled up, and now we're going to be drawing those hands, making those resource decisions, and moving on to that third game. Whoever takes this one will be the match winner.
See another option for C3PO, but it also looks like a potential for a double one drop start from Evan. So we'll see if he agrees with us that his start last game was too slow or if he's going to try and run it back.
Okay. Yeah, in chat, someone saying, I'm not fully sure Han 4 has time to lead with C3PO in this matchup. Very powerful card advantage engine, but a little slow. However, it looks like Evan might be doing just that. We see Han's ability being used, showing a pilot Han. Is it going to be C3PO or is it going to be the 2/1 drops here? Grogu on Patrick's side of the board, and there I think it's going to be C3PO. Going to guess 5, draw pilot Han, and we will see whether or not the discussion about C3PO being too slow will be vindicated here. That
Now I
Grogu is
don't.
a nice start for Patrick with the ability to shoot down a lot of the potential early plays from Evan.
I think that's Patrick's probably preferred turn one play to see. But I do actually like, though, Evan choosing to use Han's ability first to look at the top of his deck didn't lock him into playing C3PO, right? He knew he wasn't going to have initiative anyway. So it lets him see how Patrick opens. And potentially there's a turn one play that Patrick plays, maybe something like a Yaddle. I'm not sure what it could be, where Evan says, okay, in light of that new information, I'm going to actually abandon the C3PO plan and instead do double one drop to space.
So Grumpy, do you swing C3PO into Grogu here if you're Evan? Guess it's not relevant because Patrick uses the ability preemptively.
Yeah, I think there's not a world where the C3PO attack is going to be able to lead to a dead Grogu at the end of the turn. So I think you just preserve that one extra health on C3PO.
Yeah,
Grogu
I
is
was
going to
thinking.
be nearly impossible for Evan to kill. Short of something like a Sanctioner shuttle to capture it, not sure if Evan is running that. I expect we see this Grogu on the board for the entirety of this game.
Yeah, the main thing that I was considering is that if Patrick had not immediately used Grogu, if Evan swings into Grogu with C3PO, it forces Patrick to use Grogu on C3PO instead of on one of the ships, or else die to Tarkin Town. So that would
Hmm.
create a situation where Evan could then more safely play one of these ships that would otherwise die to Grogu. But because Patrick used Grogu on that first action, it ended up not being relevant, and Evan was able to bring out that 2/2 V-Wing there without fear of immediate removal.
Yeah. Now we are seeing here there's no damage on the board right now on any of Patrick's units. So he's not going to be able to use that Grogu to take out any of Evan's ships. Um, we'll have to see. And he plays a full health Ezra Bridger. So developing a board, but doesn't feel like as strong of a follow up to Grogu as he might have had otherwise.
Now, I believe Patrick could potentially use Grogu to heal C3PO and put the damage on the V-Wing.
Hmm. That's true, but if he does that, then the C3PO no longer dies to an attack from the Ezra Bridger. Maybe he doesn't care about that. But if he leaves C3PO at full health, C3PO will continue to march forward with this card draw for Evan.
Yeah, it could be an interesting scenario here. Let's see what Patrick ends up doing. Does have the initiative. We're moving on to our 4 resource turn after Evan kind of flooded the board with 3 1-drops on the 3 resource turn.
And Evan is holding some powerful cards in his hand. He's got 2 Han pilots. He's got a ready Millennium Falcon. So he is setting himself up for a potentially very powerful flip turn. Here we see the play that you mentioned, healing C3PO to, in fact, take out that spaceship.
Han's ability used shows a jam communications, and it's going to be a C3PO attack, which makes sense because those 1-drop ships would not be able to get the attack buff. So Evan uses this for the guaranteed draw instead, sends another point of damage into the base, still has 26 more to go, though. Force throw. Now, Patrick almost certainly needs to discard his own card here because he knows this is a 1-drop heavy build from Evan. Let's
And he
see
just
what
saw
he
the
ends
jam
up doing.
communication.
Chirrut, very strong card in some matchups, but not necessarily this one. Ends up throwing into the Cartel Turncoat, which is defeated, and there should be a draw there for Patrick. Did
Yes,
you see if he took that draw?
he did. He took the draw. I think he drew a Fell the Dragon, but conveniently drawing that card does help undo the card disadvantage that he would
Right.
experience from having to discard his own card to power the force throw.
Okay, single point of damage there from the Republic Y-Wing. Ezra Bridger throws 3 damage onto Evan's board and maybe more important, or onto Evan's base, and maybe more importantly gets the force token going. Yeah, but there's still 4 resources worth of plays here for Evan. He's spending all 4 of them. I don't think
Nope,
he has
that
4
should be
costs.
3. Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. So just a misplay there. Yaddle's gonna be a strong card here to potentially get some healing and confer some of that healing to other cards as well. Pilot Han still an option for Evan, but not this turn with only 1 resource left. And the Falcon swings on in for 3 damage. Initiative taken by Patrick. We could see the jam communications, and we do. So it's going to
Yeah.
take the Fell the Dragon out of the hand. Fell the Dragon probably not very relevant in this matchup, but could always be used as ammo for a force throw. And then the other card in hand is going to be a Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight.
So that does give Evan some important information, right? Which is Patrick is currently holding a single card that he won't be able to play this turn, which means Patrick needs to draw into something that's going to have an impact. It looks like he drew into an Anakin unit, but I believe that there's no either heroic or villainy cards in his discard to actually turn Anakin's ability on, which means Patrick might be opening the door for Evan now to have an explosive turn, 5 resource turn, push a bunch of damage through, and try and close this game as soon as next turn.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Patrick thinking about
He
the
has
resource decision.
Yeah. He has a Mystic Reflection, which he could use to turn on Anakin, but he doesn't have enough resources to play both a cheated out Anakin and a Mystic Reflection, nor does he have a way to kill any of his own heroic units. So he's in a bit of an awkward spot.
Yeah, now he could still potentially play Anakin just for stats, but the removal does not look like it's going to be going in this turn. And yeah, that is a good point. Evan should be paying for the Falcon here. I think technically his opponent has to resource before Evan decides whether or not to pay for the Falcon, though. Now, Seth has an interesting suggestion in chat that Patrick could maybe bait a Tarkin Town to turn on the Anakin ability.
Something like
Evan does
attacking
pay for the Falcon.
3PO with a Yaddle would leave 1 damage on the Yaddle. Really tempting target for Evan to remove. Would potentially consider using the Tarkin Town on that.
Yaddle swings C3PO.
There it is.
Heals 1. Evan does have Han's leader ability to use here, which has near guaranteed damage. And in the very unlikely event that it isn't damage, it is at least a draw.
Yeah. And he may use it to just draw anyway because Patrick has signaled, I'm going to take out your C3PO this turn. If you don't attack with it now, you won't get that card draw.
That is a good point. I think so. An attack with the question basically is, do you want to attack Falcon with the +1 damage, or do you want to attack C3PO with the card draw? Evan opts for C3PO.
And I think he wants to preserve both of his spaceships for attacking with pilots on them this turn because he has, I believe, a Han pilot in hand. I believe he has his leader pilot, and it looks like he might have another pilot to play with as well. But either way, those two pilots alone are both going to be additional damage.
That is right, Grumpy. And let's see what Evan ends up doing with those pilots. I think there's a Boshek and a pilot Han in
Yeah.
hand.
And the Bojack is going to potentially be powerful in drawing more cards to take advantage of those extra resources that Han is going to give him this turn. So Evan setting himself up for a more explosive flip turn than we saw, I think, in either game, actually.
Last game, the flip turn was really pretty good with playing a bunch of units and then readying the resources into that Plo Koon, but he was so far
Oh, that's
behind
right.
that it didn't actually matter very much. Let's see what he does this time. And this pilot Han flip turn is in some ways even reminiscent of set one Boba flip turns in terms of generating a lot of extra resources.
Yep. The key thing being Evan needs a ship to be able to flip that leader
He
on.
goes for the Tarkin Town. That's going to open up
Mm,
that play with Anakin, and here we go. Anakin
yep.
killing, or no, not killing, going to be debuffing the Falcon, and now Grogu could move damage from C3PO onto that Falcon and kill it. Evan needs to probably play a pilot onto that Falcon to protect it
Yep.
from this outcome.
The good news is he has just the pilot for the case. Oshek would add 2 toughness, letting that Falcon survive.
Really, I think any of his pilots would save his Falcon here. Uh, the he spends 2 resources. It is going to be Boshek. So Boshek adding those extra stats protects it from Grogu. And oh, surprise, surprise, he gets to draw 2 cards. It's a daring raid and a heroic resolve. So this is going to be a very nice addition to Evan's hand. Patrick flips his Han. Now, Evan knows that Patrick is now tapped out, so he can freely flip his pilot Han onto that Y Wing, but I think he wants to spend more resources first.
If he wants to go back to that full 5 after spending the full 5 to have, I guess if we count for the 1 that he paid for the Millennium Falcon tax, he wants to spend the full 9 resources on this 5 resource turn.
So for each friendly unit or upgrade that has an odd cost, ready a resource when you flip Pilot Han. And I believe Boshek does have an odd cost as an upgrade, or well, he has an even
Yes.
cost for piloting, but it counts the cost on the top left corner of the card. So Boshek counts as a 3-cost upgrade. And with that heroic resolve being played, we now have 5 odd cost units or upgrades on the field for Evan. And that does mean that we're going to get to see all 5 resources readied once Pilot Han jumps onto this Y-Wing, and the time for that is now. Here come 5 resources readied up for Evan, and I don't think Patrick loves to see this. This is building into a really big turn for our Pilot Han player here.
Yeah, Patrick able to save himself from complete disaster by baiting Evan into killing that Yaddle so he could at least turn on his Anakin, but Evan still presenting a pretty significant board.
Yeah, so that heroic resolve is not being used for, or it's like sacrifice ability here, but that's still a big chunk of damage coming in from that Y-Wing. So 1 base +3 for Pilot Han, I believe, and then +1 for the heroic resolve. So we are going to see a hit for 5, and there are still 5 resources to go
Yeah.
here.
I think it's likely we see another Plo Koon, a powerful 6 power ambush. The question is, does he ambush into the Anakin, killing it, or does he ambush into the Han leader? And it looks like he's
Yeah, he may
decided to play the
even
Plo
he might
Koon.
even not attack. So he can bring
Mm.
out this Plo Koon. If he does no ambush, Patrick does not have a clean way to remove Plo Koon, and he's threatening 6 damage to base.
That might be
Patrick
a better choice
suggests
for him here.
Han may have forgotten to heal from Yaddle giving restore to other Jedi, but Sea Raptor says he healed everything correctly. To be honest with you guys, I have been concerned with other things and have not paid close attention to that. I believe Ezra is a Jedi and Grogu isn't, so it would just be 1 healing from that ability. Okay, so Evan does end up deciding he's going to take an attack, clearing his opponent's Anakin. Then we
Yeah.
see what I believe is going to be initiative taken from Patrick. We're on to the next turn. So we're at 10 damage on Evan's base, 15 remaining, 11 damage on Patrick's base, 17 remaining. So
And
that is going to be a little advantage for Patrick, but Evan's board is so much better.
Yeah. That ambush into Anakin, I think, is respecting the fact that Evan knows he only has 25 HP to play with, right? And although Patrick didn't have lethal on board, he was presenting a total of 3, 6, 11, 12, which would have brought Evan to 22 this turn. Evan wanted to make sure he had some breathing room to potentially finish the game on his own terms at his own pace.
All right.
Of course, now any attack or Grogu activation to finish off that Plo Koon is time that Patrick is now spending not attacking Evan's base. So he's offering, in the same way potentially that Patrick offered that Yaddle as a Target target, saying, hey, I know you want to do this. Evan's saying, hey, here's this juicy Plo Koon that wants to attack you for 6. Don't you want to go after this guy instead of going after my base? Patrick with initiative. Both players potentially thinking, or Patrick still choosing whether or not to resource. No, I think both players have resourced. They're both at 6. Moment of reflection. It's like in episode 1, when the Jedi fighting just take a little moment to meditate between battles.
In between, yeah. We'll see what
It's
happens.
Qui-Gon and Darth Maul.
Yeah, with those energy shields or whatever in the reactor
Yeah.
room. I don't
Still don't
really know
understand
how that layout
why.
makes any sense. Yeah,
No.
but it was dramatic in the movie. Okay.
Maybe they're pausing for a judge conversation that we can't see.
Could just be doing some math. This is going to be a very important turn. Patrick leads it off using so this is a very minor misplay, I think. Okay, they correct it. Using Grogu to remove the damage from C3PO. At first it looked like 2 damage was being moved, but you can move just 1 and keep C3PO closer to death. That does get corrected. Plo Koon off the board. Now, if that heroic
And Evan,
sacrifice is used for its sacrifice ability,
so it would
that
be a
would
plus
be
4, which would
right.
turn
But you
that
lose the +1.
little 1 power ship into an 8 power swing.
Yeah, that could be big. Pilot Han jumping onto the only unpiloted ship on Evan's side of the board, the Cartel Turncoat, swinging in for 4 more damage to Patrick's base, 13 HP to go.
So if we uh, consider him as likely to use that heroic sacrifice or the heroic resolve this turn, his 1 power ship's going to hit for 8. The Falcon is currently hitting for 4. C3PO has the opportunity to hit for 1. Evan has exactly lethal on board. Easy to disrupt, for example, in the form of this Luke Skywalker. But we are approaching what's likely to be the end of the game. And the
Yeah.
Luke Skywalker, because no unit has been, none of Patrick's units have left play, isn't actually able to take out that ship.
Yeah, I think even with the -6, it wouldn't have been able to because of the upgrades, but it could have killed the Boshek Falcon if he
Hmm.
had the full debuff, but he
Yeah.
didn't. And I don't think this is enough for Patrick. I think Evan might close it out this turn.
He's going to be short this turn because of that -3, -3.
Well, let's see. So he can swing in for what? 4 on the
It's 4 on the
4 on
Falcon,
the
now
Boshek
now
Falcon.
5 from the Republic ship, and 1 for C-3PO. So he's just presenting 5 on board. Or sorry, he's just presenting 10 on board.
Yeah, and I think okay, so I think he will be off. I think he has a daring raid in hand, but he'll be off by 1.
Yeah.
So maybe do you save the heroic resolve here, or do you just fire it off anyway to get that big damage going?
I think you get the guaranteed damage because if Patrick's able to start by removing that unit, let's say a self-force throw into something like a Crate Dragon, and you haven't gotten him close enough, uh, you lose some oomph that you need.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
The only alternative would be if he has a better use for his resources. He did just draw into a red 5, and it looks like he has 3 resources still remaining, so he may choose instead to deploy an additional threat.
Yeah, that's interesting. Evan is taking some damage from Patrick's units here, but it's not, I
Oh,
think, quite enough.
Patrick is tapped out. If Evan claims here, he can start his next round by hitting for 8. And there's nothing Patrick
Oh,
can
and
do to
yeah,
stop
and
it.
that's a guaranteed win. And
Yeah.
I don't know if he did that or if Patrick just decided it was futile, but one way or another, I think it's going to be the handshake and a win for Evan. The pilot Han is going to advance into that top 4.
Congratulations to Evan coming into the top 8 as the top seed and continuing to hold that title into our semifinals.
Yeah, I think in the second game, Evan wasn't able to build up the same momentum that we saw in the first and third, where the swarms of one cost units proved too difficult
Yeah.
for Patrick to control. But that is one of the big advantages of these multiple small unit type decks, the ability to bring out so many units that even if your opponent is landing some 1-for-1 removal, it's not actually stopping you.
And noticeably absent from game 3 was a single itinerant warrior from Patrick, right? He got a couple
Yeah.
of points of healing from that Yaddle, but nothing significant enough to slow the bleeding that Evan was able to inflict.
Yeah, those itinerant warriors were huge in game 2, and Patrick did not see them. Or, chose not to play them, but yeah.
No, I didn't pass. I never. I couldn't afford to play because.
All right, well, that's going to do it for our top 8 round here. I think it looks like at least one table there is still playing in the foreground. So I think we are going to go for a quick break here, and we'll be back shortly with the coverage of the top 4. Although I'm told that may be a just for fun game, so it may be a very short break indeed before we get the pairings for the next round. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant on McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming PQ in New Jersey. We will see you guys soon.
There is a way. Look, if that cost is literally any other 3-drop, I probably would win that game. But because I had to keep paying the tax, it messed up all of my turns. What's up? I couldn't eject because I was already like some cost fallacy. Like, okay, I eject, and like now I can play my Ahsoka the following turn. You think I should have? Yeah, no, I didn't think so. So I was like, I had a 3 in place. So I was like,
So Ryan Blue lost and then Tim won. I think it was what he said. Tim.
yes.
He was like Quinn. Quinn lost a tower.
She's half of these half around there. I have to keep that value so she can't set up an upgrade. Because if she says the upgrade, then I'm That's my point though, is like if I check Falcona, she has all of those weenie buffs. She plays 6 of the weenie buffs, right? So let's say I check Falcona 4. I'm like, okay, do whatever. So
why are you
She
doing
plays a
whatever
ship.
it's doing?
Or, okay, let's say I don't play Circle. I attack. She plays a ship, right? I play Falcon, and she goes play one of the weenie pilots. Now my Falcon can't kill that ship. And now I'm like,
I
yeah,
don't
it's
like,
pathetic.
like I said, I don't know what the context of the situation was, but like, I think you're fine playing that.
Oh, I think I work the matchup. I'll just be a lot harder in my head. I would game one on one gentleman because I would start aiming and just when she start aiming. She was like, I'm like, when she's a shot hand. I'm just playing around. That's easy enough. Like, I had to underdrop and play the hottie dodge. It didn't matter because she missed a turn one. It was just the deck doesn't play the control deck game well enough.
It sounds like you're telling me that you play the matchup where you play.
I don't know how to play against me.
You don't know
That was such a fun game.
So it's
It was
gonna
such an honor. I didn't have the shiny Quinlan, so kick this out of the caves.
I was about to say, don't give that to me.
That was really fun.
I am not. You'll give me that joke. I'll literally walk over and be like, Dan, how much for the showcase Quinlan? I just sent Lahan.
It's a one-drop Quinlan, so
I'm so hyped.
Oh, what?
Yeah, $1,000 that month.
that's probably more interesting than that.
He's the most expensive Star Wars cast member by a mile. The next most expensive is like $350. The only, yeah, he doesn't. Well, publicly he claims that he's just like, I've moved past Star Wars, but the rumor is he's in Star Wars and wants nothing to do with it.
After you came back,
Yeah, he said, I don't. That one's great. He's like, who do you think you shot first? I don't. He loves Indiana Jones, but he's like, I'll make Indiana Jones until I die.
You show up, you're like, yeah, it's not my hands.
except you didn't voice the character.
You're the only one
In what game?
getting a PSA 10
For like the NES.
It's actually insane.
They probably cost and they probably part of the movie deal was actually. Because sometimes it would be. What do I do against one drop?
This is a picture.
Am I just running the pass game again?
Well, you give him that, right? If he plays a one drop, just right?
Can't stop shaking. Now it's fully.
If you want to play a pass game, you can play a pass game. I think it is correct to always play the pass game against Quinlan anyway.
What I thought I might have
That one. Yeah, right. So that's
I think you're fine playing the pass game anyway because it's the Quinlan matchup. In general, if he wants to be aggressive, I think you punish him for being aggressive. But
So that's a act. That's he's a cameo. He's a famous guy.
oh,
He does like art films. I've never seen it.
I think you're fine.
He doesn't have an actual name.
You're good.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're gonna be back on top, Alex.
As far as I know, I don't think so. I think we just mainly have to store credit to the top 8
You really shouldn't play.
I'll talk to
I think you're good. Do you think it's crazy to play tech again? Ben?
we had like
I think I'm defending
the lore. Like the only thing that works against is like one of the blue green. But I stand by that symbol.
number 4, the
I
lore.
agree with that. I think there are situations where you just lose.
Maybe, I don't know. You play this deck way more than I do. I'm not the guy to ask for advice on this deck right now because I'm probably pushing like maybe 20
To be
games.
fair, I'm not actually asking you. I'm more like spouting out
You say,
words.
yeah. Well, I can tell you that I think with my limited experience, that is not it. And this is from a guy
need to
who tries to
adjust
play
it.
tech in anything he can.
No, I was actually thinking about it for But I don't think it ever comes into that situation.
We have so many handshakes.
Alex, I got the game. All right.
I'm gonna go.
It's gonna go on my shelf
I'm gonna use the bathroom player.
of games I never played.
I've got a lot of them. It's all scattered around.
There's more than just that. That's just one thing.
Outside of the room.
Thank you for joining us. My other boss members are doing
Thank you guys. That's it, right?
Yeah, thank you. See you, bud. There's one in Atlanta. There's one in Denver. Ian's at a wedding.
Oh, right.
Supposed to meet up with him tomorrow, maybe.
Oh, really? That's cool. Is he like this? What he's made?
And then, Jeff Creasy's playing against out.
Yeah, Ricky did say
He
something.
won 5 with I assume kind of the Florida one, two people made top 8, but no one. Tennessee one sounds like it's still going. It is.
Makes sense.
So I just gotta prep the audience for the Alex interview.
There's enough time. Because the other matchup was
She has to set up the 5-minute delay so she can bleep out whenever it's needed. What?
you're more comfortable with it, it's just that they show much.
All-star player.
Well, like when he slipped? Yeah. He just picked up the thing. Give him a little break.
Well, yeah, because Alex said text me please and sent to you.
It's true.
Like, it's literally never happened.
To be fair, he only ever plays with a control deck, so it's never
like,
going to happen
yeah.
against him. I got a bust on that.
You ready, babe?
Deck list.
Sorry, one second.
Is that it?
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier here in New Jersey. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant, and we're about to move into the top 4. We are going to have a Quinlan mirror here, and we will see which of the Quinlan players ends up prevailing.
Yeah, Tower, we started the day with 92. we're down to 4. Across the way, we have the pilot Han Tarkentown that we watched win in top 8, facing off against a Kira Data Vault to round out the other semifinal, which means 3 of our top 4 semifinalists have brought Tarkentown decks, have brought yellow hero decks, are trying out this red-yellow heroic combination that relies on Tarkentown to help keep their opponent's boards clear. Now, this does look at face value like your traditional Quinlan mirror match, but we do know that one of these 2 Quinlan players is playing a lower to the ground version. Specifically, instead of playing the traditional 2-drop suite, they've chosen to bring a number of 1-drops into play, which will make this mirror play out quite interestingly because it's possible that neither Quinlan will be able to ping the other's units for purposes of deploying that early Tarkentown and keeping the board clear.
Yeah, it could be an odd mirror here. We'll have to see how it ends up going exactly.
Yeah, you can see that list on the left there, right? 3 Greedos, 3 soldiers of the 501st, offering potential ways to do a double 1-drop start against the more traditional Quinlan build, which then will not have a way outside of Daring Raid to clear any of those units turn 1.
Now, I do think that having 1-drops in your Quinlan deck can be a good idea, especially if you are worried about going up against an opponent who has a bunch of 1-drops and won't be able to be pinged by your normal 2-drop plays. So, for instance, if you're worried about that Pilot Vader who and his double 1-drop unit start, having some 1-drops of your own might be reasonable either in the main deck or the sideboard.
Absolutely right. And there's a very popular version of CAD Turkentown making the rounds these days that takes a similar approach. Obviously, CAD, the ping there is limited to the underworld trait and not the cost of the unit. So a 1-cost underworld unit will do the ping just fine. But folks have been finding that filling that deck with 1-drops lets it be just a little bit more aggressive and close games faster against more sort of control mid-range that would otherwise be able to turn the corner.
All right. Looks like we're going to get underway shortly here. On the right side of the board, I believe that Naruto playmat means that we are going to be seeing Alex Bland in there, a very experienced competitive player from the KTOD team, and I believe his opponent here is going to be Ben at For the Lore. We'll see which of these Quinlan players prevails.
And I don't remember which player was higher seeded, but that also doesn't necessarily mean something in this matchup. It's unclear which player wants to have initiative and which player wants to react. Although given that Ben's deck has those 1-drops, it's likely that Alex will want to take the play. It looks like he's in fact chosen to take initiative. But that Ben is also running 2-drops. So if Alex plays prematurely, that opens the door for Ben to play a 2-drop, paying Alex's 2-drop, and use Tarkentown. So the presence of 1-drops in Ben's deck does complicate a lot of the decision trees for Alex. We'll have to see how he chooses to navigate these differences in deck building.
Yeah, and I think it's actually Ben who was the higher seed going into the cut. So that may actually have been Ben giving Alex the initiative rather than Alex taking it, which I do think is good in the event that you both end up on 2-drops on that first turn. Of course, Alex could pass, but if Alex passes and Ben plays a 1-drop, that is not necessarily a happy outcome for Alex. Okay, so it's going to be, I think Alex presumably passes. Ben plays Leia Defiant Princess using her ability to ready a resource. Alex is going to go ahead and play Sabine Explosives Artist, pinging Leia. And then we're going to also see a Soldier of the 501st and initiative taken for Alex. Tarkentown not used here.
No, and I don't think needed because it's easy to finish that Leia off with another ping. It doesn't really feel great to use your Tarkentown to just do a single damage. By claiming initiative, Alex opens up the opportunity either to attack the Leia with Sabine, killing it and taking no damage back, or attacking into that Soldier of the 501st, killing it and taking just a single damage back. Alex has some choices here.
Yeah. Okay.
He chooses to start off with Tarkentown, leaving us in, I believe, the same position we would have been in if he'd chosen to end last round with Tarkentown, but he does have the additional information of the cards that he drew. So it's possible that based on what he drew, he's happy to use the Tarkentown now.
All right, so we're going to see we are going to see an attack from the soldier of the 501st, 2 damage to Alex Blandon's base. Alex can, of course, remove the soldier of the 501st with Sabine, but if he chooses to do so, Ben can use his own Tarkentown back to remove the Sabine. So Alex choosing to push damage here instead. Ben now the one whose opportunity it is to make a play here. If he plays a 3-cost, Alex can ping it, but with Alex's Tarkentown already used, that ping may not be as important. It's going to be the Guerrilla Soldier here. Pinging. So the Guerrilla Soldier is going to ping Cassian because it's a 3-drop with Quinlan's ability, and then it's additionally going to deal 3 indirect damage. And Ben has to decide where he wants to put that damage. Notably, if he puts any of it on his base, the Guerrilla Soldier will ready.
Which would then
What do you
threaten,
think
of
here,
course,
Grumpy?
2 more damage to the base. I think that this matchup is incredibly intricate. I think both players are having to ask themselves not just every turn, but every action of the game. Can I win a race? Right? The decision to attack base with Soldier of the 501st, Ben presents a race. The decision to attack base back with Sabine, Alex says, let's race. Playing Cassian, potentially a race. Playing Guerrilla Soldiers. And it looks like right now, Alex is coming out a little bit faster in this race, even if Ben has a few more stats on the board. So I don't know if I agree with the decision to let Alex push 2 more damage to base. I think there's a world in which you sacrifice your Soldier of the 501st, claim initiative, and then attack the Guerrilla Soldier with your Cassian. It slows the game down. So unless Ben is holding a series of cards that says, I can win this race, he's already finding himself 5 health behind when they both only have 25 health to play with. And it's cause
Yeah,
for
it
some
looks
concern.
like he opted to put 1 damage onto Cassian and the rest onto the base. Then he uses Cassian to defeat Sabine. Alex brings out red 5 using the ping to clear Cassian off the board. And now Ben hasn't played anything this turn, but he is feeling a bit behind here, although he has yet to use his copy of Tarkentown.
Right, and that's important. If he has a 3-drop of his own, he can ping either one of Alex's 3-drops and either finish it off with Soldier of the 501st in the case of Guerrilla Soldier, or finish red 5 off with the Tarkentown. It does feel like that single damage on Cassian may have been the wrong amount in the sense that Alex was able to cleanly kill it off with the ping. I would have liked to maybe see some amount of damage on the Soldier of the 501st as well, instead of going to base. But again, every action of this kind of mirror is going to be incredibly complicated with a lot of moving parts that depends on exactly what each player is holding in their hand. So we are only seeing, part of the picture here, and can really only speculate.
It's going to be Ben with his own red 5 here, pinging the opposing red 5, setting up that Tarkentown. I do wonder. It's interesting. I kind of wonder whether it would have been nice to send the Soldier of the 501st into the opposing Guerrilla Soldier to set up the red 5 on attack trigger, but maybe he's going to be able to ping that Guerrilla Soldier with Quinlan's ability or something instead.
I think he's
I
just
am
looking at the board now. When he Tarkentowns that red 5, they'll be going into 5 resources. Ben's going to have the threat of Coordinate up, right? We saw this in the Mother Talzin match. A very powerful card in this kind of mirror is the 5-cost Plo Koon. If you have Coordinate, the 5-cost Plo Koon can effectively keep your opponent's Quinlan hostage. When he Tarkentowns Alex's red 5, Alex is no longer going to have the threat of Coordinate up, and so essentially will have to be the first mover next round.
Yeah, so what what did we see? What did we see there? Was it a daring
It's a
raid on that
daring
soldier of the
raid on the soldier of the
501st?
501st, followed by Tarkentown to finish that red 5. Presumably, Alex now planning to kill that soldier of the 501st with his guerrilla soldier to try and take Ben off of that coordinate threat to prevent that Plo Koon. Doing so, of course, opens the possibility that you pointed out, which is that the red 5 will swing in, finish off the guerrilla soldier with its 2 damage. So that
I'm wondering I'm wondering if this is actually a plan to ping off the soldier of the 501st. Yeah, Alex is just gonna flip. If there is a
saying,
Plo Koon, this is
yeah,
very risky, but I don't think I see one in
but
hand.
Ben doesn't have it.
Is Ben still resourcing? What is he? No, he's just reordering his cards. He
He doesn't
doesn't
have it.
have
It looks like he has an Ahsoka Tano. I can't tell what that middle card is, but no Plo Koon. If you have a Plo Koon here, you slam it. Alex saying, I'm feeling a little bit behind on board. I'm going to open myself up to the possibility of what feels like a blowout. But if he doesn't have it, all of a sudden I'm in a strong position. And now
Yeah, so
Alex
it
is
looks
the
like
one with the coordinate threat up, now keeping Ben's Quinlan hostage.
Yeah, so it looks like the Soldier of the 501st is going to swing into base, and we see a copy of Kira. It is revealing
Ooh,
Ahsoka Tano, Depa Balapa, and I believe the third card was actually a Han Reluctant Hero. So
yeah.
this is going to, if Ahsoka's chosen, this can potentially totally blank Ben's turn unless there's a smuggle threat of some kind.
Ben will be able to attack the Kira with his own Quinlan, finish it off with red 5, and
Good
then
point.
deploy
Good point.
Ahsoka. But that
Yeah,
Ahsoka is
yeah,
not going to be doing what you want it to do. It will cause the discard, but at that point, all of Alex's units will have attacked for the turn.
yeah.
And in fact, he's
Okay.
essentially forcing Ben into this exact line of play so that Ben likely not having a Cassian in the row, being forced to do
Yeah.
this to be able to spend any of his resources.
Claire confirms that Kira called Ahsoka here.
Ben could also have a hot shot. The question being if he wants to spend his entire 5 resource turn to put 5 to base. It would tie up the damage totals. But no, he's going to go for that clearing the Kira play to at least get another unit on the board.
Hmm. Yeah, and it is just as you predicted there. Red 5 swinging in for that extra damage on Kira. Now we see Ahsoka Tano on the field. Quinlan's ping used to deal a damage to the guerrilla soldier, setting it up to be removed by Red 5 itself in this next attack. Plo Koon in hand, though, for Alex Blandon, I think. Could be quite relevant here.
Oh, discarding Plo Koon, which means
Discarded.
he thinks the other card in his hand is more important. Looks like it's a Deepa Balaba, which at this point, with Quinlan already taking damage, the 6 plus ping of Plo Koon isn't necessary. He will be going
Yeah.
up to 6 resources, and so then the higher base stats plus the Saboteur of Deepa make it a stronger play on the 6 resource turn.
Yeah, and so I think both players have Deepa available. Could be interesting here. I think Ben's Plo Koon is not long for the world.
But both
With
players
Alex,
also having to navigate, do we kill each other's units or do we push damage to base? Ben is at 11 health remaining. Alex is at 16. Things like pumps can end this game very quickly, and so the player who spends too much time trying to keep their opponent's board clear may open their opponent a window to sneak in 25 points of damage. It goes fast.
yeah, and it is also worth noting that if Red 3 attacks, it can kill that Guerrilla Soldier with the on attack ability. So Alex may want to play. Okay, so Guerrilla Soldier swings to avoid being killed without getting a chance to attack. But this now
Yep.
means that it's going to be Ben's opportunity to potentially ambush his opponent's Quinlan.
But the Deepa alone's not going to kill the Quinlan. It'll do 5 on attack plus 1 from the
Yeah,
Quinlan
plus
pair,
1. So it's
leaving it with 1
not quite good
health.
enough, but it would set up the Red 5.
Red 5 could finish it off, but not before Quinlan does 3 to base, bringing Ben to 19. Playing a Deepa without ambush and any sort of pump then is threatening lethal first action next turn.
Yeah,
So
I feel
Alex
like
is
Alex is ahead right now for sure. Let's see
he's
what
starting to
Ben
close
goes
the
for.
door. And it all comes back potentially to Ben's decision to let that gorilla soldier on turn 2 of the game put 2 damage on the base and then attack base again for 2.
Yeah, or maybe, we could have seen one more damage on Ben's base, but that Cassian doesn't take one and then maybe can stay alive more easily and trade with
Sure.
something or whatever. Let's see what Ben does. In chat, there's some discussion of what the decks are that are left in the game. We have the Pilot Han Tarkentown that we saw in our first top 8 match, I believe, playing against the Kira Data Vault. And then we have these 2 Quinlans. Ben pondering his options, but
Yeah.
is in
He's
a
holding
tight
on
spot
to
here.
a second Ahsoka, I think wondering if it's worth playing to just try and tap down the Quinlan to save that 3 damage.
If he didn't already have an Ahsoka in play, maybe.
Yeah.
Losing, I mean, maybe he has to do it. That feels so bad though. Losing the Ahsoka you already have. Okay, Quinlan swings.
Yeah.
More damage on base. Red 5 can attack for damage to base and removing Quinlan. That is what we're gonna see here.
Yeah. So Ben can clear Alex's board other than the Deepa that he's about to play if he wants to this turn. Um, but Alex is going to likely be 1 pump away from ending this game.
Yep. Ambushing his opponent's Quinlan here.
Oh, he chooses to ambush. An interesting choice, given that Ben now has a much
Well, Ben,
easier time of clearing Alex's Deepa.
so do you just, if you're Ben here, do you just trade?
No, if you're Ben, so he can't trade into the Deepa using the Ahsoka because that is 1 too
No,
much
I
health
know. I'm
remaining.
talking about take the initiative. Yeah, so
Yeah,
you could take the initiative and trade Deepas.
I think you need to. I think you need to because a hotshot blaster is going to kill you. A surprise strike is going to kill you. Just an attack to base plus something like a ready falcon is going to kill you. You only have 6 HP to play with. That is, I think, not enough to do anything other than claim and trade.
Hmm. Initiative taken.
Yeah.
I believe.
I think both players now holding on to 7-drop Hans, which means we could see a Deepa trade into Deepa, probably a Gorilla Soldier to base, an Ahsoka, no, a red 5 kills them. We'll see how they choose to play it. Oh no, starting with the Han.
Okay, so Han clearing the unit there. Alex Blandon without much of a board at this time, but still can swing for at least 2 with that Gorilla Soldier if need be, plus potentially any more damage he might have from hand.
He's got a Millennium Falcon in hand, which would cost 3. He also has 7 cost Han in hand, but Ben's board is looking pretty significant. Even if the 7 cost Han ambushes to kill Ben's Han, Ben has a way
Han.
to kill that Han in return. The Han into the Deepa.
Okay, removing an option.
Now this is going to force a claim by
King.
Ben because he can't remove Alex's Han this turn, and Han is threatening lethal immediately, which means Alex is going to get 2 more damage onto Ben's base, bringing Ben to 21, which means we're now again in the world where a single hotshot blaster or surprise strike is going to be able to finish the game for Alex. Anything other than a claim by Ben here is going to lose him the game because Alex will immediately claim an attack for 6.
Yeah. It's looking tough for Ben.
Yeah.
In theory, Ben's board here is like much stronger. but that situation where he keeps being put in check and is unable to fully use his units is really biting him.
Yep. Which is why in this kind of incredibly fast mirror, sometimes board control isn't enough. Sometimes it's just getting that little bits of early damage in, even if you end up losing your units, that lets you put enough pressure on your opponent to squeak through.
Okay, so Ben presumably is going to use Han. Like Han will take out his opponent's Han. That's a high value play.
Yep, there's no way for him to take out both units. He has to take out the Han because it's immediately lethal, and that gives Alex that crucial opportunity to show either a smuggled hotshot blaster or a surprise strike. And there it is.
Well, that was an interesting one. Ben ultimately being defeated there with a much stronger board by a guerrilla soldier that he could have, in theory, killed like 2 or 3 turns in a row, but kept having to claim.
Yep.
Interesting scenario, but like you were saying, sometimes that damage really adds up fast with these pretty quick decks and only 25 HP on the bases. So that one's going to be a win for Alex Blandon, and we're going to see if Ben can do better this time.
And one difference there between their approaches was the much earlier Tarkin Town by Alex Blandon. Um, Ben saved his Tarkin Town for a couple years, but doing so let Alex get just a little bit of damage on base, which was enough for Alex to keep applying that pressure to make his win fast enough before Ben could fully get control. If these players had played the same exact game, but if their bases had 30 health or 35 health or 40 health, some higher amount, Ben almost absolutely wins that game through inevitability because he was going to end up with board control. Alex saw his opening. He said, I only need to get my opponent to 25, and that's going to be my singular goal. I don't need to play the board control game.
Who had the initiative in game one? Asks Eric Hunter in chat. I believe Ben chose to give Alex Blandon the initiative in game one. I think
Alex
it was
then
Ben's choice.
Alex then passed, to which Ben played a Leia Organa readying a resource.
Yeah. And it looks like Ben is again going to choose to give Alex Blandon the initiative going into the second game. Let's see if Ben can put together a stronger performance this time than we saw in our first game, where even though he had the superior board, he was just a bit too far behind on base damage and ended up getting overwhelmed. All right. Here we go. Round two. Ben versus Alex, Quinlan Tarkentown mirror. And it is important not to neglect mirrors in your practice. They can be very important, and especially if you're playing a deck that's at least somewhat commonly seen, knowing what to do in those mirrors is an important part of competitive play.
Especially
I
important for
had
these Quinlan players today who found themselves facing two other copies in the top eight. 3 out of our top 8 were Quinlan Tarkentown. These are the 2 who remain.
all right. Here we go. Let's see what happens. Game two. Ben versus Alex Blandon. Mirror for Quinlan. Alex with initiative, but might well just choose to pass again.
And Ben this time saying, I'm not
Counter
going to go through
passes.
the same routine that we did last time. It didn't work out for me. Let's try going to 3 resources. Now, the question is if he passes or if he claims. The reason being, tempting play for both players here on an empty board is to play Guerrilla Soldier, guarantee 3 damage to your opponent's base. Although if you do that and then your opponent plays a Guerrilla Soldier of their own, they're able to ping yours. So not quite sure how that will play out in the mirror itself.
It does look like Ben chose to pass rather than taking the initiative, at least if the initiative counter still being on Alex Blandon's side is correct. But we could, of course, see Alex Blandon pass again. I think that's what happens, maybe. And then we see the Green Squadron A-Wing hitting the field from Ben, playing below curve here. If he has a 1-drop as well, that could be solid, but it is very possible that Alex will just play a 2-cost of his own, get the ping Tarkentown going early on. And it's going to be L3. There's the ping. And look at that. There was a 1-cost in hand for Ben, but unfortunately for Ben, it was a daring raid, which does
So
not
Ben,
kill L3 thanks to that shield. Even the Tarkentown does not work with it.
Ben opening himself up to lose the A-Wing to Tarkentown, hoping that he would be able to daring raid Tarkentown, Alex's 2-drop in response. And instead, this turn's going to end with Alex having a 2/2 shielded unit on the board, having used his Tarkentown, Ben with nothing. And so Ben's now going to face the same uphill battle. Alex is going to start getting some early damage. Ben's going to have to struggle to try and regain control of the board, but it's possible he won't be able to do so fast enough. And Alex will again, even if Ben makes good use of his Tarkentown in a future turn, Alex will be able to get him to 25 before Ben can fully stabilize.
Yeah, now it isn't so bad for Ben necessarily, simply because L3 is not like the hypest card in the world. But looks like we're going to see Ben playing Kira, and it looks like Force Throw, X-34 Land Speeder, Depa Balaba, Red 5, and an Ahsoka Tano.
I think Alex's best play in that turn is probably the Ahsoka to ping the Kira. So it's likely that Kira named the Ahsoka. That's going to force Alex to play the red 5, and he's not going to be able to use his additional resource to play the force throw because he doesn't have a force unit. Ben, though, does know now that Alex is going into the 5 resource turn with a force throw in hand. There was no Han to be seen, so Ben is potentially safe from a self force throw Han to destroy his Quinlan leader flip, but it's possible that Alex draws into that. Either way, Ben has to be extra cautious now going into this turn.
Yeah, that's interesting, Grumpy. And it looks like Alex Blandon choosing to push some damage to the base with L3 there. Claire confirming that Kira called Ahsoka. And so now going into this next turn, Alex with a little damage already on his opponent's base and with probably a stronger board, but with his Tarkentown used while Ben's has yet to fire.
But the longer Ben waits to get that opportunity to fire Tarkentown, the more damage Alex is going to be able to push. Tarkentown really has its most value in matchups like this, and the first turn or two of the game. Later on, it can be powerful, but it's often too late.
Yeah, though it's possible there's specific interactions you might want to have it for. So I think in particular, you could use it to answer a Plo Koon after it hit, but like only after it hits Quinlan. I don't know if that's like considered good because you would have to take that damage anyway in the first place. I'd have to talk to a more experienced Quinlan Voss mirror player to know the full intricacies. But in general, I do think an early Tarkentown can be quite strong.
Yeah. And here, Ben not on coordinate, so Alex feels comfortable not on coordinate and notably no force unit. So self force throw is not going to be able to kill this Quinlan. Ambush Plo Koon's not going to be able to kill this Quinlan. Alex feels comfortable to bring his Quinlan onto the board. Also now activating the force trait for Alex and making his own force throw live.
Red 5 for Ben's side of the board, going to ping Alex's red 5. And we'll see what happens next.
That does open up a target for Ben's Tarkentown. Currently, there's no target on Ben's side of the board for Alex to ping with his red 5, which means Alex needs to take at least one action, maybe attacking that Kira, if he wants to take advantage of red 5's extra text. But doing so will give Ben the window to use Target Town, and so Alex here choosing instead just to get that guaranteed 3 damage in before he loses his ship.
Yeah, no on attack ability there for that red 5, but the damage to the base will be significant here. And Ben now thinking about the next play. Looks like that was a A-wing put in the wrong spot for discard being moved over, I believe. Target Town now used. So red
Yep.
5 off the board.
Now, I'm trying to remember if Ben saw, when he played Kira, if he saw a Plo Koon in Alex's hand. If he did, then he knows that Alex has that threat to ambush for 7. But he flips his Quinlan anyway, which suggests to me that Alex maybe didn't have the Plo Koon. Maybe it was a Deepa Balaba that I'm remembering.
Yeah. We will see what happens here. The two Quinlins
Alex
facing off. Force
had
throw.
he would snap it off, so he doesn't. He plays the force throw instead, targeting Ben, which suggests that he does not have a Han 7 in his hand. That might have been an easy choice for a self force throw. Instead, hoping to catch something, probably at least a 3 or a 4 from Ben.
Let's see what he can find. Ben discards his own force throw. So it's just going to be 1 damage inflicted here by Alex Blandon.
Not what you want to see in terms of damage, but also potentially a relief that you've gotten an incredibly powerful card out of your opponent's hand.
Yeah, very good point. The 1 damage being sent over to red 5. Or no, Alex changes his mind and locates it on Quinlan there. Maybe setting up that Deepa Balaba. But there's a second force throw in hand there for Ben, which he's now going to play, I believe, targeting Alex.
Yes, giving Alex the opportunity to discard something low cost, potentially. Now, he could choose this Hotshot Blaster, a 1 cost. Oftentimes, folks will decline to smuggle Hotshot Blaster, keep it in their hands because it is a low cost target for a force throw. But Alex, instead, looking like he values the future pump more, willing to take an additional damage on his Quinlan and tossing that X-23 land speeder.
Yep. Millennium Falcon now for Alex Blandon could potentially remove red 5 or just put the pressure on the base here.
I think that red 5 ability, Alex has already used his Tarkin Town. I was going to say the ability of red 5 to add 2 damage to a unit every turn while still going base could be potentially dangerous. Alex instead saying, I think I can go fast enough. Oh, and playing that Hotshot Blaster from hand with his last resource, pushing a ton of damage on this 5 resource turn.
Once again, we're seeing this game going into a race where Alex Blandon is distinctly ahead. 15 damage on Ben's base leaves only 10 HP remaining, while Alex Blandon enjoys 19 HP remaining on his own side. And the board here is fairly even. So Alex seems quite ahead given the large advantage on base HP and the fairly comparable board states.
And again, this is a function of Alex finding those opportunities to use his Tarkin Town early, to get a little bit of a board advantage early, to start going base, requiring Ben to spend his resources and his time trying to stall that flood instead of being aggressive himself.
All right. Let's see what happens next.
Alex paying for the Falcon, which importantly means he will not be able to play Deepa Balaba this turn because he's off of that 6 resources, but choosing instead, I think, to value the 3 damage threat on the board rather than a unit, even though powerful with ambush, that won't be able to attack Ben's base this turn.
Okay. This might be one of the last turns or even the last turn of the game if Ben can't do something to slow down Alex Blandon. There's Plo Koon. Plo Koon
That's a
clears
start.
out Quinlan.
And can ping the Falcon, which is going to let Red
Yeah.
5 finish off the Falcon, although that's still going to leave that pesky shielded L3 all the way back from turn 2 when Ben tried to play that A-Wing, chipping in for another 2 damage.
Falcon gets to swing. Ben in a bit of an awkward spot here now.
He's got 7 health to
Doesn't really
play
have
with.
a way to get through L3 shields.
He's going to go to 20. Well, he can, of course, attack it with both Kira and Quinlan. That's giving up 6 damage on the base in exchange for defeating a 2-2 shielded. But Alex has 5 resources left to play. People in chat pointing out he might have a Cassian, which would bring Ben from 20 after an L3 attack to 23. Ben is having the units on board to deal with things, but potentially running out of actions to actually clear the units he needs.
Yeah, and that it seems very similar to what happened in the previous game where Ben was able to end things with a much stronger board, but that just did not matter as Alex Blandon was too far ahead in the race. Ben does have 1 resource. If he had the third force throw, that'd be pretty spicy here. Hotshot Blaster from the row on L3. That's going to be 4 more damage to Ben's base.
Now, if Alex doesn't have another 2-drop, Ben will be able to stabilize by killing the shielded L3 with both of his Quinlan and his Kira. If Alex does have another 2-drop, say a Green Squadron A-Wing, Ben is going to be forced to claim after just 1 attack taking off L3's shield.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, I think you just got to kind of grit your teeth and go for it here. I see a hot shot in Ben's hand. He could potentially play that on one of his units, but it doesn't matter. And there is the Green Squadron A-Wing. I think Ben is stuck. I don't think he has a way out.
Alex has just shut the door. Yep.
Unless he has a force throw, but he does not. He spends the 1 resource.
He's going to just play it for flair.
He's maybe trolling Alex a little, making him sweat, but spends the 1 resource, and it is not a force throw. It's a hot shot blaster. A force throw there would be a very different game. And now we're going to see the swing from Alex Blandon closing things out. 2-0 win in that Quinlan mirror. Alex Blandon is going to the finals. And it is worth noting. Go ahead.
And going to the finals, and now the last Quinlan boss standing.
Yeah. Now, I believe Alex Blandon was the arguably the top player after season 0. I think he may have had the most PQ wins or top placements of anybody. And I think he brought that up at Worlds or the Galactic Championship. And Corey from FFG made him a joke trophy out of cardboard to celebrate this accomplishment. So I thought that was pretty funny, but with the new leaderboard system, there may be a better prize for a very strong leaderboard performance than we saw in that previous season.
I mean, you say joke trophy, I say one-of-a-kind commemorative piece from the first ever Galactic Championship.
No, it's true, and there's a good story behind it. And there is a good story behind it. All right. The battle there ending. And we're going to be moving to the, we are going to be moving on to that final match. Once the other match completes, I am hearing here from Claire that the other match is now in its 3rd game. So we probably are going to have a quick break before we bring you the finals. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant here on McClunky Gaming's stream covering the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier. We will be right back.
We'll talk to you soon.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Red Seal Gaming Planetary Qualifier here in New Jersey. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant, and we are about to bring you the final match of this event.
Very exciting to see these final two players sit down from across each other. On the right hand of your screen, we have Alex Blandon, KTOD heavy hitter with a number of PQ wins to his name. On the left hand, we have Evan championing this infamous Han Pilot Tarkentown deck. Evan, we know, is originally from Virginia, but is now based in New Jersey, playing out of Highlander Games. And starting off the finals, he would like to shout out his wife, Sarah. So, hello, Sarah. We hope you're watching, and best of luck to your husband, Evan.
All right, we are about to see that final match. Both of these players have been on stream. Both of these players have been on stream throughout the day's event, and we've seen both of them doing well. Now we're going to see which one can overcome the other in this battle. Evan bringing out a Gyarados playmat
A
here.
Gyarados to face off Naruto, a battle that we haven't seen before, I don't think, in either television show. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. And is that a Cormorant on the side? It looks like perhaps Evan using to instill some fear in Alex Blandon, the power of water type Pokemon on his side.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes here. The should be an interesting showdown between two very non-Star Wars playmats here, but they are playing with they are playing Star Wars Unlimited TCG, and it's going to be the Pilot Han Tarkentown versus the Quinlan Tarkentown, two 25 HP bases and two decks that can put the pressure on pretty fast.
Yeah,
Now I
this
will
time
say, go ahead.
an asymmetric, right? In the semifinals, we saw that Quinlan mirror match, both red yellow hero. Here we have another red yellow hero mirror match, but this time asymmetric. Evan giving up access to that very powerful force mechanic, enabling cards like Force Throw that Alex is going to be able to have at his disposal. In exchange, going for likely a heavier space approach, with then the very powerful option to flip Han onto a ship on the 5 resource turn and overwhelm Alex with just resource advantage on that turn. So slightly different angles of attack. Both decks again trying to win quickly, potentially neither deck able to do much disruption of what their opponent is doing, and it will almost certainly be a photo finish race to the end.
One thing that I note when I'm just looking at these two builds is Evan has the swarm of 1 costs to potentially protect him from Alex Blandon's Quinlan ping. And Alex's Quinlan deck was the one that was not incorporating 1 costs. His opponent was, but I do not think Alex Blandon is going to have the option to ping plus Tarkentown the early units from Evan unless we see another one of those C3PO starts to try to get some card advantage going.
And Tower, we're almost certainly not going to see that C3PO start for that exact reason.
Now, should be interesting. It's possible that you might want to do it anyway to get your opponent's Tarkentown out of the way, and free it up if you know that you're going to be playing into a 3 cost on turn 2. But I think Evan would be very happy to go for a multiple small unit game plan. Force Throw maybe going to be relevant here to try and reduce Evan's hand size, but the problem is if Alex does that to attack the hand, the cost of the cards in Evan's deck is so low that the Force Throw will not actually do very much damage.
Yeah, we'll likely see some self force throws from Alex if he chooses to go that route. But one thing that's almost sure to be true is these small 1 cost events that both players are running. Evan on 3 Daring Raid, Alex on 2 Daring Raid, right? There's going to be so many small units on both sides of the board that the ability to pick them off using something like a Daring Raid is going to be extra important in a match like this.
Yeah, I think that is a good point for sure. And now we're going to see how it happens. Evan versus Alex. Evan, I believe the higher seed, getting to choose first or second here.
And again, with Evan hoping to have that double 1-drop start, I'm not sure that the choice of initiative matters.
Yeah, it kind of, well, it depends a little on the play lines used and so on. So we'll see. We'll see what he chooses to do. In our previous match, Alex's opponent gave him the initiative in order to try and get around that Quinlan stuff, but it didn't really work out. We'll see if Evan tries the same tactic or keeps it himself. As you say, Grumpy, it may not matter that much.
Also, because if Evan chooses to take it himself but wants Alex to have it, or if Alex gives it to Evan in a later game, Evan can just start off by using that Han action ability to functionally pass without actually risking the double pass of a turn.
Okay. We are about to get going.
It looks like Evan has decided to keep it for himself.
Now, someone in chat saying main decking Bamboozle over Spark looks great in this matchup. I do think that a Bamboozle can be a nasty surprise for a pilot leader. The Bamboozle does actually defeat pilot leaders. This is an interaction that I personally think should not be in the game, but it does exist, and Alex does have 2 Bamboozle in main deck. So Evan is going to need to be careful with a leader Han flip, especially onto a readied unit, but may choose to do so anyway for the large resource recovery that Pilot Han has to offer.
We've already seen Evan navigate a similar situation by attacking with a unit first and then flipping his leader onto it, thereby getting those resources ready, but reducing the threat level of that unit, in which case a bamboozle would operate similar to a confiscate. It would remove the upgrade, but not necessarily limit damage. So I think there's still going to be some powerful things that Evan can do with his Han flip leader because it generates so many resources, even if he thinks Alex has a bamboozle or even if he knows that Alex has a bamboozle.
Yeah, the one difference I think that we could potentially see is that Bamboozle can be played for 0 resources. So you're never fully safe, but it is true that playing around it by flipping Han onto an already attacked unit might be a good way to limit the value that Alex can
Of
get from
course,
that.
Evan also running that crucial card Jam Communications, which he can use to scout for a bamboozle, and he can use to remove either bamboozle or a force throw, limiting Alex's options.
Very good point. Very good point. So yeah, Alex definitely with the more established competitive deck. Evan with a more rogue build here, but he's been doing very well so far. Our top player after Swiss, and he has won through the top cut to this finals. Let's see if Evan can potentially take it home with Pilot Han.
Yeah, Rogue in some sense, he was the only person to bring it today. But this deck also started day 1 of the Galactic Championships and made it all the way to the top 8.
Okay, so we see Mining Guild tie. Alex plays a Green Squadron A-Wing, and Evan responds with a Daring Raid onto that A-Wing, followed by Tarkintown, clearing Alex Blandon's initial play. Now, the Mining Guild tie is not exactly the strongest aggressor in the world, but Evan is still ending with a unit in play while Alex does not have one.
And remember, in the semifinals match, part of what led Alex to victory was using that early Tarkin Town to keep his opponent's board clear and start chipping in damage. Of course, as you point out, Mining Tie is just going to hit for 1. It's not presenting much of a clock, but 1 is greater than 0, and Alex's life total is going to start getting chipped away.
Yeah, and with Han's ability potentially in play, we could see a hit for 2, depending on what gets flipped up. It's going to be a red 3 for Alex Blandon, or I'm sorry, a red 5 for Alex Blandon. Han's ability used here by Evan, revealing it's unfortunately for him going to be a 1 cost. So it will not give any attack buff to that Mining Guild tie. We could potentially see Evan spend 2 resources to draw this card with the Mining Guild tie attack, although I don't think that would necessarily be that worth it.
No, he has a
One
Millennium Falcon in hand that he's hoping to deploy with his 3 resources. Oh,
No,
or
it's gonna
not.
be C-3PO drawing the 1 cost card that he knows he has there, and then he's gonna spend 1 to play that as well. So going for the multiple small units game plan here. He
Yeah.
does now have a 1 HP unit in play, which means that if Alex Blandon does hit him with a force throw, even if he has another 1 cost to discard, the force throw will take out a unit, but Alex Blandon does not currently have a force unit in play.
Yeah, and having to use that red 5 attack to kill one of these tiny space units, giving up 3 damage on base, not being able to take advantage of red 5's additional text, is probably what Alex is going to need to do to start slowing down Evan's space rush, but cannot feel that great.
No, and the Wolfpack escort here would normally be very vulnerable to Quinlan's ping, but again, Alex Blandon not playing 1 cost units doesn't have something that can get that ping going. At least
Yeah,
not until Quinlan flips, which won't be until next turn.
a board state where the smaller version of Quinlan may actually have had an easier time.
Yeah, it's a little interesting here. Alex, with the initiative, going to attack with red 5. Is it going to be the base or is one of these units getting cleared? It looks like the Mining Guild tie removed from play. We do now have an opportunity for that Wolfpack escort to go into the base potentially. Han's ability being used reveals a daring raid. So it's going to be an attack with C-3PO instead of with the Wolfpack escort, because the Wolfpack escort would not have drawn a card. And so naming 1 there, Evan gets the easy draw before Alex potentially removes C-3PO.
If you're Evan, you have to be a little bit frustrated that you so rarely hit that extra damage. Now, I know he is running a lot of 1 drops, but he's also running 3 drops and 5 drops. So you would hope at some point to get an odd cost that is not the same as the cost of your unit.
Yeah, didn't get it there, but can't be too unhappy because you are generating value with C-3PO. Alex bringing out a Green Squadron A-Wing and pinging C-3PO. I think C-3PO, decent chance of being removed here with Tarkin Town. And it does look like Evan is trying to contest the space, or Alex is trying to contest the space arena from Evan. Evan could still play Pilot Han, but in this case, we're going to see the Millennium Falcon getting set up. Tarkin Town
Alex
clears
opting
C-3PO.
not to save the Tarkin Town for the Falcon, using it to clear the C-3PO and turn off that draw engine. But that does mean that Evan can now suit up this Falcon, likely with an upgrade, preparing it to get even taller next turn, potentially hoping Alex doesn't have that bamboozle we talked about. Although
Heroic
no,
Resolve.
he'll put the upgrade on the smaller unit.
Heroic Resolve onto his Wolfpack Escort, buffing it up to be a 3/2. And that does also give it the potential for the much larger attack in the future. It also means that if either of Alex Blandon's units attacks into that Wolfpack Escort, they will trade instead of just picking up the kill. And Evan is, I think, now going to. Now, he could actually kill the Green Squadron A-Wing and remain alive himself, but he's going to opt to put more pressure on the base instead. 5 damage now on Alex Blandon's base, but there's still 20 to go. He's not that close to the edge here. Alex
Evan now
Blandon does
going
have the
into
opportunity to remove some of these space units this turn.
And Evan, though, is going into his flip turn with 2 spaceships available for piloting. The Falcon, in particular, can hold 2 pilots. Evan has a Han pilot in his hand, so it's possible that he snaps off the Han pilot, attacks base, and then holds up the option to deploy his other Han pilot onto the Falcon to ready resources, although at the same time, his hand is a little bit light. It looks like it's a Han pilot and 2 1-drops, so unlikely that he's actually going to be able to take full advantage this turn of all of the resources that a Han pilot leader would be able to ready.
Yeah, I wonder if that means that Han's just going to be headed to the ground arena with little to gain from. Well, although we could have like a Cassian or something. Is he playing Cassian? I think he's playing Cassian.
Cassian in the row.
No, wait. Yeah, Cassian in the row. Actually, I'm not sure. Let me verify that. Alex is definitely playing Cassian, but I do think there's the possibility that we're not going to have that much to do with those extra resources. Pilot Han swinging.
Now, if he
Who
goes
is
into the red
target?
5, Pilot Han is going to prevent all of the damage. But again, we see Evan saying, I'm not going to try and control your board. I am pushing damage. I want to end this game as quickly as I can.
And I have just confirmed Cassian Andor is in the build there for Evan, so we could easily see that.
And
And I
chat saying they've
think some people
seen
say putting
Evan
it in the row.
resource a Cassian, which means that's likely the play he's angling towards.
It's going to be a flip here for Quinlan Voss. But maybe Evan's looking there. Now, one difficulty is how many resources is he actually going to be able to ready with Han? So right now there are 2 odd costed units or upgrades on the board for Evan.
Now, Han Leader does count himself. So if he
Yeah,
flips
so he
Han
could
Leader, that
ready
would be
3 resources. Yeah, and in chat, someone says he can play Han Pilot and strike first before receiving damage from Red 5. He could have done that, but chose not to, putting the damage on that base instead. I do think that putting 2 pilots on that Falcon would make a Bamboozle even a harder hit, though, as it would deal with both of the pilot upgrades. Although Pilot Han going back to hand is arguably not even really a downside, as you could then replay it and potentially get that first strike again. Eric says Alex had Boozle in the opening hand. Yeah, if there is that Bamboozle. Oh, Evan goes for it. He's going to ready his resources. Is there that Bamboozle in hand here from Alex Blandon to punish this Han flip? Yes, there is. The Bamboozle lands. Han is immediately defeated. The pilot Han does return to hand, but the unit Han or the pilot leader Han is defeated. Not an interaction that, in my opinion, should be in the game, but it is what it is, and we'll see what happens here.
With 3 resources left, Alex now has the opportunity to play a 3-drop, ping the Falcon, and then crash his red 3 into the Falcon to finish it off. Unless Evan chooses to use 2 resources to redeploy Han, it looks like instead he's going for the smuggled Cassian, which means Alex may be able to clear the space arena this turn.
Yeah, the smuggled Cassian, that's going to be more immediate pressure. We could potentially see a scenario. So Quinlan could attack into Cassian here. And then with the damage on Cassian, that would open the on attack trigger from red 5.
Yeah.
We're going to see the classic Falcon come into play for Alex Blandon, pinging Evan's Falcon. We could see Evan's board entirely cleared this turn.
That's the perfect card for Alex to have in this position. He's going to attack into the Falcon with his own Falcon. He's going to attack into Cassian with Quinlan. He's going to attack into base with Red 5, finish off Cassian, and with 3 units on the board, the opportunity to return Falcon to his hands to play it fresh. This turn went very well for Alex Blandon.
Yeah, so this was a really bad turn. Evan unfortunately playing right into the blowout there from the Bamboozle. In chat, someone says bouncing pilot leaders is fine, just like confiscate on leaders is fine. I think that Bamboozle is worse than that because you can play it for free. And I think that it's also just sort of a weird interaction. I'd prefer that they say that if you would bounce a leader, you instead don't do that, instead of saying you instead kill them. But that's just my opinion. And I do think it's a scenario where this has really taken a heavy toll on Evan.
Yeah, he is a deck that relies on an explosive 5 resource turn, that relies on going wide to be able to push damage in. And here he is on 6 resources with a completely empty board, facing down 3 units from Alex. He does have a life advantage. He has 3 damage to Alex's 14. But it's unclear if that will be enough.
Yeah, so Pilot Han now played as a unit. It is going to go ahead and ambush and clear Quinlan. 6 damage on the board here for Alex Blandon, and that red 5 poised to eliminate Han with its on attack trigger.
Now, Alex doing a clever ordering of his attacks here. The instinct might be to attack with red 5 immediately to finish that Han. But if you do that and Evan plays another space unit, your only option to kill that space unit is to trade your own Falcon. Instead, by attacking with the Falcon first, Alex guarantees that 3 damage to base and holds up his own red 5 as a threat to kill whatever new space unit Evan plays while still killing the pilot Han before the end of the turn.
Yeah, looking rough here for Evan. I think we're going to see Alex pick up this game, but we'll see whether Evan can make some kind of comeback. Okay, we'll see what happens here. 6 resources here. Alex, the only one with cards on the field. He is still behind on base damage, but
But not by much.
that
Not by
may
much,
change
Tower.
soon. Yeah, well, 5. Okay, so we're going to see Han's ability used with no units to attack with it, probably to guarantee a C-3PO hit on this draw. Shows a 1-cost ship. C-3PO draws the ship.
Now, this is the
And then
finals of a PQ. Of course, you play it out. Of course, you make your opponent actually get you to 25, or at least have confirmed lethal on board. But at this point, it very much feels like Evan is drawing dead.
Yeah, Ahsoka on the field, discarding the crackshot V-wing that was just drawn, I believe. Disabling Fang Fighter with no upgrade to remove, not exactly an inspiring play here. I think you're right, Grumpy. Evan is having some rough draws here. Drawn a little cold. There's a Falcon from Alex, putting more pressure on and pinning the Fang Fighter, setting it up to be removed by Red 5. Crackshot, V-Wing on the field. Evan has at least developed his board some this turn, I suppose, but Alex could still wipe it, at least in the space arena, by having Red 5 attack into the V-Wing, use the on attack to clear the fighter, and that Falcon would still be there. However, it looks like Alex is maybe disdaining that V-Wing and just putting more pressure on the base instead.
At this point, Alex says, "This is a race that I'm going to win." Although he chooses to respect the potential for damage by taking out that 1-drop instead of bringing Evan to 18.
Okay. Yeah, so then we're going to see C-3PO is the only unit on the board here for Evan moving into this next turn. And there's
Yeah.
another C-3PO, and man, that is not what you want to see.
Pat pointing out that Alex has seen exactly the cards that he would want to see in this matchup. He had the Bamboozle, he had the A-Wing, he had the Red 5. He's now seen 2 Falcons. You could not draw up a better draw for Quinlan facing Han Solo Tarkin Town in the finals of this PQ.
Evan's going to go ahead and draw a copy of Plo Koon, which is a strong card, but Alex has lethal on board at this point.
Yep.
Hotshot on Ahsoka. Even if that Plo Koon ends up finding coordinate, it is too late, and there's the fist bump from Evan. Alex Blandon with a strong win. A really powerful bamboozle there on that flip turn to easily get rid of Pilot Han and the Pilot Han unit that was on that Falcon. Ended up being able to wipe the board completely and then really turned the corner there, and Evan was not able to come back.
Yeah. We'll see now if Evan becomes more cautious going into game 2, waits to have some sort of scouting opportunity like jam communications, or whether he says, if Alex has it, I'm just going to lose these matchups. I have to play as if he doesn't. Let's go full throttle anyway.
Yeah. Should be interesting here.
Once again, that Cormorant making an appearance, unlikely to be sided in as it would be an illegal Star Wars Unlimited card, but potentially exactly the kind of power that Evan needs to defeat Alex Blandon on Quinlan Tarkentown.
Hmm. Well, we're going to see how things shift in this next game. If we look at the Han build, its sideboard includes red 5. He has 2 Bamboozles of his own, 2 Jedi Starfighters, 2 Waylays, and 1 copy of Unmasking the Conspiracy.
Now, is that, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the 1-mana event that asks your opponent to discard a card at random? And if they don't, you may, no, that's the card where you discard a card and